It had been 3 years since the fold ship appeared in our sky, and I was a bit amazed to find one of our alien visitors on my appointment book. The aliens could travel between the stars but had a very limited ability to move between their orbiting ship and the Earth's surface, so we had brought them a docking ring, and with their help affixed it to their ship so that we could do shuttle service. There were thousands of individuals of several races from different star systems on their ship, but only a handful had actually made it to the Earth's surface, and now one of them was sitting across my desk from me, and I had no idea why. "I'm honored and puzzled," I said. "You are your world's foremost expert on patterns that emerge on the dermis of your species," it said. My visitor was bipedal but had a chitinous exoskeleton and didn't wear clothes. Its color changed according to its mood. At the moment it was bright blue. It spoke through an electronic translator that mimicked human inflections pretty well, and I had no idea what gender it was, or even whether our idea of gender might make any sense to it. "I study diseases of the skin," I said. "Birthmarks are also part of my work. I am seeking the mark of the Curators. None of your people have ever said anything about this. If I may?" I made my terminal available, and my visitor navigated to a diagram of 2 equilateral triangles arranged point to point. "This diagram appears somewhere on the dermis of every multicellular species the Curators have affected." He arranged a slideshow which quickly showed me the same design in colors on skin, colored or missing hair, colored or missing scales, and colored and differently textured chitin. "If I may," it said, and it stood and turned around, bowing slightly. There was the pattern, about 6 centimeters across and horizontal about at the point a human would call the small of its back. "I can't say I've ever seen that," I said. "This is remarkable. I have observed the mark of the Curators on thousands of individuals of hundreds of species, and shared records of its occurrence of hundreds of thousands of species with my fellow researchers. What is its incidence? For intelligent species, it is 100%. I have to ask if your species' modesty habit might be hiding it for some reason. I assure you I have no prurient interest in your reproductive apparatus." I sighed heavily. This was certainly not something I'd anticipated in medical school, but I moved to the open floor and disrobed. The alien examined my body with the attention a lover might show, but a growing agitation that was anything but amorous. Its exoskeleton slowly turned green as its puzzlement increased. "This is remarkable," it finally said for the first time sitting down. "I have studied the Curators for my entire career, and to my knowledge nobody has ever encountered a member of a species with language much less space travel that does not have the mark. Maybe it would help if you told me something about these Curators. I have no idea what you are talking about," I said as I put my clothes back on. "That is also remarkable. Every sapient species we know of has known of the Curators." "Well, I can assure you we don't. I'm pretty well educated by human standards, and I think I'd know if we did. The Curators are vastly powerful, and they love carbon-based intelligent life. They do not intervene often in the path of any particular world, but when they do, as far as we know, their powers have no limit. When they find a lifeless world or proto-world with promise, they intervene to improve its chances of becoming life-bearing. When they find a barren but habitable world, they introduce simple microbic life. When they find a world where microscopic life has increased in complexity and remade the environment, they make sure it becomes multicellular. When they find a world where multicellular life has become complex enough to support intelligence, they insert key genomic factors to encourage that. When they find a world with life capable of understanding, they encourage the development of technology. But they also mark what they have altered. I suppose I shall have to find a geneticist. There is also a genomic mark which is less likely to degrade via evolution. As a doctor, I have access to the Human Genomic Library, I said. "What is it you are looking for?" It gave me a sequence of about 100 base pairs, and I ran the search. "This doesn't occur anywhere, nor does any subpart of it more than 20 pairs long." The alien became even more agitated. "This is truly remarkable," it said. Its color began to turn from green to dark violet. "Perhaps these Curators simply never came to Earth." "Oh no, they certainly did. The formation of your moon, which helpfully stabilizes its axis of rotation, almost certainly them. The occurrence of such large satellites around planets of this type is almost 20 times what might be expected by chance. Your Cambrian explosion also Curators. Such an event has happened on every world we know of with multicellular life, and in many cases it is marked. Other possibilities are in the record, but also most likely your KT impactor, which ended the era of the animals you call dinosaurs." Wait, if these curators love life so much, why would they hit our world with an asteroid and almost wipe out all life? They don't love life. They love intelligent life. Your fossil explorations draw a detailed picture. Your archaeologists are among the best I've ever encountered. Life on Earth had stagnated in a stable pattern for tens of millions of years, with ravenous monsters dominating the most productive continents. The curators are known to intervene in this way in such cases. They left the coast clear so your ancestors could evolve into you. If they love intelligent life so much and they're so powerful, why don't they just make it from scratch? We don't know. That is a great mystery all of our races have pondered for literally millions of your years. We think they want to encourage, not create, and be surprised by what arises. So they create favorable conditions, but they do not directly create what they want. So how do they intervene to encourage technology? They leave gifts, papers, drawings, artifacts. Every species has its tales of the mysterious package that gave the idea for steam power, or electric power distribution, or the fold interstellar transport. In fact, that's an interesting thing. We found your world because we detected an anomalous fold pattern, which we thought might be the signature of a fold ship in peril. But it turned out you were just commencing research and doing experiments. You hadn't had a gift to guide you. We've been helping your scientists finish the... Maybe we just did it ourselves without their help. I don't believe that has ever happened before, the alien said. Well, everything has to happen for a first time. When I decided to study dermatology, I never dreamed it would result in my becoming an astronaut, much less visiting actual aliens on their starship. But the fold ship was now getting closer and closer and bigger through the windows of the personnel shuttle, and when I finally spotted the docking ring humans had given them, it was like a wedding ring lost on the side of a mountain. I had been told there were 1,500 individuals of 22 species on the ship, and they were all manner of scaly, furry, feathered, and naked. The human habit of wearing clothes didn't seem to be a big thing off Earth, and was a source of some curiosity among our hosts. My primary host, the researcher I call K because I can't pronounce any of the alien names, allowed as to how there were some species who had what he called deviant modesty habits here and there in the galaxy. It was a primary suspicion of it that we were hiding our marks of the curator for some reason until I allowed it to inspect my dermis thoroughly. Fortunately, it shared my values as a doctor, and was as courteous as it could be despite its agitation. The ship wasn't spinning, but it had some kind of local interior gravity. I guess we hadn't got that memo yet from the curators either. There were a few other scientists on the shuttle, but most of the passengers were diplomats. The aliens seemed quite puzzled that we had no single world authority they could correspond with. For practical reasons, their worlds all had different governments, and of many different forms and philosophies, but each of their worlds tended to be unified. Our guys reminded them that we are a very young species by their standards, having only mastered steam travel a couple of 100 years ago. They seemed astonished that we had gotten into space so quickly after that. Apparently the curators don't pass out the gifts quite that often. Finally, I was in a stateroom which had been furnished to a pretty decadent human standard. Apparently there were dozens of architects and living space designers on their crew, and our world had presented them with a new palette of playthings. The distilled liquor I requested was indistinguishable from Jack Daniels, even though I knew they had synthesized it on the ship. We didn't need a very large sample, and when we knew you favored it, we had one of the other guests bring us a few drops to analyze, Kay told me. I still don't know why I'm here, I said as I sipped my Jack D while lounging in a bathrobe in my decadent starship stateroom. You know your species' skin better than anybody, and it is the mark of the curators we seek, Kay said. I thought we had pretty well established that the curators haven't marked humans, and don't seem to have done anything noticeable on Earth since the unfortunate ex-dinosaur business. That seems likely, but my colleagues will need more evidence before they believe that. I sighed heavily, imagining myself doing the disrobing and examination thing in an auditorium, the sacrifices we make for knowledge. The lights turned red and started blinking. What the hell is this? I asked. Oh, the fold ship is leaving Earth, Kay said. And when is it coming back? I asked with a bit of bite in my voice. I had just meant to visit the ship, not to leave the solar system with it. It will come back when it is appropriate. And as I watched through the window, the image of the Earth became dim, as though seen through a gray filter, until it was barely visible. Then there was an impossibly bright flash of light, and when my vision recovered, I was looking at an alien starfield and a gas giant planet. Surely nobody lives there, I said. It was dimly lit, and it seemed likely that even a moon couldn't possibly get enough sunlight to harbor life. No, we will perform a few fold maneuvers in the gas planet's gravitational field to adjust our local velocity before folding over to our host world. We did the same thing when we arrived at Sol, using the gravity of your solar world Neptune to match velocity with your Earth. Wait, if you can fold the ship from the bottom of a gravity well out of it, doesn't that make the fold drive a perpetual motion machine? Yes, it violates your so-called first law of thermodynamics. We create energy to power the ship and our cities using similar principles. This is going to drive our physicists nuts. A failure to accept it was part of your physicists' problem creating your own fold drive. Now that we have proven it is possible, they are well on their way to success. 5 Earth days later, we were orbiting a blue world, one which was Earth-like but also very obviously not Earth. The shuttles which came to ferry us to the surface were powered by some kind of field projected from the surface. This was also used to launch the components to be assembled into large structures like the fold ship itself. But the generator required a local gravity well to work and so could not be used in space, which is why we humans had to provide ferry service at Earth. I learned that our hosts were quite bemused at our use of chemical rockets, which they had never bothered to develop to such a high degree. If you don't mind, I'd like to take a sample of your flesh so that we can sequence your genome ourselves, Kay said. It's not that we don't trust you or your skills, but the idea that you've been untouched by the Curators is going to be very hard for some of us to believe, and it would make a better case if we used methods we know. I allowed blood and saliva samples to be taken and a detailed photographic survey to be taken of my skin. Most of the other humans on board were diplomats and engineers, and I verified that human modesty habits would make them bristle at similar requests. The following day, Kay and I took the shuttle to the surface and visited the genetics lab. It took about an hour for them to sequence my genome, and as the results unfolded, the operator of the sequencing machine changed hue until it was a spectacular bright green. "This is quite remarkable," it kept saying. "Can you explain just how?" "Your genome does contain fragments of curator marks," it said, "but they are highly mutated. It has been hundreds of thousands of generations since the Curators touched your ancestors. The last thing I can be fairly sure they did was making your ancestors omnivorous." "That was probably a few million years ago," I said. "Exactly, and yet you have language, civilization, architecture, and space travel. Clearly all without their help. This is unprecedented." "Just how do you tell? Remember that we've never seen any of these gifts, so we don't know what you're looking for." Kay turned dark red. "Of course. We simply hadn't thought of that. Let's go to the museum." The same generator that powered space shuttles powered flying ground transports, so the aliens had what were basically flying cars. They were also automatic and self-navigating, and shared in some kind of public system. We were at the museum, which was half a continent away, in about an hour. Kay produced a set of what looked oddly like eyeglasses. "I had these made to your species' form factor," Kay said. "They should make it possible for you to interpret the exhibits." I put them on and looked at the front of the building. The indecipherable squiggle above the door suddenly said, "Museum of Curator Artifacts." We went inside. We can skip the early exhibits, which are about the development of habitable worlds and life, since we are pretty sure the Curators did do those things on Earth. Toward the back of the building, we reached an exhibit with a large flat rock covered with diagrams and inlaid with gemstones. At the center was some kind of agate that glowed red. The sign called this a Prometheus stone. "This was the gift of how to make fire for some ancient people," Kay said. "This one is a replica. They are given to very primitive races, so most have been lost or destroyed, even though the gift of fire itself remained. Only 4 of the genuine article are known to exist in the galaxy. It is quite possible there is one on Earth, or was once, because it seems to be associated with the diet-widening modification you were given." "Our ancestors were herbivorous and couldn't eat meat until we learned to cook it," I said. "Fire and omnivorism are thought to be closely linked for us. But it is also thought that we may have spent a long period of time harvesting fire from natural sources like lightning strikes before we learned to make it from scratch." The Prometheus stone illustrations showed the making and use of a fire drill, a method human adventurers still use to make fire under primitive conditions. I spent 2 days going through the museum. The aliens were quite obsessed with the details of their gifts, and had learned a lot about how the Curators had helped them, if very little about the Curators themselves or their ultimate motivations. "The fold ship will soon return to Earth, but I would like to suggest an alternate destination for you," Kay said. There is another fold ship we can take to Scree, which is the homeworld of another relatively young race. They are still doing archaeology, and it would give you a chance to see some actual Curator artifacts and meet people who are doing current research on the Curators. They would probably also like to meet a member of your species, given your remarkable lack of curation. I could think of 100 reasons why it was a bad idea, but in the end I couldn't resist. All the diplomats and engineers returned to Earth, but I became the first of my species to visit 2 alien worlds. Kay brought me to the dig site and introduced me to the alien leading the excavation. My great-aunt was an archaeologist, and I had visited her dig sites as a child, so much of the work was familiar. Unlike Kay's species, these aliens were more like Earth mammals, snouted and furry. But the aliens working the site had all shaved themselves bare. Their mark of the Curators was right above their genitals, and quite prominent when they were shaved. Several of the scientists made time to visit when Kay told them where I was from. It is amazing to meet a specimen of a species so untouched by the Curators, he said with a slight bow. We aren't entirely untouched by them. Apparently they used their usual methods to make our world habitable and encourage early life, but after changing us from herbivores to omnivores, they apparently didn't do anything else. Remarkable. Just remarkable. And what are you investigating here? Oh, we are fairly certain this is the place where the Curators gave us writing. The site is well preserved because it was buried by a volcanic eruption scree ago, and we are hoping to find the tablet. If it still exists, it will be one of about 100 known to exist in the galaxy. The translator didn't get the time frame. Kay consulted a tablet computer. 800,000 of your years, it said. Wow, our modern form species is only about 130,000 years old. The scientist looked at Kay, and Kay said something to the tablet which said something in a language that sounded like 1,000 whiner dogs yapping for dinner. Oh, that is remarkably short, and without help or hints, remarkable. It took us almost 1,000,000 years to move from writing to space travel on Scree, Kay said. This translator not doing names business is getting annoying. Well, translators need to be told what to call things in your language. Apparently nobody has given our world a human name. What would you call it? Well, you came on a voyage of discovery and discovered us. So how about Seville? That is where the first voyage to circumnavigate the Earth started. Fitting, said the lead archaeologist. Pick one for our world. What would you consider your world special for? Our world isn't particularly special. We are a young race by the standards of the galaxy, though obviously not as young as you humans. We do seem to have a high number of preserved artifacts, ironically because volcanism frequently buries them. If you don't find it too gruesome, then I will call your world Pompeii. That is a human city that was buried by a volcano 2,000 years ago. Unfortunate for the humans who lived there, but we learned a great deal digging them up. You had to do archaeology to learn about people who practically lived yesterday, he said. Your species does move fast. We will carry your name Pompeii with honor. What I didn't know at the time was that the alien computers are all interconnected through periodic fold transactions, and my names were distributed throughout the galaxy within a few weeks. I also started a somewhat annoying trend of other people naming alien worlds after human cities, but I had to call them something, and the human habit of letting the first human visitor name a place persisted. Just what would this tablet look like if you find it? I asked. Kay offered the use of his own tablet. Of the tablets known to exist, about 5 still function, the archaeologist said. They were active devices which would talk to you when you touched symbols. He showed me the screen. The tablet resembled a flat stone but functioned much like a tablet computer. In video, the hand of yet another species of alien was touching symbols which indeed made the thing squawk like a parrot. It's a speak and spell, I said. The translator did not like that, Kay and the scientist said together. An early human computer product. Very primitive by our standards today, but we use them to teach our children to write correctly. You build things like this yourselves? Without nanites from the Curators? Nanites. All of our microscopic machines are made by them. We don't actually know how the Curators originally made them, but we know how to use them and make them make more of their own kind. The civilian fold ship had been at Earth for 3 years, and this was something we apparently had not learned about the aliens' technology. Or if we had, our leaders had not bothered to share it with the general population. Some of our futurists have speculated on the possibility of nanites, but we haven't learned to make our own. We make computers by direct manufacturing. But how? Sorry, but I'm a doctor, not an engineer. I understand that it somehow involves etching patterns on the surface of silicon wafers, but I really have no idea how it works. After we left, Kay plied me with a fifth of Johnny Walker Blue, a luxury I could not afford in Earth's decidedly non-post-scarcity economy. "We did not know you could make electronics from scratch," it said. "Your negotiators seem to have forgotten to mention that. Did you tell them that you can't make your own without the Curators' nanites? Of course, we take it for granted that's true of everybody. Well, they may have feared you would think it dangerous knowledge. Considering they were developing a fold drive, and an improperly configured fold drive can fold your world into its host star by accident, I can't imagine what they would find dangerous about." I sprayed a very expensive shot of scotch across the room. "A fold drive can do what? It can destroy a world. Isn't it obvious? The fold drive folds space-time so that distant points touch and matter and energy can cross over. The two most obvious nearby peaks when you are working on a habitable world are the center of the world itself, and then of the star it orbits. Moving a habitable world to the center of a star tends to ruin its habitability. Do our people know this? The ones working on the drive do, now that we have told them. My understanding is that they had already figured out the danger themselves and were exercising proper care. And this is general knowledge around the galaxy. Of course. One reason we diverted to visit you was a bit of worry that you might do something unfortunate by accident. It's a fate many races warn their young of to shock them into acting more responsibly. Has it ever happened? The Curators are explicit with their warnings when they give us the fold drive, so it's very rare, but some races have turned out to be a bit careless," Kay said. "I think I need to get back to Earth," I said a bit shakily. "The fold ship Scree returns to Seville in about 6 Earth days. At that point, my fold ship Scree will probably already be present and should return to Earth with new researchers within an Earth-lunar cycle." While I was waiting to depart Seville, the news arrived that the Pompeian archaeologists had found their tablet of writing. Unfortunately, having been buried by a pyroclastic flow, it would not be one of the few that were still operational. Meanwhile, I needed to have a word with the people developing our human fold drive. It was a word our new friends didn't seem to know, and one I was now very afraid to say around them. Weapon, the Fold Ship project, was of course one of the most important and high-security projects in human history. But I was the only human to make the side trip to the world I had called Pompeii, and the opportunity to debrief me about that was enough to get me an appointment with the project director. He didn't seem to find much that I said surprising, although I was surprised that he called the world I had visited Pompeii. "Oh, somebody seems to have given them some names," he said in a tone halfway between jovial and sneering. "It was just a shorthand for the translator," I said. "So you obviously thought at the time. What you didn't realize is those little tablets they have aren't very smart. They can't play what we would consider proper video, and they only have a few megabytes of local storage. They are completely dependent on a microfold link to a data processing center on their homeworld to do anything useful. Since they have as much energy as they want from fold technology, those centers are enormous, cubic miles in extent. Every inhabited world in the galaxy has several... Wait, what? They are in real-time communication across light years? Amazing, isn't it? For computers comparable to something we would have made in 1990. But they've been spacefaring for hundreds of thousands of years. Yes, but they've also been curated. They were given nanites. That makes it so easy for them to build what they have. The effort to go beyond what the nanites can do never seems to have been invested. I have to ask you something. My friend Kay told me that a fold drive can destroy a planet. It was telling the truth. Our new friends don't seem to do guile well. And our people knew this. Of course. There are 3 fundamental constants which determine the extent and range of the fold effect, and there is no way to find out what they are except to make a fold. And if you get them wrong, it will fold the 2 nearest large masses together, which is why we made our first experimental fold ship a robotic interplanetary probe, and did our first experiments from the Mars Solar Lagrange 3-point, when Earth was on the far side of the Sun from Mars. Since we didn't know the constants, our first experiments were unbalanced, and this is what our friends detected before they moved to save us from our folly. How close did we come to annihilation? Give us some credit. We might have folded Mars into the Sun, but even that was very unlikely, and we would have figured the constants out for ourselves within a year. Our experimental protocol was on track when our new friends surprised us by arriving. Kay said they used the danger to warn their young to be responsible. Yes, not a bad idea, but the Curators give them the values for the constants. None of them have ever had to exercise caution to learn them the hard way at risk. Kay said some species were still, as it said, careless. Well, you can't cure stupid. Stupid normally can't destroy a planet. Stupid can destroy more than you realize. Ever study World War I? Okay, but has it ever occurred to anybody to make this thing into a weapon instead of a travel device? Fancy a drink? The director produced a bottle of 1800 scotch from a desk drawer, and I nodded somberly. Of course we have, he said as he poured me a straight shot. We also asked as closely as we dared if our alien friends had ever done so. The answer in every context was no. Making a fold ship into a planet killer also makes it a suicide run, because the fold ship also folds itself into the star. So it can't be used that way. I didn't say that. As with their less-than-stellar computing devices, none of them seem to have autonomous probes with fold drives. Their fold ships need sentient guidance to operate, and they also don't seem to have the concept of suicide as triumph. And our very first fold ship is an autonomous probe, I said. The director held up his shot glass, and I joined him in a rather morbid salute to my species. Just how easy is it to make a fold drive? I asked. Some of our fellow humans would fold us into the sun just for spite. It's far too easy if you have the nanites and the programming system, which is common on their worlds. We have told the aliens we are afraid of what the Curators might do if they find that we've been given that technology. But we're really more afraid of our own people getting it. We're also not planning to duplicate their ground-to-orbit technology anytime soon for similar reasons. Fortunately, they don't have much of an answer for ground-to-orbit if there isn't a fold-based ground infrastructure waiting for them, and making them rely on our chemical rockets gives us a bit of a barrier. Wait a minute. How do they deal with new worlds, then? The director poured himself another shot, offered, and I accepted. There are really no new worlds for these guys, he said as he tossed it back. The worlds they discover have been curated and have transport networks, as the Curators intended. They don't seek out uninhabited or primitive worlds, and wouldn't know what to do with one if they stumbled across it. I think I need to get back to my practice, I said as the scotch began to make its effect known. Oh, I don't think that would be a very good idea. Your clinic is in the middle of an excellent path for a new highway, and the eminent domain papers are ready to be delivered. What? We don't know shit about this galaxy we find ourselves living in, and you have an inside track to learn more. Investigate this mark of the Curators with your friend Kay. We will pay you fabulously well. It is one of the few things our mostly incurious new friends are very curious about. And frankly, we are pretty curious here too. You see, it's not the races the Curators have groomed that we fear. They have all settled at a tech level we think we can match in a few decades, and have already exceeded in some areas. Beyond our worry about what our own assholes would do with their technology, it's the Curators themselves that we fear. We don't know why they curate, and we don't know why they didn't curate us. We don't know the extent of their power. They are obviously active in the present day, and we don't know what they might do when they realize we have appeared on the galactic stage. I'm just a dermatologist, I protested. You want me to suddenly be James Bond? Oh, we want you to be far more than just James Bond. Bond didn't have to deal with a galaxy full of alien species. Hell, he only went into low Earth orbit once in the movies. You've already visited and named 2 alien worlds orbiting other stars. And it turns out you are just what your species needs, because it is a mark on the skin that is at the core of all of this. We don't know anything about the Curators, and we don't know much about the few aliens we've met. But we know a lot about ourselves, and we know that even though we weren't curated, we come from the same basic curator tree of life they do. And one thing I know about humans is that when we put a mark on something, it's often because we think we own it. So it was that a week later I was on another rocket shuttle, headed back to Kay's fold ship and the world I had named Seville. But this time I did something that was expressly forbidden in the densely worded contract I had once signed. I loaded up some carefully selected apps and files and packed my cell phone and a solar charger. While we were still falling through the gravity well of one of the Seville system's gas giants in order to match velocity for Seville orbit, I invited Kay to my stateroom and showed it the phone. You asked me a question on my last visit and I wasn't able to answer, I said. This time I brought the answer. I navigated to the phone's video gallery and queued up a documentary on the manufacture of modern integrated circuits. Kay's dermis was brown when the video started, but slowly turned dark red, then bright red as it watched. Kay made a gesture and I demonstrated the touch control to pause the playback. How is this thing getting video data from Earth? It isn't. It's self-contained. You have an entire video stored in a device this size. It's much worse than that. I flipped the phone over and popped the cover, revealing the memory chip the size of a human fingernail. This video, and about 100 more, are stored in that. How in the cosmos is this possible? The video you are watching explains that. Kay started watching again. Silicon plates were cut, polished, vacuum deposited, exposed, etched, rinsed. And then it was done again, with slightly different chemicals. And again, and again. Kay paused the video. How accurately do these things have to be registered each time they put them back in the vacuum chamber? It's in the video intro, but I think this is a 20 nanometer process. So quite a bit less than that, obviously. They use optical methods, in this case with ultraviolet light, to keep the wavelength as short as possible. And they do this how many times? The video explains it. I think there are about 30 steps in this process. And this works. You are holding the result in your hands. Kay finished the video, its dermis almost glowing fluorescent green by the time it was done. How many of these machines can your species produce? Just about every one of us gets a new one every year or two as they improve. But that means you must make billions of them by this convoluted and insane process. And we do just that. The plant where those chips are made cost over $1 billion to build, and it's just one of many that are necessary to make these devices. The penalty did not translate. I thought about it a bit. It represents the directed effort of tens of thousands of humans focused on nothing else for at least a year. I recognized that it was Kay's turn to be thoughtful. How on earth do you get your people to put in that kind of effort to make things like this? We give them tokens which they can exchange for things like this, called money. You need money for other things which your people seem to take for granted. So my people are motivated to do what they can to get a supply. Kay, I know you were one of the negotiators dealing most frequently with my people. Didn't we tell you about any of this? No, nothing like this. Nothing about this system you have. Do you mean that basic life necessities like food and water are tied to this money system? I nodded, a gesture I knew Kay understood. We call it capitalism. It's been pretty successful. It sounds distressingly coercive. Well, truthfully it is. But nobody gave us the gifts your people got, so we had to come up with something. Come to think of it, I have no idea where your technology comes from either. We hid nothing from your people. We assumed your leaders would inform you. On Earth, that's not always a good assumption. I've shown you mine, Kay. How can I learn about your technology? I know exactly who you need to talk to. 2 days later, the fold ship had made orbit. The shuttle had taken us to the surface, and Kay was introducing me to one of Seville's top nanite assembly researchers. The walls of the office were lined with what seemed to be electron micrographs. We started the meeting by letting it watch the video on my phone. This is remarkable, it said. Kay has alerted me to this device's prodigious memory capacity, but how is it powered? Chemical battery, I said. I popped the cover and showed it. It's dying, though, at about 50% capacity. I brought a device which can recharge it, but it needs a source of very bright light, like sunshine. Oh, we can accommodate you for that, the researcher said. It has never occurred to anyone in millions of years to try anything like the production effort this video portrays. The number of ways for things to go wrong would simply be seen as silly, and using nanites is so much easier. I brought him here so he can see our methods, Kay said. Ah, well, behold. It led me to one of the wall posters and tapped it. This is a single nanite, possibly the greatest gift of the Curators since we became sapient. It was a cube with some patterns on its sides. Is that an electron micrograph? How big is it? After some dickering with the translator, we established that yes, it was a scanning electron micrograph, and the nanite was about 400 nanometers on edge. A single nanite isn't good for much, though, the researcher said. Here is the simplest structure we know of which can create more nanites. It consists of about 500 nanites itself, and it doesn't actually do anything with the nanites it creates, although other processes can use them. What does it use as raw materials? Ultraviolet light for energy, silicon dioxide which it separates into oxygen and silicon, and trace elements dissolved in a surrounding fluid. It's not hard to arrange. Our immature young are encouraged to make a nanite nursery as part of their education. And what can they do? They can be electronic amplifying or digital computation elements or structural elements. They can store electrical energy and emit light. Practical assemblies require hundreds of thousands, millions, or even more nanites, but arbitrarily large numbers of them can be self-assembled from simple materials as part of a larger construction process. Most of our buildings are made of them, since it's so much easier to let the building build itself than to maneuver heavy materials into place. I had noticed that for all their high tech, neither Seville nor Pompeii had buildings higher than 10 or 15 stories. What's the tensile strength of a block of nanites? After more dickering with the translator, we established it was about 4,000 psi. Our structural steel is about 10 times stronger than that, I said. But what do you have to do to make it? We melt it. What's it made of? Iron and nickel. I had been thinking of information technology and had not thought to bring a video of a foundry or steel mill. You melt metals in quantities large enough to make a building. All the time. I suppose this takes the directed coordination of thousands of humans, too? Yes, that's kind of how we do everything. Surely you have things that aren't made of nanites. Well, obviously we can't eat them, but much of our agriculture is run by machines that are made of them. They are capable of precise positioning and selective chemical selection, so we can use them to make plastics and other chemicals. And we use those for most things nanites are a bit rough or overkill for, such as pipes and utensils. Tell me something. Your young can make nanites. Can they make advanced things with them? If they want to. The designs are openly available. What about the fold drive? Well, of course, it's made of nanites. It takes a lot of them, but it's not hard to get a lot of nanites. Of course, there's not much point making a fold drive on the surface of the planet since you'd fold off a pretty big crater if you tried to use it. And the fold drive can fold your world into its star by accident. Well, the Curators gave us the configuration constants, so there's no danger of that for us. What if someone decided to do it deliberately? Well, nobody would do that because it would be suicide. I decided that was probably a good place to say, okay, thanks, and end the conversation. There were obviously a lot of things my fellow humans had not told these folks about us. Later, Kay presented at my door with a container of something called Royal Salute, which turned out to be another stupidly expensive scotch they could easily duplicate from a few sample drops. You are hiding something, Kay accused correctly. You've learned a lot about us, I said, trying to deflect. You're trying to deflect, Kay said. Dealing with totally honest people is really a strange but also addictive thing. Some of my people would deliberately use the fold drive to kill us all, I said. Oh, we've known that for a few years. It doesn't seem like anyone I've dealt with except you knows this. We really don't know what to do about it, and it is kind of terrifying. Many of your people are brilliant and noble, but many others are very ill. I nodded gravely. Maybe we should blame the Curators for ignoring us. Kay held up its glass in the gesture it had learned from me. I met it with mine and clinked. We have no idea why you were denied, Kay said, but everyone among us thinks it was wrong. It has left you with challenges we cannot imagine, and you have met those challenges with solutions we could not imagine either. That will be a great thing to know if humanity survives this. It is not your race I worry about, Kay said to my surprise. I am what your people call a diplomat. I have traveled the galaxy and met members of thousands of species. We all have the same nanites, the same fold drive, the same moon stabilizing our world. We all breathe oxygen and are built by DNA. As different as our species are, you and I share at least 50% the same DNA because of the Curators. Kay tossed back its drink, and I realized it had been drinking quite a bit before it came to my room. Are you all right? I asked. I don't think any of us are all right now, Kay replied. As far as we have always known, nanites and the fold drive are the peak achievements of technology. This has been the case for close to 8 billion of your Earth years. We have no idea what the Curators might have held out on us. After all, they must have somehow made the first few nanites. I never really thought about that much until you showed me the fabrication video. At some point, the Curators must have been like you. After all, nobody curated them either. Kay kicked back its drink and quietly exited. And I realized, having studied its species, that its violet dermis meant Kay had just said goodbye. I would never see Kay again. Although Kay wouldn't take my calls after our last meeting, I got along well with the director of the civilian nanite lab, who took it upon itself to give me a thorough overview of its craft while I waited for the fold ship to make its scheduled return to Earth. It turns out there are over 100 types of nanite, including several which aren't intended to become part of a final structure. Orchestrating the dance of nanites to build a macroscopic structure, particularly a large one like a building, is a feat on the order of any kind of engineering humans have ever done. The one thing that is constant about nanites is their 400 nanometer edgewise cubical structure. It is that standard that makes the whole thing flow. Along the way, I took pictures of all the electron micrograph posters and even went on a couple of field trips to see and take phone video of the construction process. A couple of days before departure, I finally dared ask about the fold drive, and found my circumspection on the topic had been unnecessary. My host proudly told me there were 4 species of nanites that had no other purpose than to make critical parts of the fold generators, and while they knew the math and they knew the operating principle, they didn't really have a way to make that kind of hardware without using the original nanites which had been given to them by the Curators. Finally, over glasses of another stupidly expensive earth brandy, I said I was curious about how the Curators intervene. The civilian I had fallen into the habit of calling L said that if I wanted to observe Curator activity, I really needed to find a world on the critical path between the introduction of agriculture and writing and the final maturation of space travel and the fold drive. That is the interval when the Curators are most active in a species' development, it said. It's a very clear thing from the archaeological record. Most active in most races' development, I kind of scowled. Ah yes, our friend Kay told me. I have no explanation and hope you find one that is satisfactory. It turned out the civilians were aware of several such current critical path races, but there was no fold ship service to their worlds because the Curators enforced a quarantine. Later on Earth, the director of our fold ship project and several of his top aides listened intently to my account of all of this. They solemnly copied the photos off my phone and didn't even warn me about showing them around or talking about what had happened. "We really appreciate what you are doing," he said. "I'm not sure what I'm doing. I think you might be becoming our first ambassador to the galaxy." Later, on what I thought at first was a random walk through the facility, we came to a large machine. "We are pretty sure this would solve our largest problem," he said. "It is a fold suppressor. The universe doesn't actually like folds to come in contact, and it can be stopped. The math is sound, and we're pretty sure it can't be overcome. The problem is it would also take us out of the interstellar community if we deployed it. Fold ships could always slow down and come close by some other method. They really have no other method. Their fold ships are so large they have no other practical drive than the fold generator itself, and if we disable that, they would be helpless as they crashed in our gravity well. None of them would ever risk coming near such a thing. I might still feel safer with this thing running if our own people start making fold drives." "Exactly, which is why we built and tested it. But we think something better is possible." We walked some more and came to a cavernous space being prepped for construction. "This is where we are going to build the fold span limiter." I didn't want to sound stupid, so I just looked inquisitive. The director smiled. "The extent of the fold field in 3-dimensional space is mostly determined by the mass surrounding the original fold point. It establishes a resonance in 10-dimensional space which fixes the size of the fold. Given a mostly solid spherical mass surrounding the fold point, the usual dimension is about 3 times the radius of the physical mass. So that's why if you fold off of the planet, you take the whole planet with you. It's a bit more complicated. If you don't know what you're doing, you take the whole planet. But even if you know the constants and start at the surface, you take a chunk about the size of a large stadium. Still doesn't sound very practical. It's not. The thing is, the same principle that makes it possible to suppress the fold should also make it possible to limit the span of a fold. We are pretty sure we can make this thing, and we are working on it 24/7. It would let us allow fold ships to visit without allowing either our own crazies or anyone else to fold us off into the sun. Basically, it would only suppress folds that aren't properly configured. "Sounds like a worthwhile project," I observed neutrally. "Not our most important, though," he said. We walked some more, finally through a garage door into the outdoors. We walked up to what I recognized as a 2-seat trainer VTOL jump jet. "Behold mankind's first starship," my host said. "This thing has a fold drive? I thought the fold drive itself was bigger than this whole airplane." "It is if you make it with nanites. Our fabrication methods are flat but much finer. Our fold drive is about 1/2 meter across. We chose this jet because its pressurization system wasn't hard to enhance for full vacuum. It can fall into the atmosphere and glide to the ground, then jump and fly high enough to safely fold out of the atmosphere with very little fuel. Have you ever flown it? There's someone I want you to meet." I saw that a woman in uniform was walking toward us. He made introductions. "First human ambassador to the stars, meet our first starship pilot." "I've taken it to every world in the solar system," she said as we shook hands. "Let me tell you, Pluto is weird." I looked at the director. "Oh, we've recorded good scientific data, although we'll have to be careful releasing it," he said. "Within a few years, everyone will know about this, but for now it's one of our biggest secrets." "I'm not sure I'm getting used to this." I said with a bit of a morbid chuckle. Oh, it's about to get a lot worse. Your next assignment is to go to one of the critical path worlds the civilians told you about and find evidence of curator activity. Which one? I figured I would leave that decision to you. I haven't been out of the solar system yet, my pilot said reassuringly. Looking forward to it. So the very next day I was over 100 light-years from Earth, this time in a craft made entirely by human industry, with a pilot who was having way too much fun as she folded us in and out of planetary gravity wells to check and match velocities. Finally, we folded into the upper atmosphere of a world that looked a lot like Earth, Seville, or Pompeii. We'll be on the ground in about half an hour, Em said from the front seat. We won't burn up. We don't have orbital velocity. We'll fall until we can glide, then I'll start the engines to land us. This all went according to plan until we landed in a clear area and popped the cockpit bubble. Aren't we the first humans on this world? I asked as Em took off her pressure mask. Of course, the aliens don't come here and this is the only human starship. Well then how is it that there's a human being standing at the edge of the clearing? He gave the appearance of a well-groomed British gentleman, and he watched quietly as we stowed our gear and departed the starcraft. Once we were on the ground, he approached and offered his hand, which we each shook cordially. Em deferred to me as I was supposed to be the ambassador. I thought we were the first humans here, I said with an attitude of respect and slight surprise. Oh, but you are, he said with a smile. We perfected the art of walking among our children eons ago. If I presented at any of your most advanced hospitals, they would never suspect I am an alien, but I am in fact one of those you call curators. We came here to find you, I said. I know. Earth is my normal assignment, obviously, but I was tasked to come here and intercept you when we realized you were going to break quarantine. Your cosmic acquaintances are both young species, like you barely out of quarantine themselves, and they did not understand and therefore communicate just how dangerous this is. Why? We do not care much about what happens to species that have not reached the start of the critical path. They live and die all the time, accomplishing nothing, arousing no interest. And we consider it a duty of those species that have completed the critical path and gained space travel to learn to deal with the challenges they will find in the vastness of space and myriad interactions of interstellar commerce. Should you attempt a rampage of conquest, they should be able to defend themselves. But the species on the critical path are interesting to us, but vulnerable to premature influences and not yet able to defend themselves against invaders armed with high technology. We do not want you to recruit or proselytize them or impose an order here. We want these beings to define their own order, refine it, reinforce it, then take it to the galaxy to participate in the vast garden that we have been creating for almost 8 billion of your Earth years. Em spoke up. You don't seem to have cared much for us on our critical path, she said with a sharp tone of bitterness. Your belligerence worried us, the curator said unfazed. You are far more willing to murder your brothers and sisters than is usual. We decided to develop you slowly so you might have time to mature beyond this impulse. But it happened that every time we thought it was a suitable time for a development, you had either done it already yourselves or were about to. In the latter cases, we allowed you to advance on your own so you could own your achievement. For all your troubles, your species has made remarkable accomplishments. Even though you made it from a murder weapon, your craft here is a wonderfully and uniquely small and maneuverable starship. It didn't occur to you to intervene to help us with our belligerence rather than leave us to our own devices. He shrugged. It was a judgment call. Your rate of advancement has been startling. We underestimated the effect the threat of mutual murder would have even on those of you not inclined so much to fratricide, since you had to defend yourselves against the dangerous minority. Of course, your dangerous ones tend to find high office in your political systems, which is an ongoing problem. For eons, our policy has been one of mostly non-intervention. Sometimes our children kill themselves instead of developing. It's a natural part of what we are trying to encourage. We have had other murderous children, but none so technologically successful as yourselves. And now we have the fold drive. Yes, it will be interesting to see what you do with it. It is as dangerous as it is useful. Only a handful of species in all of our experience have ever gone to the trouble to build nuclear weapons. The ability to make a big, messy, poisonous explosion is rather unimpressive next to what a fold drive can do, and most of our children get the fold drive without ever building the massive industrial works you have made. And with nanites, any individual person who wants to can make a fold drive. Exactly. So what happens next? You leave this world and don't come back to any critical path quarantine world. We mostly consider you your own and our children's problem, but we will not tolerate interference in our gardening. The civilians misled you on one point because they don't know the truth themselves. Our standards are reasonable, and none of our children have been stupid enough to fold their homeworld into its star by accident once we gave them the proper configuration parameters. But a few worlds have been folded into their stars. We do not seek to create an ordered, formal garden. We want to be surprised by our children. Nothing would be more boring and pointless to us than a galaxy full of life that we designed, performing to some perfect specification. But even so, once in a while we do have to weed. Is that a threat? M asked sharply. Just a warning. Our requirements are few and reasonable. I will give you half an hour to depart. If you do not, you will never see Earth again. And he disappeared into thin air. What the hell? M rushed forward and pawed the ground where he had been standing. Tell me he didn't fold out from the surface of a planet. He folded out. He didn't take any of the vegetation or leave anything of himself. There was no air pressure pop. How the hell did he do that? Come on, we have to leave. We have to find out how he did that. And we never will if he folds us off to the other side of the galaxy, which I think is what he was implying if we don't leave. He just showed us something extremely valuable. And what's that? We are nowhere near being able to do anything like this. No, but now that we know it's possible, we can start trying to figure out how he did it. As I climbed down from the thing that had once been just an airplane, it hit me hard that this was a starship, a human-built and human-owned starship, and we had just taken it to a world circling another star without any help from anybody. They hadn't put a lot of effort into cosmetic customization, and it was still the same drab semi-camo olive green they love for subsonic warplanes that don't have the sexy new stealth stuff going for them. I realized the Foldship project had probably rescued it from a scrap pile. Does this thing have a name? I asked Em as she secured her gear. We call it the test article, she said with a shrug. It's the only one of its kind we have. Well, it won't be for long. Do you think it's a good idea for the history books to say we just took humanity's first self-propelled trip to another star in the test article? She looked at the craft thoughtfully. Well, I hear you're the namer of alien worlds. What would you call it? I'd favor Firefly, except that's kind of used. Wait, it's green and we went from the ground here to the ground there. How about Grasshopper? She looked at the craft thoughtfully, then motioned for me to follow. We winded among aircraft, mostly in various states of disassembly, until we got to a mechanics area. Are the paint guys here? Em asked loudly. Yeah, we're here. Can I get the name Grasshopper painted on the Fold Project test article? By whose authority? I'm the aircraft's commander. Once the higher-ups realized what had happened, Em and I were separated for debriefing. Since we hadn't thought to record it, they went over our conversation with the curator until everyone was sure we had it right syllable for syllable, and different sketch artists worked from our descriptions. Finally, we were reunited in a conference room where we faced about 30 people, mostly scientists and engineers with military backgrounds, before the director. This is not a tribunal or anything like that, the director told us. We just need to figure out where we stand, and you're at the focal point right now. Em and I both nodded. How serious is the threat these curators pose? Em gave me an, I'm just the pilot look. Of course, in addition to being a test pilot, she was a graduate-level physicist and part of the team that had built the fold drive. But of the two of us, I was apparently the diplomat. If we piss them off enough, it's existential, I said. But I think he wanted to make it clear that it would also be hard to piss them off that much and fairly easy to keep them uninterested in us. Going to a quarantined critical path world is one of the few things they really care about. And what was the nature of the threat he made if you would have stayed? I looked at Em. He threatened to fold us off to the other side of the galaxy. We would have had no way to navigate home or even to find nearby habitable worlds. It would have been a death sentence. But not a threat to Earth, not to fold us into the sun. Not in that case, but he did make it clear that it had gone that far before with a few other species. Sometimes they do have to weed their galactic garden. The voices changed, but the tone didn't really. These were mostly military personnel, and they didn't like the idea of limits being placed on them. What does it take to piss them off that much? I'm not sure I want to know, I said. Do we really need to push them? The director spoke up. In all our talks with aliens, none have ever mentioned a conversation like this with a curator. They get gifts, but never interaction. Not even the most distant stories or legends of such an encounter. No hint that they know or even think that the curators walk among them in disguise. We'll have to follow this up, but I have to think this was a pretty extraordinary intervention on their part. He called the ship wonderful and unique, M said. I had the impression he was using our language very precisely. J. I agree, I said. Those were the only superlatives he used except for the ones describing our fetish for murder. The test article is just a tiny test ship not even capable of docking with another vessel or carrying passengers in proper spacesuits, someone in the audience said. It doesn't even make a proper substitute for our rocket shuttles to their fold ships. What could possibly make it so extraordinary? M seemed to be looking into some far place. It's a grasshopper, she said. What? Jay did his naming thing again, the director said. The test article is being named Grasshopper for whatever reason. M is its commander, so it's her right and decision. We departed the surface of a planet, folded and landed on the surface of another planet. They can't do that. None of them can do that. Isn't that right, Jay? M had never met an alien other than the Curator, but I had spent hundreds of hours talking to them. I think you might be right. It's a self-contained ship that can leave from the surface of a world, fold to another and land on its surface. All their fold ships require ground support to do transport from ground to orbit. We don't even need to orbit because we can just drop into the atmosphere and land on the damn surface. Her eyes got wider. And the Curators do it their own way with the even higher technology. We crossed a barrier they set for their children in a way they didn't expect. She took a sip of water. They've been doing this curation thing for 8 billion years and they've never seen it before, she said in a tone of awe. That seems like exactly what happened, I said. I was there and she's right. The Curator was impressed and he was establishing position. I took a sip of water. He made a point of mentioning that he could pass for human even in a hospital. I think he meant that for me, since I'm a doctor. He knew I was a doctor. He wanted to remind me that they have a very fine degree of control over biology, as if the mark of the Curators hadn't suggested that. Forgive me, rocket scientists, but I think getting to the stage of disguising yourself as an alien life form effectively enough to present at an alien hospital is probably a bit harder than even making a fold drive. Could your visitor have simply been human? If so, one well-equipped with alien technology, well-versed in their technology and culture and ready to go to action in a matter of days. As M mentioned the precision of his language, I also tend to think he wouldn't do prevarication. The Curators operate from a point from which such unpleasantness just isn't necessary. When you really have the power, you don't have to misrepresent what you can do. We need to carefully explore our options, the director said. While I'm currently more worried by what our own idiots would do with a fold drive, we may have made a faux pas here. What are the permitted parameters? We don't need another threat from godlike aliens. If I may offer a suggestion, a very old gentleman said from the back of the room. Unlike most of the participants, he wasn't wearing a uniform. As I understand, we have visited 2 types of alien world. A few civilized worlds with space travel and now a critical path world, with a species transitioning from agriculture to space travel. Did the alien not say they didn't care about worlds that hadn't reached the critical path? That is exactly what he said, M and I said more or less simultaneously. So we humans completed the critical path much faster than normal, but it normally takes at most 100,000 or maybe even 1,000,000 years. And of course those worlds which have completed the critical path are potential enemies if we try to invade them. But the Earth was habitable for beings such as ourselves for most of 500 million years before we finally emerged to start on our own critical path. The Curators have been making worlds like the Earth all over the galaxy for eons. It seems that many, maybe even most of those worlds in the habitable zone with properly placed moons and water and introduced life must be somewhere between our Cambrian explosion and the rise of our own agricultural ancestors. So, if I am reading this transcript right, I think we were just offered those worlds if we want them. Em and I looked at one another and our eyes widened in recognition. The Curator had told us the worlds we weren't allowed to go to and the worlds he expected to challenge us if we threatened them. He hadn't mentioned that there were a lot of others nobody cared about waiting to be explored or even colonized. The negative space in his warning was our gift. Why wouldn't the other aliens have gone to these worlds? Another voice asked. M seemed to grow about 1/2 meter and said, Because they can't get to the ground. The aliens' fold drives are big and their fold ships are too big to land, so they need to orbit, and they need ground-based support to travel from orbit to the surface. But we have a ship that can simply go to the ground and get back up without ground support on any world with an oxygen atmosphere. Which, I said, thanks to the Curators, should be a lot of them. It was suddenly obvious why the curator had called the grasshopper wonderful. "May I ask who you are?" M asked of the man who had made this suggestion. "Oh, I just wrote a couple of science fiction stories, but these guys liked them. Why can't the aliens make a craft like our grasshopper?" Another authoritative voice. "They make everything of nanites, so their methods are coarse. Nanites are seductively convenient, but once they bond themselves in place to make a larger thing, a lot of the underlying structure is still there for now mission-useless things like moving around and energy conversion and following the assembly plan. The coarseness limits the resolution of their fold operations. The smallest fold drive they can make is bigger than the entire grasshopper, and far too heavy to make a winged, much less VTOL surface landing. What about the alien folding off the world directly? If they made that fold drive by true nanoassembly, an atom at a time, that kind of precision should be possible in a device you could put in your pocket," another voice said. "We've been arguing in our group about whether that could ever be possible. I think our astronauts have given us a direction for research." I felt a bit of a swell at that. I wasn't just a dermatologist, even a world-famous one with celebrity clients. I was an astronaut. "Is that kind of assembly even possible?" someone asked. "The nanites do it themselves in the process of reproduction. They nano-disassemble one of their own kind and execute a gang copy operation, simultaneously making millions of atom-by-atom copies. This process is also how they copy things like small amounts of frozen food and drink. But the nanites cannot create new designs, only copy what already exists and in very small chunks. To make a pocket fold drive, you'd have to make an original design the size of, say, a balled fist all in one go. That involves a hell of a lot of atomic placements. It must be possible, though, if our witnesses are accurate." "There is another thing," someone else said. "The ability to make a fold drive implies the ability to detect fold operations at a distance. This is how the civilians found us. But all during our research, we have detected occasional hints of fold activity at close range and small scale. We have observed such events on almost a daily basis. We had written them off as noise or interference, but this suggests the possibility that we are detecting curator activity." The room erupted in a chorus of exclamations. The director had to pound his folding table to restore order. "Wouldn't the aliens have detected these activities? They build their fold drives in orbit and their resolution is low. For their equipment, it probably would be below the true noise threshold." "I think we have several courses for new action," the director almost shouted. "The fold drive team needs to look into these possible curator fold events. The nanite team needs to look into nano-assembly at larger scale and liaise with the fold team about what they might need you to be able to do to move forward. We have completed and are testing another actual fold drive assembly, with a third nearing completion, and we need to be considering what kind of craft to make with them. And our pilot and ambassador need to find us worlds we can safely explore and colonize." "How will we find them?" M asked. "I have a surprise of my own. At about the time you were leaving the critical path world, we received a gift from the Curators, apparently our first in a long time. He showed us a keychain memory unit. It was encrypted with our best algorithm, using our own administrative password, and placed on one of our most secure servers in a place where we couldn't fail to notice it. Our network guys were quite impressed, but if the Curators can really pass as human and fold past our security systems, it might not imply that great of a computer hacking ability. Anyway, it is a digital map of the galaxy. The instructions are in Esperanto and very clear. It lists every quarantined world and every developed world in the galaxy. I checked, and Earth is there. We are listed as developed and spacefaring, just like Seville and Pompeii. How does that help us find undeveloped worlds? Someone asked. The Curators have been curating worlds for eons. Given the incubation time, there should be plenty that aren't listed. If we find a world that's habitable and not on this list, it should be open. Finding Earth-like worlds is hard at interstellar distances, but not so hard when you can visit a star and flit about it with the full drive. Within 3 weeks, we had an instrumentation package for the Grasshopper that made it possible to map all the worlds of a candidate solar system within an hour or two by doing a dozen sky scans from the vertices of an imaginary icosahedron around the star. After that, our main immediate limitation was that we had only one craft to do both the sky surveys and ground investigations. Even so, within a month, M and I had found and walked on half a dozen Earth-like worlds, and nobody had challenged us about our presence on any of them. I had never been much of a camper, but M had to take a geologist on a mission to another world, and our newest starship was scheduled to arrive within a day. I awoke to the droning of the C-130's turboprop engines. I kicked the switch that turned on the battery-powered LED landing lights and got out of the tent in time to see a row of parachutes blossom in the morning sky. The boxcar couldn't land yet, having no landing strip, but that was also the purpose of this mission. As it popped off into the first fold back home, the last of the parachutes to emerge from the plane turned out to be lighter and more maneuverable than those floating pallets of tools and materials to the surface. One of those landed near me, and the serviceman saluted me as he advanced. "Sir, are you Ambassador J?" he asked earnestly. "Son, we are 80 light-years from the Earth, and my pilot is both female and on another mission, so that's kind of an obvious thing," I said dryly. A few minutes later, his commanding officer got to me. "Ambassador," he said simply with an outstretched hand, which I shook vigorously. "We are going to build you the finest damn airstrip this planet has ever seen," he said with a shark-like grin. "I appreciate that, but I hope you realize that's kind of a low bar to clear." We both laughed, and he turned around. "Men, let's get the quarters raised. The ambassador is probably tired of sleeping on the ground and eating MREs." Within a couple of hours, they had a large tent erected and were populating it with folding beds and tables. These were Seabees, the Navy's construction battalion, and they were doing what they had done on every corner of the Earth for nearly 100 years. A few hours later, I was being asked to address the men. "Ambassador J, have you chosen a name for this place?" the Admiral asked. "I have," I said. "Welcome to the world of Providence." There was applause. "So are we under the protection of God as we do our work here?" he asked a little later. "That's not actually why I chose the name," I said, but I didn't explain it just then. The men fanned out. There were both a small river and a limestone formation nearby, which were the main reasons our geologists chose this location for our first off-Earth project. The Seabees had brought everything else necessary to make a concrete airstrip. The process was scheduled to take about 2 weeks. "Boxcar seems like a rather prosaic name for our second starship," the Admiral said as we were dishing out a welcome meal of fried chicken and mashed potatoes. "Does it now?" I said. "You know, there was once a guy named Fred Bock who was commander of a B-29 in World War II. His craft was named Boxcar, and that was what was painted on its nose. And while Bock didn't pilot the mission, that was the plane that Charles Sweeney commanded to drop our second atomic bomb, Fat Man, on the city of Nagasaki. And let's face it, it's a cargo craft, so it basically is an airborne boxcar." The next day I heard a familiar engine scream, and Grasshopper landed near to our original small tent. I introduced Em and her geologist to the Seabees, and we had turkey and dressing for dinner. The boxcar returned about 3 times a day to drop more supplies by parachute. Eventually, the airstrip began to emerge, starting as a rough area graded by a couple of small all-terrain machines. Within a week, the concrete plant was making Portland cement, the grinder was making and sorting aggregate, and the batcher was mixing it all with water from the nearby stream to make concrete. Em had to go home for a report and offered to take me with her, but I wanted to see the airstrip construction through to completion. As it turned out, she was back before the airstrip was done, but it was well on its way, a flat strip of hard surface that would be over 3,000 meters long when it was ready. The boxcar kept returning, and dropping parachutes and generators, lighting and painting supplies were added to our kit. There was also wine and whiskey, and after a few days the Admiral asked me over dinner the inevitable question. "Why Providence?" "Well, it's the capital of Rhode Island," I said, "and of the 50 states you chose to honor Rhode Island by naming our first interstellar colony after its capital." "Providence was founded by Roger Williams after he got kicked out of Massachusetts," I said. "It was the first place where actual religious freedom was practiced in the New World. Before Williams, all the colonies were founded as theocracies." "That's pretty good. Williams must have been one forward-looking person." I actually snorted my bourbon. "Oh, on the contrary," I said, laughing out loud. "Roger Williams was one of the most horribly stubborn fundamentalists ever to live. He believed literally that only 144,000 people could ever get into heaven. He was kicked out of Massachusetts because the other Puritans considered him too extreme." Several seconds of awkward silence. Then the Admiral asked, "Well then, why did you name this world for his capital?" He reasoned that if God had placed his chosen few in the midst of so many of the damned, that it must mean that God must have meant for the chosen to find a way to live in peace among the damned. It meant that even the natives and other heathens should be taken seriously. Williams is the reason religious freedom was written into the Constitution of the United States. not because he believed all religion was valid, but because he believed it was his duty to live in peace among those damned to hell. As I finished saying that, I saw glasses being lifted into the air. "To Providence, then," a lot of men said in unison, and I raised my glass to join them. The next day, Boxcar finally landed on the world of Providence, and was followed shortly by the city of New Orleans, another starship that had once been a C-130, but unlike the Boxcar, was fitted for passenger rather than cargo service. One of the men who got off the New Orleans was an Army general. "You need to keep thinking of names," he said with a chuckle. "We're looking to buy a few surplus Boeing 747s. "I thought those had mostly been retired from service," I said. "Oh, they have. But the use case for them as long-distance aircraft on Earth isn't nearly as good as that for them as full-drive starships." Later that evening, I wandered out onto the airstrip and realized that it was really a lot larger than necessary for a C-130. The military guys were thinking ahead of the game and out of the box. This first airstrip humans ever built on another world was one that could readily accommodate a Boeing 747. One year later, the Starship Olympic departed from the passenger terminal at JFK like any other aircraft. As a VIP, I made my way to the upstairs lounge and was issued a pair of Velcro slippers. After the converted 747 took off, it climbed out over the Atlantic Ocean and at 3,000 meters began a series of fold transfers designed to minimize the amount of air we were taking with us into outer space. After about 10 of these, we were 100 kilometers up, and folded out to Neptune to spend 3 hours falling into its gravity well. Flight attendants took over, passing out alcoholic drinks in squeeze bulbs and Velcro slippers to those passengers who needed to visit the restrooms. The captain came on and announced how to view Neptune's moons, Triton and Nereid, and some surface storms that were visible. We now had over 30 runways and a half-dozen serviceable airports on more than a dozen extrasolar worlds, and we were just starting our galactic exploration. The new world of Pretoria had only had its airstrip for a couple of months and was still very undeveloped, although some special projects were underway that were considered a bit dangerous for a more populated world. M was waiting for me at the edge of the tarmac, and soon I had packed my little camping bag in Dragonfly, and we were off to an even newer and more distant world. We spent several days scouting sites for cities and airports and doing a little more than just camping together. It was all peaceful R&R until M woke me up in the middle of the night. "Jay, you need to go to the Grasshopper right now. Don't gather anything or hesitate. We have to get out of here." I had seen M in her role as a military officer a few times, and I knew better than to argue. We had parked Grasshopper far enough away to avoid knocking our tent down as it took off or landed. I was climbing into the rear seat when there was a bright flash of light, and I looked back to see our tent engulfed by a fireball. "What the? Quickly!" She was already in her seat, coping secured and starting the engines. As Grasshopper rose into the air, another bomb went off between the tent and our takeoff point. "Okay, why am I in the jump seat in my pajamas?" "Because you don't prefer to sleep naked. Also, Grasshopper monitors continuously for fold events now. I had some alarms set. We've never known quite what to look for, but there are a few things that we knew wouldn't be normal. There's a fold ship overhead, and it's not in orbit. It's positioned right over us to act as a bomber. Did we know the aliens could do that? We knew it was within the range of their demonstrated tech. We gamed out how it might work if we wanted to use their tech as a weapon. We didn't know if any of them had gone to the same trouble. These guys can obviously aim. Well, they missed the ship. Jay, I'm pretty sure they want to steal the ship. Wouldn't do them much good if they bombed it." She punched the fold drive and folded us straight out of the atmosphere to a point a few hundred miles away. Within a few seconds, the giant fold ship appeared distressingly close. M folded again, and the alien ship followed, appearing even closer. Well, they can track fold events, no big surprise there. What if you fold out further? I don't want to get too far from the planet. If they try any kind of energy or projectile weapon on us, we might have to make an unpowered re-entry. They're coming closer. M used the RCS jets to nudge us away, but the fold ship came after us. It wasn't as maneuverable as we were, but it had a lot more power at its disposal. Grasshopper's air-breathing engines don't function in vacuum, so in space it depends on the relatively small RCS rockets and batteries. Well, this is something I never expected to need so soon. You might want to close your eyes, Jay. Why? You don't have a welder's mask back there, and you don't want to be blinded. I closed my eyes, and despite that, my vision was blasted with white light. I threw an arm up to block it, and it barely helped. The light was hot and searing and ended as quickly as it had begun. When I was able to open my eyes, the alien ship was quite a bit further away, and there was a giant hole in its side. What in the name of the Curators was that? Well, you know those nifty little communicators they use so their not-so-smart tablets can phone home? They call them microfold generators. They're not capable of passing matter, only massless particles like photons, and only across a relatively limited transfer aperture. There's a project going on Pretoria to open one of those into the photosphere of the sun and use the solar energy to fire a steam-electric generating plant. Much more energy-dense than the aliens' methods, and we have all the other tech developed. Well, along come my people with their Mars hats on and… Wait a minute. Fuck, they're not in orbit. So? They're falling to the surface. They can't stop it. The suicidal idiots didn't give themselves orbital velocity, and now if they can't fold out, they're all going to die. My heart bleeds for them. Didn't they just try to kill us? Yes, and this is weird. Their fold drive still have some functionality, but it looks like, oh my god! She punched us out to well beyond the world's moon, just in time to watch the entire planet disappear in a brief explosion of sunlight. M took us back to Pretoria since that's where the grasshopper was expected. Fortunately, M's landing spot and Quonset hut were fairly remote from the airstrip's active area because I had to loan her my pajama top for us to get to her quarters. M doesn't like to wear bedclothes. What I don't understand, she said as we were getting dressed, is if they meant to steal Grasshopper, how they expected to get it back to their fold ship. It's the main reason we've gone unchallenged on all these worlds. With their nanite tech, the aliens could get down with a little imagination, but getting back up from the surface without infrastructure is their big problem. Perhaps I can help with that, a familiar voice said. He just appeared in the room like a ghost materializing where neither of us happened to be looking. I realize you want to report to your people, but at the moment I think it's rather more important for you to let us know what happened. The curator listened carefully as we related our story. When we were done, he said, I am afraid we bear some fault for this. We knew you were doing new things, but we failed to warn you of some of the hazards you might encounter. We really didn't expect for you to encounter raiders so soon, as their homeworld and usual operating theater is halfway around the wheel of the galaxy. But the news of your activities has traveled far, and they apparently decided your tech would be of benefit to them. Raiders? Not such a young species, but much like yourselves, belligerent and capable of great selfishness. The act of folding out the entire world when they realized they were doomed is typical. We mourn the loss of so much of our effort, particularly knowing you were thinking of making use of the place. But you say they're like us. Aren't we also a threat? It is a matter of debate among us, but at the moment we favor waiting and seeing. So far, your kind are making your destiny, not stealing it from others. I was greatly relieved that it wasn't your full drive that annihilated the planet. We've worked hard to make sure our drives can't be detuned that way. A few of our early ones still can, but we are scheduled to destroy them and replace them with more secure ones in the near future. See, that is a clear difference between yourselves and the raiders. They really do not see how the threat they pose looks to other species. You have individuals with that problem, but you also know that that is a problem. The raiders unfortunately have a thoroughgoing culture teaching that strength and victory are the only virtues. Great, Space Vikings. They also resemble your fictional Star Trek Klingons. You mentioned earlier you had some idea how they plan to get Grasshopper up to their ship. Yes, you noticed they don't believe in making orbit on a raid. If they can conduct a raid in a few minutes, they can do it in the time their ship takes to fall only a short distance toward the surface. And matching surface velocity instead of making orbit makes their operations fast. It's much easier to get something to space than to orbit, as your species has learned to great precision, and the raiders have guided solid-fuel rockets capable of doing that job for modest payloads. And strategically it gives them an advantage because if their ship is over a city, you don't dare disable it even if you could. Had their raid gone as planned, after killing you they would have strapped solid fuel boosters to the Grasshopper and flown it out of the atmosphere, where their fold ship could engulf it at low relative velocity before folding off. We have to get serious about building defenses, M said. We have to worry a bit about our other children. The raiders aren't coming for your other children, M said decisively. We have something they want, and they know it. And now we have to make sure they don't ever get it. You have spread yourselves a bit thin, the curator warned. Only because we didn't know. We have 10 billion people. We have over 100 mothballed 747s waiting to be turned into starships. And we're making a fold drive every month now. Tell me something. How many fold ships does the typical spacefaring species maintain? 3 would be considered an extravagant fleet. They are like your naval aircraft carriers, self-contained worlds. Before this incident, we believe the raiders had 8. I don't think we're going to be doing it that way. If you don't mind, I think I need to get to Earth and talk to some people about this. By all means. M stormed out, and minutes later I heard Grasshopper firing up. Ambassador, how do you feel about all this? The raiders are murderous, I said. We used to be. And some of our individuals still are, but people like M are going to try to harness this power without giving it to the barbarians to use to burn the galaxy down. We will give you your chance then, he said. Just be aware that there is a certain point at which we will have no choice but to intervene, even if it means burning all of your works down. I just nodded, and he disappeared. I returned to Earth commercially, again on the converted 747 Olympic. I wondered as I boarded how many of those original Boeing engineers were still around, and how it would feel for them to know that their 1960s-era aircraft had been saved from the scrap heap by their usefulness as starships. On the flight home, well, it's not really a flight. It's more a fall into Neptune's gravity well to adjust our velocity to match that of Earth. I used sticky pads to organize some of the documents M and I had assembled about our still unnamed new world. Some of those related to files on my tablet computer, and I spent some time watching them. Everything we had gone to the trouble to record. The pond where we had had a romantic frolic, the beaches where we had run, the dramatic mesa where we had envisioned high-altitude runways, and of course every living thing. All of it was gone in a fraction of a second. Part of me wanted to delete the files and burn the documents, but another part of me realized these were now the only records left of this world. A world as vibrant and habitable as Earth had been just 100,000 years ago before humans entered the critical path that would now ever exist. I did not realize I was quietly sobbing until a man in uniform pushed a drink on me. I know, he said. I trained M at Edwards. You aren't a warrior, Jay. This is an awful thing for you to have to bear. I tasted the squeeze bulb. It was good old uncut Jack D. Not sure how this fixes anything, I sniffled. Some things you can't fix, the general said. All you can do is leave them as best as you can manage. You're a good man, a better man for this than most of my colleagues. I finally looked across and realized that I was talking to a senior cabinet member. I had never met anyone within 3 pay grades of him, despite what I had been doing with the aliens. I don't know what to do with this stuff, I said, unable to think of anything else. Well, preserve it, of course. Given your brief time there, it will make a rather small and obviously inadequate museum. But in my line of work, we consider memory important. When you are trained to kill things, you have to understand them to be able to kill them. And sometimes when you come to understand a thing, you realize that killing it is not the correct solution. And sometimes you realize the wrong thing happened, and you need to be reminded and your students taught how it happened so we can avoid doing it again. I composed myself a bit and nodded. I realized that he had used the word students with some deliberation. I did not consider myself a teacher, but entire worlds of people would study and judge what I was doing. Then the captain announced that we were about to fold earthward, and gravity would become a bit unpredictable as we fell into the thin upper atmosphere, so we should all strap in. Back on Earth, I saw that of a line of 6 747s lined up at Jetways 4 were starships. Humans were doing amazing things, but at what risk? I soon got another shock. The man who had comforted me on the ship had actually been sent to retrieve me. The civilian fold ship had returned early, and their ambassador was demanding to meet with me, not anyone else. We only had one 747 fold shuttle, the specially modified Crossbridge, which could dock with the civilians. We had obviously stopped using chemical rockets once we got the fold drives working reliably on converted aircraft. Crossbridge was an awkward craft with a big telescoping tube sticking out of its rear to meet the docking ring, and an extra-large RCS system. We were working on other solutions, but it had been a bit of a quick hack. Kay, I said in astonishment as the airlock opened. I wish I could say it gives me pleasure to see you again, Kay said, but I'm afraid it is the opposite. I know, we have a situation. I have prevailed on our council to halt our excursions to your world. We will no longer visit Earth. I wanted to tell you this directly. Why? Jay, your kind have destroyed a fold ship and a world. I hope you are proud of yourselves. That's not exactly fair. We were attacked and we didn't fold the planet off. We've been making sure our fold drives can't do that. Yours aren't the only fold drives, though. Ours, the only ones we have ever known, cannot be locked down as you suggest. You have attracted raiders to our part of the galaxy. You have created new weapons. Before you arrived, the raiders were a contained threat. Now, if they get your fold drive, they could be far more dangerous. And that's not even to consider your fold ship destroying sunlight cannon, made from our communicator technology. We do not need this excrement in our domicile. I'm sorry you feel that way, but you have destroyed an equilibrium which has been stable for more than 1 billion of your years. That was in place before the Curators told your single-celled ancestors how to assemble themselves into multicellular structures. I just wish we could go back in time and let you destroy yourselves instead of helping you. We weren't going to destroy ourselves, Kay. Even the small danger of folding our dead world Mars into the sun was past by the time you noticed us. We'll just see how that works out for you then, from a distance. And my old friend Kay, to whom I had once bared my entire body so it could confirm there was no mark of the Curators, turned on its awkward-looking insectoid heels and stalked off. For the next 2 days, I busied myself organizing our records of the destroyed world. I wasn't sure where the museum would be or how it would be accessed, but the general had asked me to preserve them, so I preserved them. Finally, Em returned from her debriefing with the Fold Ship Project people. "We have to get over this," she said when she saw how upset I was. "I just saw a planet destroyed," I snapped. "How do I get over that? It might not hurt that our guys have the fold span limiter working. So Earth is safe. Our personal curator even stopped by to assure me that it is an elegant solution that fortunately doesn't limit their activities. They would have been a bit upset if we had deployed the fold inhibitor instead. Would it have inhibited their really advanced fold fields? A fold is a fold, and if you can't make it, it doesn't matter what the target aperture is. He was very polite about it, but hinted that they would have had no choice but to destroy a functioning inhibitor. I also got the strong impression that nobody, including the curators themselves, had ever considered trying to build a span limiter, probably because they were depending on self-interest and the lack of remote control to discourage anyone from turning a fold drive into a weapon that way, and also possibly because making a span limiter out of nanites is either unworkable or impossible. They can fold themselves off from the surface of a planet without disturbing the air or the grass they're standing on, but we made better technology than theirs. It's different. Just as our air-breathing jet starships are different from anything else any of them have done in billions of years, because none of them have ever had a good reason to build a jet engine, and you can't build one with nanites. The general on the Olympic had left me the last half of the bottle of Jack Daniels, and I poured myself another glass. "This is some crazy shit, and I'm not sure I know how to deal with it," I said to the wall with my back turned to her. "Jay," she said softly, touching my shoulder, "I was trained to kill people by pushing a button from 5 clicks up. Nobody ever trained you that way. You just wanted people to feel better about themselves by giving them clearer skin." And she hugged me and made a sound that is half laugh and half sob. "How we will ever get through this?" I asked her. "Let's start by having some pancakes." I busied myself working with Em and her colleagues on a number of working groups, trying to figure out how to best defend Earth and our new colonies, and to deal with our suddenly dubious position within the galactic culture. Then one night I woke up stone-cold alert straight out of a dream as if I'd been ejected from it, and woke Em up by shouting, "I know how to fix this." Em stirred in her sleep and said, "Fix it in the morning." In the morning I went to the facility commander and told him I wanted to make a proposal to everyone at once. I had been something of a hotshot alien specialist before being attacked by aliens myself, so this was given some priority. After another week, we filled a conference room with scientists, engineers, military brass, and a couple of politicians. I had told them only that I had a possible comprehensive solution to our raider problem, and I wanted to present it all at once so it could be digested, challenged, and defended all at once. "We have big problems," I opened. "We know we can kill a raider ship and prevent it from folding our world into the sun, but we also know they like to park their fold ships stationary with respect to the ground so that they fall if they can't fold out. And a 3-mile-wide fold ship is a hell of a falling object. It's not fair, but the civilians have ostracized us, and there is a limit to what we can ask of the Pompeians, much less the other races we have even less contact with. And we all know how much help we've gotten from the Curators." I paused for a moment. "I have a simple proposal. I know it will sound strange, but I ask you to hear me out. I propose that we find the raiders and give them everything they tried to steal, and at least one more thing beyond that. To call what happened next in that room pandemonium would be to do it a disservice." In the front row, Em regarded me with eyes widened by shock, and the cabinet member who had come to Pretoria to fetch me regarded me with strange calm. He eventually got up, joined me on stage, pulled a service pistol, and fired it into the ceiling. I was thinking it must be loaded with blanks when I felt bits of plaster falling on my head. "Shut the fuck up and let's hear him out," he said. Then he turned to me and said, "This better be good, son." "First," I said, "we need to talk about Vikings." And I talked about Vikings and many other things, and there were protests and challenges and counter-arguments. And after 4 hours, a speaker phone call to the White House. And after that, the decision was made to follow my recommendation. I was pleasantly surprised to find the door to M's dorm unlocked. She had even gotten a fresh bottle of bourbon. Moving in silence, she made me a drink and handed it to me. "I hope you aren't. Part of me wants to kill you," she said in a tone that made it very clear she would be quite capable of doing that if sufficiently inspired. She poured herself a drink. "And the other part of you?" She knocked the entire drink back. I had the sense she had done that a few times before I arrived. "That part knows you're right. God help us. Did someone call for help?" a familiar voice asked. "I thought you hardly ever communicated directly with your children," M said. "You have proven more extraordinary than most. I would not have missed that presentation for anything. Very surprising, of course. Not at all what any of us expected. And what would you think of your troublesome raider children spreading out through the galaxy? As with yourselves, as long as they do not molest the critical path worlds, we don't care. Developed worlds have everything the raiders do. And as for the others, our mandate is carbon-based intelligent life on as many worlds as possible. You and the raiders are both carbon-based intelligent life forms. And how many worlds get destroyed in the process? It has been over 1 billion years since a world was folded into its star," the curator said. "We live much longer than you, but we are not immortal. So you two are the only living beings in the entire galaxy who have ever actually seen it happen in person." He bowed his head. "And it was my people who did it the last time for reasons I'd rather not discuss." "Wow," Em and I said more or less at the same time. "Anyway, you spent some time discussing the first quest of your proposal, finding the raiders, since they are on the other side of the galaxy and didn't leave a calling card." He extended his hand and offered me a folded post-it note. When I opened it, I saw a handwritten 7-digit number. "We recently gave you a map of the galaxy," he said. "Every developed world is listed. The list is indexed. That number is the index of the Raiders' world." And poof, he disappeared. This new gift turned what had seemed like a long-term project into a much shorter-term one. After much discussion, everyone agreed that there was only one team to send on the first mission, and we decided to use the original C-130 boxcar rather than one of our newer and more capable ships. We did upgrade its fold drive and install better fuel cells for out-of-atmosphere power. The engineers had a bit of work to do on one part of my proposal, particularly working out how to adapt some of it to a nanite-based technology. But as I had guessed, it was a reasonable challenge. Being on the other side of the galaxy, the Raider world was moving at about 400 kilometers per second relative to Sol and the Earth, and it took 10 hours of falling toward Neptune with 12 folds to rough out the difference. Before we folded across the galaxy, we were going fast enough to go from the Earth to the Moon in about an hour, and then we didn't fold out to the exact coordinates. Our instruments aren't calibrated to that kind of precision, and we had never folded such a distance before. Em was learning as much as she was practicing skill as she figured out where we were based on the known points on the galaxy map, and sharpened our position toward the Raider homeworld. Finding the world itself, the other worlds of its system, a suitable gas world to use as a thrust attractor, and actually matching velocity took 2 more days. The Raiders could of course detect fold activity, and when we made low orbit they were waiting for us. "You've never done this before, have you?" was our greeting. "Not from such a distance," Em said. "We seek the beings known as Raiders. We bring gifts. We are the Raiders, but others would warn that buying us off doesn't work. We do not bring Danageld." I was pretty sure that translated as scree on the other end. "We seek partnership. Others would warn you that we make treacherous partners. The same could be said of us. Would you at least hear our proposal? Your craft is puny. We could destroy you easily. This is true, and unlike our last encounter, this time we come unarmed. We do not want to destroy another of your ships or another world." There was a long pause. "How do you propose to make landfall?" "We need a flat strip of land." We knew how to describe it in common galactic units. "A vehicular road, beach, or desert flat might be available. We will contact you on your next orbit." A little over an hour later, we received a detailed description of how to get to what turned out to be the roof of a seriously large building. We had to make a couple of folds and fall a bit to get in the right position, and then M brought us down, gliding down through the increasingly close-up and detailed images they sent us. Everyone who greeted us was armed, and there were a lot of them. The Raiders weren't quite feline. They were furry and their ancestors obviously carnivorous hunters, but they didn't quite resemble anything familiar. They reminded me more of lemurs than anything else on Earth. They all pointed their weapons at us as one of them stepped to the forefront and said, "You say you bring gifts." The Raider's fur was decorated in a dazzling mix of colors and patterns, and it took a moment for me to realize these were artificial, not natural. The raiders were bipedal, with hands much like our own but oddly cloven feet which were thickly shielded from the ground by some kind of horn or nail shield, and they wore their mark of the Curators across what a human would call his chest. The colorful patterns carefully avoided the mark. It was not clear how their weapons worked. They appeared heavy and had roughly the shape of a long gun, but whatever they were, it was clear from the way they handled the devices that they could make something bad happen if pointed at you. I gestured toward the boxcar and said, "This is our first gift. We give you this starship. It is an example of our craft for you to either use or take apart and inspect as you desire. We place no constraints on this gift. Not that you could. Of course. What do you want in return? We would like to make a proposal to your leaders. This is just the beginning of what we hope might be a long-term partnership." They took us to a place that looked a lot like a hotel, except for the really secure doors and lack of windows, and we were there for a while. They gave us water and eventually food, which was obviously nanite duplication of template stuff we had left behind on the boxcar, and otherwise we had no communication of any kind with anybody. Em worried about that, but I told her they were probably picking the boxcar apart before deciding whether we were worth an interview. Finally, we were summoned. There were about 30 raiders physically in the room, but the real leaders appeared by video. "Your perverse modesty habits give us worry that you might be hiding weapons," the leading physically present raider said with a shrug. "And we have also been told that you have no mark of the Curators," one of the leaders said from a large projection screen. "We find this highly unbelievable." I started to unbutton my shirt, but Em slapped my hands away. "No, Jay, I got this," she said, and she disrobed, casually tossing her clothes to the corners of the room as if she didn't care if she ever retrieved them. "It's appropriate," she said as she cast off her shirt. After all, I was also naked when I destroyed their ship. I sucked in my breath, but the aliens didn't react. "We are more relaxed in our perverse modesty habit when we sleep," she continued. Pants to the other side of the room. "Our ship's scree caught you sleeping." "Yes, it was an excellently planned attack," she said as she flung her panties away. "How did you ever prevail?" "I had programmed my ship to monitor for unexpected fold activity. It woke me up when yours entered the system. Your ship can monitor for fold activity without active human operators. Our ships can fold without human operators. But in this case, all it had to do was get me and Jay awake and to it before your guys bombed our tent." She let this sink in. As with the Vikings, victory is victory, but killing your enemy as they sleep is not exactly glorious. Em, now naked, held her hands up and slowly spun around so they could see her from every angle. "Extraordinary," several voices said from the projectors, and then one, "But you are marked. If not the Curators, how did that happen?" Em displayed her tattoos. "As with everything else, the Curators were useless to us, so we have to mark ourselves. We do it by injecting ink into the skin. It's painful, but that's part of the meaning. This one is the first combat group I flew with. This one celebrates becoming a test pilot, flying things which might not work as we expect so we can fix them if they don't kill us first. And this one is my first combat kill. It's been a while since we had a hot war on Earth, so that's your ship. I was not sure this provocation was a good idea, but Em is a warrior and her instincts proved true." "It is good that our warriors are remembered," one of the video leaders said. "So let us hear from your companion, warrior," one of the others said. Em motioned for me to stand back again. "I am a warrior, but Jay is a diplomat. I trained to kill. He trained to heal and found himself mixed up in this galactic business. Please don't think of him as a weak person because he hasn't killed a fold ship. In the important ways, the ways that matter most to both of our species, he is stronger than me." And then she waved me on. "We give you the ship boxcar which we used to establish our own first beachhead on an undeveloped world. Inside it, you will find all the tools and technical manuals necessary to disassemble and maintain it, and samples of the fluids necessary to service and fuel it. Your nanites should be able to duplicate you an adequate supply of them. You are welcome to use the ship as it is as we did, or pick it apart for its technology. We will answer any technical questions you have for us. Our intention is to keep no secrets of our technology from you. The reason we make this offer is that we want you to understand how difficult it would be for you to switch from your established nanite technology to our methods. Our engines and our tiny fold drives are built on generations of work by hundreds of thousands of people, building tools that were used to build tools that were needed to build more tools. Unlike yourselves, we had no nanites, so there were many intermediate products we needed which justified this technology as we built it up. There are vast complexes staffed by thousands of humans dedicated to making various small parts of the boxcar. We think you would find it hard to justify duplicating all that work just to make small fold ships. We could be wrong, in which case we will give you all the help we can. But even with an all-out effort by your entire species, it would be decades before you are able to make these things without our help. But we did not come here to discourage you. We came to offer you the same ability that we have, to independently create colonies for your people on the undeveloped, curated worlds of the galaxy, which greatly outnumber those that have developed. Since your fold ships are too large to land, you need to keep them in orbit if you're not doing a quick raid, and your bottleneck is that you need ground infrastructure to generate power for ground-to-orbit shuttles. That infrastructure, like the fold ships, is too large to transport to the surface of another world. So you can get there, but getting back is not practical. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small projector. "If I may," I said. The physically present raiders stiffened, but they didn't interfere. I turned it on and projected a picture onto the wall behind me. There were murmurs. I knew this basic Earth consumer tech was far smaller than anything they could make. Your power generation technique is clean and elegant, using the fold drive to recycle falling objects past magnetic coils. But it's not very energy dense, so you need a lot of towers. Nanites make such construction practical but not fast, and the nanites themselves need power to do the construction. These are portable power-generating devices that work on a different principle. This station is based on two structures we call shipping containers. They are designed to be transported and can be parachuted to the surface of a world from a fold ship. They work by using your microfold communication technology to tap energy from the interior of a star, using it to boil water to drive a turbine-driven generator. You are watching a team of 6 humans assemble these 2 units into a station that will generate enough power to return a shuttle to orbit in a few days. It will take them 4 days to get everything hooked up and working. I let this settle in. Unlike the fold drive, this is a technology that is within your immediate reach with nanite tech and tools and parts easily built with nanite tech. We have generations of experience with these steam generators which we will share with you. And while we used the same microfold sunlight power to destroy your ship, this was our first application for the solar microfold. It was the power generator that gave us the idea for the sunlight cannon. "So you will be giving us your superweapon too," one of the leaders said from a monitor. "You don't even need us for that. The only secret of the sunlight cannon is that it is possible to make them at all. Making boilers and generators can be a bit tricky though, and we can steer you past a lot of mistakes we made learning those crafts." From another monitor, "This is an extraordinary offer which seems much more likely to be some kind of trick than to be genuine. These are extraordinary times. We reason that if you are busy expanding your culture to new worlds, you will have no need to make war with us on the other side of the galaxy, or even your old neighbors. We have this experience with members of our own species who sometimes became raiders. Buying them off did not work, but accepting them as neighbors and working together with them in partnership did. Within a few generations, nobody remembered that our ancestors had once been bitter enemies. You have the ship. We make this further offer. We will give you the location of Earth. We have brought the segments of a docking ring which will make it possible for our shuttle to dock with you. Mount it to one of your fold ships and send it to Earth. All we ask is that you make stable orbit. We will provide shuttle service for any personnel you wish to send, and we will show them anything they want to see. Our production facilities, our transportation infrastructure, our power plants, even our weapons. And we will give them the power generation technology, which was a bit too big to fit in the boxcar. I offered the projector to one of the physically present raiders who seemed to be in charge, and they escorted us back to our room. Em did not bother to retrieve her clothing, but it was delivered to us in a leather bag a couple of hours later. We were locked in our suite and had no communications with the outside world, but they treated us decently. After 2 days, a screen lit up and one of the raider leaders addressed us. "We have decided to accept your offer to visit Earth. The fold ship Scree has just departed with your docking ring in place." "We were kind of hoping to go with it," I said. "You should hope this goes well," the raider said. "Whether you ever see your world again depends on the reception we receive from your people." "Well, that's not ominous at all," I said as the screen went dark. "And not exactly unexpected either. Vikings, remember?" Em said. "Just be glad we're not in chains in a dungeon. Yet." We were in our comfortable but isolated prison apartment for 3 more days before there was a knock on the door. They had never knocked before, and we didn't know how to offer entry, but a screen lit up and told us to just say open in English. Em said open, and a single apparently unarmed raider bowed before crossing the threshold. "Your colors look familiar," I said. "Weren't you on one of the screens during our presentation?" "I was indeed, Human J. I am Scree, the Praetor of Resources. From our communications, we believe your version of me leads what is called your Department of the Interior." "I thought you were afraid we might have bombs in our clothes," Em said. "Indeed we did, but our welcome at your world has surpassed our every expectation. Your people have extended an unimaginable generosity considering how our species met. And your constructions are said to be awe-inspiring. We were very foolish to risk making you enemies, and so the 2 of you now have the same freedom of our world, and I am tasked to be your guide. Anything you wish to see you may see, anywhere you wish to go you may go. Anything you wish to ask will be answered if I can access the answer. We don't even know where to begin, I said. Truthfully, we know you closely explored the young world Seville, and our technology, like most of that in the galaxy, is almost exactly the same as theirs. We just use it a bit differently. Tactics, M said. Quite so, Human M. I have also been asked to mention that we know that you are the individual who single-handedly defeated our fold ship in battle. This act commands our deepest respect. She looked at me. And Human J, we are told you are the individual who prevailed on your society to extend the generous offer of your help to colonize undeveloped worlds. We are afraid that this is a debt we may never adequately repay. Never attacking us again would be quite adequate repayment, I said. My advisors say your facial grimace indicates amusement. It is an amusing observation, but we are as fiercely loyal as we are belligerent, and we will not consider mere peace adequate compensation for what you are offering. We attacked you, and then we treated you rudely when you came to us in peace. We seek to rectify that. Do you have any natural wonders you are proud of? M asked. We have seen much on the planets we have explored, but on Earth we find that things like mountains and waterfalls and volcanoes and glaciers inspire us. As with the technology, these might be things found on many worlds, but your examples would be yours and worthy of visiting. So Raider N bowed, and we did a little pocket tour of Raider World Natural Wonders. Toward the end of the first day, I realized I had been hearing Scree periodically when she referred to her own world. Yes, we are told you are also known for naming worlds in your language, she said. Would you care to name ours? I've actually been thinking about it, I said. I choose to call your world Kattegat. Is there any significance? 1,000 years ago, there were humans who lived much as your people do. Except without space travel, it was other humans they raided from the sea. They are considered among the fiercest warriors our kind ever produced. Kattegat was the home village of one of their most successful leaders. N bowed again. A name we accept with honor, then, she said. How did your ancestors deal with the raiders of Kattegat? They were called Vikings. Our world was very fractured, still is actually, and different people reacted to them differently. The most successful offered them land to settle and the hospitality of neighbors. Within a few generations, nobody remembered that their ancestors had once been bitter enemies. It is not just your constructions that are awe-inspiring, N said. It is said that in our deep past we turned against ourselves as you describe, but with our curation we turned our aggression outward toward other races on other worlds. But your memory of that era is relatively fresh, and you have applied that same lesson to interstellar relations. We may have much to learn from you. We were in something like an airport, and another raider approached us. His gait was halting and his fur was spotty, and I realized he must have been very old. I need to introduce you to this fellow, N said. He is one of our most renowned artists. If I may, the stranger said. Would you extend some part of your bare skin you don't mind if it might be stained for a few scree? Em and I looked at one another and she said, Renowned artist, eh? And stuck out her forearm. He applied a few dots of color to her skin. I followed suit. I need to make sure there is no irritation, and that the removal process works as intended, he said before retreating. What was that about? Em asked when he was gone. It could be a very big deal if it is workable, was all N said. A couple of hours later, after we visited an active volcano and returned, the same individual returned and swabbed our skin with what smelled for all the world like rubbing alcohol, and the dots of color came off. He seemed very satisfied. I will see you again soon, he said. I did ask what that was about, didn't I? M said. He's an artist. He now knows he might have a canvas. The next day, N properly introduced us to the colorist. You have probably noticed we wear colored patterns in our fur. We would feel odd, perhaps as you do without clothes, without these patterns. They honor our ancestors and our own accomplishments and proclaim our identity. Our colors give us courage in battle. O is our most senior and accomplished colorist. For years, our top leaders would only accept color from him. Scree ago, he retired and hasn't given color for many years. But he asked us for an audience with you. The old raider bowed and said, I humbly request the honor of giving you color, he said. It would mean a great deal to my people, particularly those who lost family on the fold ship Scree. Color honors the dead and celebrates victory. Color cements truce. We know your ways are very different, but for our own people, accepting color would be a great step toward unity between our species. So this is what the color daubs were about. Yes, I would not offer this if I thought it would harm you, or considering your ways if I wasn't sure I could remove the color after an appropriate period of time. What would you consider an appropriate period of time? A day would be sufficient, O said. If you are willing, more would honor us. Well, I'm in, M said without hesitation. What about you, J? I'm a bit reluctant to. If I might offer a suggestion, it might be useful for one of you to continue to exhibit your modesty habit, N said. All of our people will be watching this, and most of them don't know about that. I glanced back at Em and wondered if she realized she wasn't just offering to be naked. She was offering to be naked on planet-wide and possibly galactic TV. But I just said, could you just color the parts of my body I normally expose, like my face and hands? I can work with that, O said. Later I said to Em, you do realize that if they broadcast this globally, the chances of it eventually reaching Earth are something like 100%. She shrugged. Sure, but I think one of us has to do it. And have you noticed that all the aliens we have met so far have ridged of bony members? If you go naked, I think you'll end up spending the whole show explaining how your dick works. And face it, when that got back to Earth, it would be a bit more humiliating than me becoming a pin-up model. 2 days later, we were standing just off stage as we listened to a Kattegat media personality introduce us. It was weirdly familiar, but also oddly nostalgic, because the large cameras and manual controls for everything gave the studio an Earth 1970s feel. We were given to understand that nearly everyone on the planet was watching, and there was a live audience of several hundred individuals. Em and I both wore mics and earphones for the translators, which were powered by their vast and deeply buried supercomputer complexes, and Em was naked to display the colors O had given her. Our visitors from Earth, we heard in our earpieces. And at this cue, we walked on stage and bowed toward the host and then toward his audience, both in-house and global. As we walked on stage, a thunderous roar filled the studio. The audience was stomping the floor with their naturally hard-soled feet, and the floor was wood, so it made quite a racket. In fact, I realized that the entire building seemed to be made of wood, as were many of the other Kattegatian structures we had seen on our tour. Being used to our extensive use of wood on Earth, I had failed to notice how sharply this contrasted with both Seville and Pompeii, where almost everything was made of nanite matrices. We have a very unusual show today, the host said with a flourish that could have been taken directly from Earth late-night TV. Our guests tonight are aliens who crossed the entire galaxy to find us, despite having never ventured more than a few hundred light-years from their homeworld before. Our guests have only had the full drive for a few years, and space travel of any kind for only a few generations. Almost within living memory, they did not have electric power or powered transport, yet today they cross the galaxy in craft they build themselves. There was polite stomping. There are a couple of other things you need to know about our guests, who call themselves humans and their world Earth. As you can see from the female who graciously offered to wear and display colors for us, they have no mark of the Curators. Although the Earth itself was apparently curated, being typical of a world shaped to host life, the ancestors of humans themselves haven't been curated for some time. They have achieved all of their accomplishments without any of the usual help. No gifts of fire or agriculture or writing or steam power or electric theory, and no nanites. They had to build it all themselves. This elicited a different reaction from the audience, a collective gasp of surprise. I know what you're thinking. Nobody has ever heard of an uncurated species with language or civilization, much less space travel before. Well, we have now. Our first encounter with humans was with these two individuals, our present-day guests. This was their fold ship. On the monitors, we saw the broadcast image change to a picture of the grasshopper in space. The fold ship we destroyed must have gotten it to them in the last moments before its destruction. Another audience gasp. Kattegatians, this is the human fold ship's small hopping insect. This time the audience reaction was different still. It was bewilderment. Human J, you named this craft, didn't you? Would you care to tell us the significance? Certainly. Thank you for your welcome, by the way. Grasshopper is capable of taking off from the surface of a world, flying high enough on its air-breathing engines to fold safely away, and dropping into the atmosphere and landing with its air-breathing engines on another world. It doesn't need surface infrastructure to do any of this. At this, the audience started stomping. This was something anyone in the galaxy would recognize as extraordinary. There's much more, the host said. Being raiders, when we learned the humans were building craft like this, we wanted one for ourselves for obvious reasons. And what do we do when we want something on Kattegat? The audience enthusiastically shouted in unison, and the translator dryly said, "We raid." And that is precisely what we did. And you might wonder, since we crossed the galaxy to steal their technology, why M and J are sitting here in a broadcast studio instead of in a cell being interrogated as alien prisoners. The audience murmured in confusion. The small hopping insect wasn't just equipped with a fold drive. It was armed. While they were sleeping, it autonomously woke them up and warned them that we were coming so they could escape our surprise attack. And when we gave chase, well, human M, this was your triumph, was it not? Why don't you tell us what happened next? M, who was naked in a building full of aliens, told them, "I fired on them with the sunlight cannon and fatally damaged their ship. As they fell toward the ground, since they did not have orbital velocity, my fold drive alerted me to anomalous fold activity, and I folded us out just in time to watch them fold the entire planet into its host star. The audience gasped, and there were some growls of anger. "I'm sorry about the loss of your ship and your people," M continued. "But I think your own people would say that if someone comes after you, you will do whatever you have to escape and hit back." The host made a gesture toward the audience, and they began stomping in rhythmic unison. Humans, this is how we express respect toward those who have earned it. The stomping turned more chaotic, like the applause we had heard earlier. And there is even more to this extraordinary story. The humans took the trouble to find us, but when our guests came, they did not bring their superweapon. This is what happened. On the monitors, they played the tape of our initial encounter after landing, when I told them the fold ship boxcar was a gift and that we wished to be allies. This left the audience staring in dumbfounded silence. Would you care to explain why any species, much less two individuals such as yourselves, responds to an attempt to raid and kill you with such generosity? I reasoned that if you wanted our technology so badly, you must have some good reason. There is no shortage of resources in the galaxy, but we knew from our short association with a couple of other curated races that there is a shortage of ways to reach those resources on worlds that aren't already developed. We came to offer you such a method so you wouldn't feel the need to try taking ours again. We knew it would be very hard for you to duplicate our industries, so we came up with something easier for you to use with your existing nanite tech. And so they did. As we broadcast, our fold ship Scree is in stable orbit around the Earth, and humans have been providing transport for our research teams for several days now. They have generously offered us everything we need to colonize undeveloped worlds on our own, without their future assistance, and to bring resources home in whatever quantity we desire. There was stomping applause, but I think still a bit of puzzlement in the audience. Our away teams have sent us some holiday snaps, the host said, and I wondered what human had taught the translator that phrase. Take a look. The first picture was of the Manhattan skyline. This is just one human city, the host said. Some of those buildings are over 80 levels tall. The tallest that can safely be built with nanites are about 20 levels, and those sacrifice a lot of floor area to structural support. There are hundreds of cities that look like this on Earth. There was stomping. These skyscrapers are built on skeletons of pure metal. Switch to picture of a foundry pouring liquid steel. Humans melt and brute-shape metal on a scale that we can barely imagine. You might wonder where the power to do this comes from. Switch to picture of the Hoover Dam. Some of it comes from works like this, which exploit water pressure from hydrological runoff. Picture of conventional power plant. Most comes from these, which use fire to boil water to turn electrical generators. Picture of solar cell field. But while that technology built their society, it has created problems, and now much of their power comes from resources like these, directly turning sunlight into electricity. Picture of a windmill farm. Or wind. These wind turbines are miracles in their own right, almost as tall as the sky buildings, and they would be impossible to build with nanites. The audience was completely silent. None of this explains their aircraft or tiny fold drives, though. This is the other end of human technological prowess. Picture of the Boeing assembly plant with a couple of Dreamliners in the foreground. This place makes aircraft, which use fire to propel themselves through the atmosphere like enormous birds. So far, every human starship has been a converted aircraft. Picture of another large industrial building. This place makes electronic circuit wafers. Picture of the inside, with clean room protocols being observed. All dust has to be removed from the air, and the precision employed is unimaginable. Thousands of these facilities produce billions of products per day. We may lament our scarcity of resources, but nobody in the galaxy has ever seen industrial works like those of Earth. The audience began rhythmically stomping, the sign of respect. After the intermission, we will get more personal with these beings who crossed the galaxy to show generosity after we tried to kill them. I didn't think you had a capitalist system, I told the host when we were off air. What is the purpose of the break? We will show what I believe your people call public service advisories. It gives the away audience a chance to attend to personal business, and us a chance to make small corrections. While we were off air, the colorist O was escorted on stage and seated next to us. I hope your colors are wearing well, he said to M. Just fine, she said. We couldn't read the countdown, but the translator alerted us that it was nearing 0. Welcome back, the host said. We are now joined by one of our most renowned artists, the fur colorist O. Welcome back, sir. It's been a while, O said. It's been Scree since you retired from offering color. I don't guess I have to ask why you came back. It has been many generations since a colorist has had the opportunity to color an opponent who defeated us in battle. Human M has offered me a great privilege, which I humbly hope I have fulfilled. Since you colored her whole body, I suppose you can verify she has no mark of the Curators. That is true. And in private, her companion allowed me to examine him too. We all know the Curators embed their mark deeply, and it is hard to completely obscure. We also have confirmation from the genetic scans they allowed at our request. It has been millions of scree since the Curators touched the humans' ancestors. If I may take an aside, this privacy thing is interesting. Human J, you wear garments to obscure your body. Care to explain that to us? Our modesty habit goes back to our earliest history. On Earth, we actually have laws requiring the use of clothes to obscure parts of our bodies from public view. Whatever for. Well, clothing turns out to be useful. Like your fur colors, it can display status or personal style, and it can also protect against the environment. Because we wear clothing, we can comfortably live in some of the most hostile environments on Earth. And even in mild climates, our ancestors apparently found constant exposure to sexual temptation distracting. But surely that would only be a factor when you are in season. We have a rich genre of anecdotes about what a mistake it is to trust ourselves to do anything important when we are in season. Em and I looked at one another and couldn't help laughing. How often are you folks in season? About 1 month per year. Fortunately, we learned to stagger our seasons long ago using hormones, so we aren't all crazy and unreliable at the same time. Em and I looked at one another and broke out in giggles. Your expressions indicate mirth, the host said. What's so funny? Humans are always in season, Em said. Eyes went wide with astonishment throughout the studio. You mean that right now the two of you could theoretically... There's nothing theoretical about it. But surely you aren't fertile all the time. No, naturally females like myself are fertile a few days per month. But males are always fertile, and we are all always ready to mate even when the female isn't fertile. Our biologists believe evolution selected this for social reasons, but it became a problem when we invented cities. Most of our closest animal relatives are more like yourselves. This is amazing. I wasn't given this in prep. You built the most ambitious tech in the galaxy in just a couple of generations despite being constantly distracted by sexual feelings. Well, now you know why we normally wear clothes, I said. Some of the audience actually stomped at that. But you have agreed to be naked for us, the host said to Em. We do understand this is rather unusual for humans. Well, it was necessary to give O a proper canvas, and honestly I would feel a lot less safe doing this on Earth. Here I understand nobody is sexually distracted by my body. Not exactly nobody, I said with a small snicker. I plan to mate with you anyway, she said matter-of-factly. I don't need everyone in broadcast range getting the same idea. Wow, the host said. Well, colorist O, can you top that by explaining your designs? I doubt it, O said with a rumble we had been coached to understand was their form of laughter. I colored M's entire body, of course, and J allowed me his head and hands according to his race's more typical modesty habit. I started them both off the same with the burst of light on the upper right of the face, titanium white to illustrate the ray of their sunlight cannon. O motioned for M to stand up. Across the front of her body we have M's training. She is quite an heroic figure, having risked her life to test machinery that might not work. Human technology is so new that fatal failures happen with some frequency. And on her back, the sunlight cannon hits our fold ship scree. In its death throes, it transitions to her thighs, where I placed the streak of the small hopping insect's last moment escape, and the bright-rimmed blackness of destruction as the world beneath them was folded into its star. There was generous stomping. For Jay, having only his face and hands to work with, I also started with the sunlight cannon on his face. But in his case, his hands are green with life, representing the extraordinary human forgiveness and generosity, and the new potential for our own species which our alliance may portend. As an artist, I find it very beautiful that both of these outcomes emerge from the same violent origin. Thank you, O, the host said. For our last segment, I have a connection to our Praetor of Resources N, who has been escorting our human guests for the last few days. Praetor N, are you with us? So I am, a voice replied. The broadcast screens showed a still picture of N and a transcription in alien type, and Em and I got voice translations in English in our earphones, as we were used to by now. Praetor, what is your impression of the humans? Well, I've only dealt directly with your guests, but I'm also in touch with our away team at Earth and can say they have seen much more than you have been able to show your audience. We are learning to melt metals, to make pressure vessels and precision bearings, and a few other things we need to make small, portable power stations. They have even offered to trade with us for these finished goods until we have our own manufacturing up to speed. So we anticipate that we will begin exploration not to raid but to colonize new worlds within a month or two. At this, the studio erupted in stomping, which the host allowed to go on for some time. The host and O even joined in the stomping. Em and I bowed repeatedly, which we had been coached was the polite response to such praise. Finally, the host gestured for quiet. Em and J, what are your own personal plans for the future? We had been hoping to go home with your fold ship, Em said. But your security people had different ideas. Praetor N was still on the line. We did not know what our reception would be like at Earth, he said. If we had known, we would have sent you along. But if you do want to get home soon, may I offer a proposal? Some of us would like to try out your gift to us, the fold ship square shipping conveyance. Would you be willing to take some of us home with you and show us how to fly it? I deferred to M, and she bowed and said, "We would be honored." For a moment I thought I would be making some pancakes with M after we returned to our quarters, but it turned out there was a raider waiting for us there. "I apologize for the intrusion," she said with a small bow. "That's okay, we just didn't realize you would be here." "That's because your hosts don't know. I know my colleague told you we walk among all of our children, even among the miscreants such as these, and some would say yourselves. You're a curator. Aren't the raiders listening in on us?" "Oh, of course they are, but it's trivial for us to defeat such measures. They think you are quietly watching a recording of your own show." "To what do we owe the honor, then?" M asked. "There are those among us who think we should have revealed ourselves to our children eons ago. The argument against this was that it would break the stability of our galactic garden. But now that the stability of our garden is in jeopardy anyway, those voices are more active, and one result is that we are making these contacts with you humans. I believe my colleague imparted to Jay what a departure this is in all of our long history." "So he did," I said. "Of course there is a way for you to protect the stability of your garden. I believe he said you resorted to it in the distant past. If you refer to folding your world into your star, that is the last thing we would contemplate. Even the raiders do not disappoint us. The fact that they have managed to make so much trouble for the last 700,000 of your years makes them one of our more interesting families, and it's why we are inclined to forgive them this once for destroying our handiwork." "Why do the raiders make so much trouble? Why do they raid?" "We developed their world because this star has what your people call sufficient metallicity to support complex life, but it and its system are deficient in heavier elements such as iron and nickel, which are necessary to make nanites. They had enough resources to build a civilization and get into space, but not to build an entire world civilization according to normal standards. You have probably noticed their extensive use of native materials for architecture. When they saw the works of our other children, they became envious and decided that taking was an appropriate way to augment what we had denied them. And we are giving them a great power, and we find it a very interesting development. You humans developed because we denied you gifts. The raiders developed because we denied them resources. You now offer them ready access to the resources they have lusted after for longer than your kind have existed, and you will find that they will probably repay you by forwarding a gift or two of ours in your direction. One reason for this visit is to assure you that this does not bother us. In fact, we are watching your relationship develop with fascination. It is so rare for us to observe a new thing in our garden." "Well, it worked out pretty well considering the whole gunpoint and hostage way it started out," M said. "I suppose it doesn't matter now to let you know that while we wanted to see how you would handle it without knowing, we were closely monitoring you all the way. We really were unsure how they would react to you, and from the moment of your arrival we had you in focus to fold you out of any situation that turned dangerous. You didn't need our assistance, though, and handled your introduction brilliantly. That broadcast was genius, and you wear raider colors well, Human M. I had the best artist," she said. "Indeed. I think I have made all the points I needed to, and you have a flight to prepare for. I know you are the junior species, but you have learned much more than most of our other children. Teach them with wisdom." And with that, the curator bowed and vanished. "I don't think I'm ever going to get used to them doing that," M said. Then she put on her flight jumpsuit. The boxcar was not the same as it was when we left it. The raiders had installed 12 seats in the cargo space. The seats were made of nanite matrix and loosely based on the pilot and co-pilot seats, with safety belts even. But the makers had obviously realized their material was not as strong as pure aluminum and had thickened most of the struts. They had also plated much of the floor, even through the cockpit, which seemed strangely unnecessary. Raider P showed us the changes. It seems she was an experienced fold-ship pilot who was supposed to learn to fly the boxcar. M indicated that she would then be taking the co-pilot's seat. They looked back at me, and I claimed what would have been new Raider Seat 1A on a domestic airliner for myself. For the flight, we were joined by several Raider Big Cheeses, including Praetor of Resources N. It turned out the surface we had landed on was actually the roof of a fold power station, composed of thousands of internal columns where magnetic weights were continually dropped past coils and folded back to the top to generate electricity. The top was completely flat and smooth and several kilometers on edge. Praetor N was seated next to me as M taxied off. "I have been given to understand that your world is poor in nanite resources," I said. "This facility must have been a challenge to build." N appeared surprised for a moment, then just nodded. "We had to be very creative, mixing native resources in with the nanite structure and functionality in order to make it possible," he said. "Most races just sit the bucket out in a field and tell it to start building. It was much more difficult for us." M was pointing out instruments to P, and then she throttled forward and we were all pressed back into our seats. Then boxcar lifted off and M punched us upward. "That was dramatic," someone behind me said. "You have done this before?" Praetor N asked me. Oh, many times. We're used to it. It seems rather erratic. Well, we're being supported by the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is erratic. We circled and rose as M showed more of the controls to P, and finally had P engage some controls on the new fold interface and punch the execute button. Through the windows, we could see that we jumped upward about a kilometer. M hit the intercom. We are now going to do a series of short fold maneuvers designed to limit the amount of your atmosphere we lose irretrievably to outer space in the course of leaving. We will fold, glide for a bit as the bubble of dense air dissipates, then fold upward again until the atmosphere is too thin to be worth bothering with. Strap in as we will soon be weightless. I made a point of checking my seatbelt, but saw that Praetor N was just flashing what for a raider would be considered a wicked grin. The boxcar jumped and jumped again 10 times, and finally M hit the intercom and said, "Well, folks, we're in space now and we still have interior gravity. I suppose somebody did a few tweaks on our ship." "Just a little gravity plating," a voice behind me said. "Your specifications said its dead weight would be within the ship's limits." "And so it is," M said. "This will pleasantly improve our experience as we fall toward Neptune to adjust our velocity." Our outward trip had allowed M to calibrate the drive, so it only took us 2 more jumps to cross the galaxy and start that process. As she was showing this to student pilot P said something very loud in the growling raider language, which the translator reported as, "You have got to be introducing me to a coitally novel experience." "How so?" M asked. "For us to cross the galaxy requires at least 20 folds, each followed by a careful orientation to keep us synchronized with the map. Since the Curator map only shows developed worlds, we have to use them as waypoints. If we tried to do this all in one step, we'd end up hopelessly lost at the far end with no way to figure out which nearby star is yours. We might be off by dozens or even hundreds of light years. Well, our instruments are precise enough to put us within a light year or two if we're well oriented. They weren't calibrated well enough to do that on our trip out, but they are now. And if we're too far out for Sol to be the brightest star in the sky, spectra are pretty definite and we know our own home. You have the equipment to identify spectra on this tiny ship. It's even all automated. You just punch the destination coordinates in through that panel." M showed P how to do it. "And press enter." P pressed enter and we folded. The ship did an automatic destination scan, and after about 15 seconds it beeped. "About a light year off," M said. "See, there's Sol." There was excited muttering among the passengers. "Since it knows Sol's luminosity, it has now positively located and oriented us. Just press enter again to proceed to the intended coordinates," M said. "This thing doesn't even need a pilot," she responded. "Well, for folding it really doesn't. Our first fold experiment was a remote robot to remove the chance of accidentally folding Earth into Sol, and computers are better at this stuff than we are anyway." "Your computers might be," P said. "Soon we were falling toward Neptune to match our velocity to that of the Earth. Then it developed that, having anticipated a much longer trip, the raiders had brought snacks. I was still a bit dubious about their food, although they said their genetic scan positively showed what was safe for humans to eat. But they also brought alcohol. The fermented beverage had a strange but not unpleasant taste, and I thought there would probably be quite a market for it on Earth. And with the gravity plating in place, we drank out of ordinary cups instead of squeeze bulbs. Once we weren't going stupidly fast, M showed P how to fold us over to Earth and make the fine adjustments so we could drop into the atmosphere. M herself landed us, showing P each maneuver necessary to do it safely. Once the craft was at rest, P said, "You have got to be drop out of the sky and bomb it, kidding me. There is no way I will ever be able to do that without wrecking the craft." "I wasn't born knowing how to land an airplane," M said. "We have classes. In fact, we have specific classes for this donor aircraft, the C-130. Get some pilots together and we'll train you as a group." The director was waiting for us as we exited the aircraft. The raiders went off to meet the others who had come before them on the fold ship. "We didn't expect you to bring it back," he said. "Well, I think the idea is to get them in shape to fly it back themselves. They're going to need some aircraft flying lessons." "I'll arrange it. By the way, those are nice tats, guys. I hope they come off." "Isopropyl alcohol," M said. "Over how much of your body?" 100%. He looked at me. "Just my face and hands. But M looked really good on planetary TV," I said. "I know I'm going to find out, but I don't think I want to know." "Hey, it was fun. They don't see us as sex objects. I was just a warrior being honored the way they do it." "For real?" "Okay, that must have been refreshing." "Very," M said. "Unlike the civilians, the raiders emptied their fold ship of all but a skeleton crew, and so they were all over the Earth, auditing college courses and touring industrial facilities, and taking samples and raw materials back to their ship via our shuttle. A lot of humans took an interest in their rich lore of battle stories, and some of them became media stars. In turn, a few of the raiders took a deep interest in our history instead of our technology. And true to the promise we had made, we hid nothing from them. At one meet and greet, one of the raider visitors introduced himself to me and asked, I have been intensely curious to ask why you named our homeworld after a body of water. I named it after the home village of that Ragnar Viking guy, I said. At this, he dissolved into the apparent coughing fit I'd learned to recognize as raucous raider laughter. Ragnar Lothbrok almost certainly existed in real life, he informed me. But no town of Kattegat ever did. Kattegat is the ocean strait that separates Sweden and Denmark. Apparently, the people who made that entertainment show just liked the name, but it actually means small domestic animal neck, and refers to the difficulty of navigating the sea lane. Okay, so how did you find this out from 100,000 light years away? Oh, I just got back from Norway. By the way, the Norwegians all think you're an idiot. At that we laughed and shared a round of drinks. They gave me a tour, he said after our first toast. At least you named our home after a very beautiful and strategically important body of water. I talked with him for several more hours. The raiders were as fascinated with our closeness to our own history, as many humans were with their exploits as space Vikings. Em and I wore our colors for a month. After washing them off, we went back to what we had been doing before the raiders attacked us, scouting for new colonies and providing support for those already started. Raider Pilot P got her pilot's license and became confident enough to pilot the boxcar back to Kattegat. And soon after the first raider fold ship folded home, a new one appeared. When the news arrived 2 months later that the raiders had used the boxcar to set up their first colony in their part of the galaxy, millions of humans celebrated with them. 4 years later, our human form curator became a regular visitor to our house, particularly after Em and I got married. He revealed himself to the director, who in turn directed us to be his liaison with our species, and to keep it all very quiet. As far as anyone else knew, he was a human engineer who occasionally did contract work for projects at the base. There were now thousands of raiders permanently living on Earth, and hundreds of humans on Kattegat and its new colonies. While Em and I weren't the first human couple to exchange vows on another world, the raiders did offer us the opportunity to do it further from home than anyone else would for a while, on their newest and most distant colony. Being undeveloped, it offered us a honeymoon of exploring and sleeping beneath the stars, not too different from our experience when we first met the raiders on the occasion of their surprise attack. But now the raiders and humans were allies and trading partners, and our alliance was considered strong by both sides. The rest of the galaxy was mostly unthrilled, but there was a sigh of relief on the other side of the galaxy that the raiders didn't seem inclined to do much raiding anymore now that they had colonies. A few races had expressed displeasure that they were getting gifts of technology from US humans that nobody else enjoyed, and one race that in particular spun that feeling to white-hot hatred was the civilians, who now blamed themselves for discovering us and bringing us into the galactic community at all. The raiders had partially repaid us for our generosity with samples of gravity plating, but 3 years of research had made little progress toward understanding how it worked. Unlike the fold drive, which all developed races mostly understood, all the raiders or anyone else really knew about gravity plating it was that certain nanites made it work. So part of our trade was components and raw materials for nanite-based gravity plating. We were still nervous about setting up nanite-based manufacturing on Earth, where it might fall into unreliable hands. Our curator knocked precisely at 8 on Friday, as he'd been doing for over 2 years. It's easy to be punctual when you can instantly transport yourself to any place on Earth, or for that matter on numerous other inhabited worlds orbiting other stars. I received a communication today, he said as M set out dinner. One of our agents on Seville has been observing a construction project they are undertaking in orbit. It is unusually large for something that hasn't been announced to the general population. He used his hand to project an image on the wall of our dining room. It shifted, indicating progress over time. We are fairly sure this first stage is a fold drive, he said. But look what it is now becoming. The structure built around the fold drive was barely larger than the fold drive and its power source together. It had no windows or obvious bays. It was a tiny fraction of the size of any alien fold ship we'd ever seen, though still larger than most human fold ships. Yet it was taking on an appearance of completion. It did not seem they were planning to build it any bigger. They are making 2 of these. Sorry about the quality of the images, but even with our technology, these are still telescopic images from the ground. I wish P were here, M said. I'd have an interesting question to ask her about nanite-based fold drives. The curator smiled. Who do you think makes those drives possible? I can probably answer your question. The reason these fold drives can't be remotely controlled is that they have to be carefully calibrated to set the range and aperture, right? Yes, you have automated those functions, but none of our other children have ever managed to do that. But if you wanted to deliberately fold a world into its sun, you just massively detune it, right? You could automate that. The thought had occurred to us, he said, but we considered it so monstrous that we... M dove for the telephone and hit the top speed dial setting. Code Ternary Burn Omaha, get him online now, M said. A few moments later, Director, is the fold span limiter operating? Pause. Make sure it is online and stays online. This is the most important thing ever. I'll explain in a bit. Surely you don't think they would really— Those aren't ships, M said very definitely. Those are planet killers. If you are right, it would be unfortunate. M poured wine all around. Sure, I hope I'm wrong, M said, but I don't think I am. Remember, I have devoted my life to the arts of war, and Jay and I have seen what a fold drive can do firsthand. Humans may not have been in space very long, but we've been waging war at sea for centuries. And those aren't ships or even submarines. Those are torpedoes. Do the civilians know we have the fold span limiter? I asked, genuinely not being in the loop. Not by us, M said, and looked at the curator. I am pretty sure they don't know, he said. But I only found out about this business a couple of months ago. Our agent on Seville didn't realize the potential implications until then. This is still a very large project involving transport of a lot of mass to orbit. The nanite fold drive itself is a huge solid mass, and its construction is much of the difficulty of building even a normal-scale fold ship. To hide something on this scale from the local population is very hard. Our agent would have missed it if we didn't have a superior ability to detect fold activity. The question is, how close are these things to completion? We talked some more, and then the curator sat up very straight. I have just received a communication from our agent on Seville. The artifacts have disappeared, coincident with the unannounced departure of their fold ship Rate of Change, which was supposedly being refitted. That's the submarine, M said as she hit the speed dial again. Ternary Burn Omaha, yeah, I know, it's me again. Director, they're on their way. Is there any unusual fold activity in the solar system? Pause. Okay, we'll be there as soon as possible. What? An alien fold ship just folded into the Oort cloud. Looks like it's positioning to use Uranus for velocity adjustment. We need to get to the base. I can help with that, the curator said. Hold hands and stand close to me. We did as instructed. You might want to close your eyes. We did, and when we opened them, we were all at the base in a vacant office near the directors. Do what you have to do, the curator said. I'll be learning what I can. I'll be in touch. And he disappeared. I thought you were at home, the director said when we burst into his office. We were about a minute ago. Tonight is our meeting with you-know-who, remember? Okay, this better be good. Fortunately, the curator had flashed his images over to M's phone. There was an incoming phone call. They're at Uranus. Looks like they are aiming for low Earth orbit in about an hour and a half. How can you tell it's Leo? I asked. Why would they bother matching velocity at all? We can tell the vector they're choosing to fall on pretty accurately. We're not just sensing from Earth. We have fold monitors at all the gas giants. And this is a very expensive weapon for them to make, M added. They won't take a chance on it misfiring during a short flyby if they don't have to. They put a lot of work into this thing. We have to make sure that work comes to nothing. We've got an hour and a half to figure out what to do. Go blast them, one of the assistants said. They almost certainly have the sunlight cannon themselves now, M said. And their ships are a lot better shielded than ours by their sheer mass. Do nothing, I said. Everyone looked at me. We have the span limiter and they don't know we have it. They'll drop their torpedo and run, thinking it will obliterate us a few seconds later. Then we go up and carve the torpedo up at our leisure. I think this is the best strategy, the director said, and M nodded. It's also likely to confuse the attackers because they won't know why their weapon didn't work. So an hour and a half later, we were all still in place when the civilian fold ship Rate of Change dropped its payload in a stable polar orbit around Earth, and then folded off toward, as far as we could tell, nowhere. Seconds later, a klaxon sounded. Span limiter activity, one of the assistants shouted. What happens when the span limiter limits one of these things? I asked M. It depends on the fold geometry of the detuned drive. It could fold itself into the sun, or the fold could just fail. After a few moments, the klaxon blew again. It's still up there and it's retrying. Well, we can't just leave the fucking thing up there, the director said. Any ideas? It's probably otherwise unmanned and unarmed. I can take Grasshopper and blast it to shreds. Those shreds will still be the heaviest things that ever re-entered from orbit eventually. They could wipe out a city or start a tsunami. Well, we have the ability to manually adjust the fold aperture radius now. Use Grasshopper to fold the whole damn thing back to the Oort cloud. The radius of operation of the span limiter is only about an AU. You fold it too far away from Earth, it will fold itself and whatever folded it away into the sun, along with who knows what else. Plus, we can't be sure how its detuned fold attempts would affect a calibrated fold. Maybe we're overthinking this a bit, I said. Don't we still have hydrogen bombs? The thing is less than 50 meters across. We should be able to vaporize it. The director just looked at a guy in uniform who immediately said, on it. Sir, there's another problem, M said. The civilians built 2 of these damn things. And you think you know what they're going to do with the other one. I would bet a huge pile of money it's on its way to Kattegat. The Grasshopper was deemed an inadequate vehicle for our mission to save Kattegat. Since we were going to war, we needed something tough, maneuverable, and mechanically simple, and with room for a possible payload, so we were assigned the C-130-based mail service. It had essentially been converted to live up to its name, doing package deliveries to the colonies, but it was armed with the sunlight cannon, and its fold drive had been calibrated for long-range service by aligning it with grasshoppers. Instead of a chemical rocket RCS, it sported a new microfold sunlight reaction system which used water superheated by the same process as the power generators and sunlight cannon to produce significant thrust and impulse. It was a cargo model with a large cargo area and the usual C-130 big rear door, and when we got to it we found a uniformed Air Force captain waiting for us by a rather provocative object which was mounted in the cargo hold for transport. "Is that what it looks like?" Em asked incredulously. It was about 6 feet long and conical, tapering from a base about a half a meter across to a rounded tip. "Of course. It's your hydrogen bomb. To be precise, a W-88 ICBM re-entry vehicle with a yield of about 500 kilotons. We have hot-wired this one for you with a simple timer to bypass the permissive action link, which I have been instructed to show you how to use. Congratulations, you two are now a nuclear power, and everyone is cool with this. Dr. J, I believe you suggested this yourself, and the President has signed off on it. We are committed to doing everything we can to prevent the destruction of any inhabited world, not just Earth." As he was showing us how to program the bomb timer, our curator showed up. "I've been told you are cleared for everything," our instructor said without elaboration, and he continued our instruction. "I don't know what we're supposed to do with it. We have no way to launch it on an intercept course without being detected and evaded and maybe destroyed in the process." "That much is correct," the curator said. "We are now certain the rate of change is armed with a primitive version of your sunlight cannon, and due to its heavier construction you would not prevail in a sunlight cannon battle. If you get much closer than an astronomical unit to them via your fold drive, they will detect your presence and be able to either engage you or flee. Then, like I said, what are we supposed to do with this? My people may be able to give you some assistance. Take this." He offered us what looked for all the world like a locket. "When you get within a couple of light years of Kattegat and your relative velocity less than about 50 kilometers per second, your calibrated fold drive should be capable of doing that from Neptune in one fold. Open this and press the button. This will alert our agent on Kattegat of your arrival. We are setting up a strategy as you fly." 10 minutes later we were in the air. 30 minutes later we were falling toward Neptune, and 7 hours later M opened the locket and pressed the button. Within moments we were joined by a raider. But when this raider spoke, its translator just put out English without any raider growling to translate. "We have met before," she said. "I am one who walks among our children. You were watching over us on our last visit to Kattegat," M said. "Exactly. This is quite a situation. We would resolve it ourselves. But long ago we gave up the building of ships, and so while our command of the fold is very accurate, we have become a bit limited in the ability to fold larger objects and dependent on folding to an inhabitable space. Thank you for bringing one." "Hey, it's the least we could do," I said. "How are we going to do this?" "We are tracking the rate of change as it approaches. It has to use inhabited worlds as waypoints, and we walk among our children with our fold detectors on all of those worlds. We anticipate it to arrive here in about another 8 hours. They aren't stopping to lick the scree. It should appear within 10 to 15 light years of us, and they will have to do another reckoning before folding over to one of the Kattegat system's gas giants to correct velocity. We should have about 20 minutes to act." The raider described the plan to us, and M said it was a thing of martial beauty. "Even with our superior technology, we are out-armored, outgunned, and cannot fold very close without blowing our cover," she said. "If they don't destroy us, they simply fold away before we can do anything. But this is a plan." Later, the raider simply said, "They are here. Range 0.7 light years." Our fold drive control console lit up and coordinates entered themselves. "How did you do that?" M said. "Just execute the fold. I could do it myself, but you are the captain of this vessel. It will put us about 1.5 AU from the rate of change, outside of their detection radius for your fold drive." M executed the fold. At this range, the alien ship still wasn't even visible, but the raider knew exactly where it was. "Our time is short," she said. "And I need a bit of it," she said, closing her eyes. "What are you doing?" "Feeling the interior layout of the civilian ship. You can map the interior layout of their ship from here." She opened her eyes. "How do you think we fold between the surfaces of worlds light years apart?" "I'm ready." "Enable the timer and set it for 90 seconds. "You have got to be fucking kidding." "Our time is short," she said again, and I set the timer. Moments later, the raider touched the bomb, and then both she and the bomb disappeared. 45 seconds after that, the raider returned without the bomb. "I think I've given it good placement to make sure the planet-killing drone is thoroughly destroyed." The carrier ship will be very heavily damaged, but I'm uncertain whether its fold drive will be completely disabled. These are very massive and solid objects. You're sure they didn't detect your folding? We know the limits of their processes very exactly, having made the components ourselves. Nanite-based fold drives cannot detect our activity at all. Moments later, the raider said, "The bomb has gone off. It has seriously disrupted them." "I don't see anything," I said. "It will take about 12 minutes for the light to reach us here," M said. While we were waiting, the raider said, "There is still fold activity. They are trying to execute a detuned fold. They aren't close enough to anything for it to couple with reliably, but they are trying different configurations. We need to finish destroying them." She put coordinates into our fold drive again. "Fold into here about 500,000 kilometers range. Their damaged drive won't be able to detect yours at that range, and we will be able to see and gauge the extent of destruction." M folded us in. We folded inward past the shell of radiation and blinding light, and were still well outward of the larger ejected wreckage. The rate of change had been built in the form of a regular octahedron with rounded vertices, and each facet had a large movable mirror mounted at its center. Through the telescope we could see that one of its corners had been blown completely off, and what was inside was glowing ominously. "Those big mirrors are their sunlight cannons," the raider said. "If we fold over to face the destroyed vertex at close range, they won't be able to target us, and we will be able to target the deep interior of the ship. Won't there be a lot of debris? There's only a quarter-inch of aluminum between us and the vacuum of space. As with the light and radiation, hopefully we will fold past all that." "Hopefully. This is war," M said, and she used the sunlight RCS to exactly match velocity and orient us, then executed the fold. We all donned welding goggles and strapped in case the gravity plating should fail. The interior of the fold ship was a seething mass of molten structural material, but the center had been somewhat shielded by the mass of the ship. "I'm drilling it," M said, and she opened up the cannon. "They have redoubled their efforts at fold configurations. At this close range, even their damaged drive can detect what we are up to," the raider curator said. "They are trying to target us. We became aware of bits of debris flashing to incandescence around us and dinging our hull, but we were well in the shadow of the ship to all their functional cannons. Our ship was also buffeted by gas and debris from the hole M was drilling, but she used the RCS to hold us steady. After about 2 minutes, there was a flare from inside the fold ship. "Fold activity has ceased," the raider said. "I suggest retreat." We folded back to our observation position and watched. Finally, the raider nodded. "Their fold drive is dead. If any of them remain alive, they won't be for long." That was the first point in the encounter when it occurred to me that we had just killed a few thousand sapient beings. People like us in many ways. But I knew M would remind me that they were enemies that were trying to kill us too, in spectacularly genocidal fashion. "How sure are we?" M asked. "We've gone through too much here to let them slip away. As far as my instruments can tell, their sunlight cannons should also be dead." M folded back and resumed drilling. She didn't stop until the entire fold ship split into 3 pieces, forced apart by the pressure of boiling gases from within. "I can now verify that their fold drive is fully destroyed," the raider said. "Okay, thanks for the help. No need for that, we curators bear." "Oh shit." "What?" "We've taken damage. We're leaking air and fuel cell oxygen, and I'm not sure about the control surfaces and propellers." We all went back into the cargo area, which had windows. The wings were pockmarked with dents and tears, and 2 of the 4 propellers were missing at least 1 blade. "We're in bad shape," M announced. "I don't think I can get it to the surface of a planet like this. We might not even make it through the velocity adjustment at Neptune with these leaks." "There is no need," the curator said. "Can you execute 1 more fold to get us just a bit closer to Kattegat?" The fold drive is one thing that does still seem to be working for now. A few minutes later we held hands and closed our eyes. And when we opened them, we were safe in front of the Earth Embassy on Kattegat, as our faithful ship mail service burned up, crashing into one of its seas. We rushed to the door of the embassy and knocked, fortunately getting their attention and gaining entrance before anyone outside noticed us. There were only a few embassy personnel present at that time, but M knew 2 of them personally, and they expressed shock at our arrival because they were certain they knew of every human on Kattegat. We hustled off to the embassy's most private communications room and arranged a hasty microfold call to Earth. There M, the Raiderform curator, and I each told our stories 4 times to successively higher-level officials. Our audience for the last retelling included the President of the United States and the highest leaders of several of our allies. "What do the curators recommend?" The director asked of our curator, without mentioning that one of the humans on his end was actually also a curator. "The Raiders are a proud people who will be strongly tempted to react in kind. We have been inclined to forgive what they did in their attack on you, because it was unintended, and the result of your surprise show of force. and they seem to be as horrified as everyone else and have directed their space captains to make sure it never happens again. But the possibility of this escalating is strong, and we must not allow that. We will have the same problem here on Earth, someone who sounded an awful lot like the president said. The number of people who know about this is still very limited. Keeping a lid on it should still be possible. We still have to deal with the civilians. The civilians are our children, and we reserve the right to discipline them in our own way. We need to find out how deep this rot goes into their culture. It is wasteful to fell the tree if only one branch is diseased. We need assurance that the problem is completely contained. I believe we can achieve that, came a voice from Earth we recognized as our human form curator. We should chat a bit offline before finalizing decisions. That seemed to inspire general agreement. After we ended the call, the Raider form curator reminded us, "You two are still rock stars here. Everyone will go crazy if they find out you have returned. And that's even without considering that you just saved their world. We should depart as soon as possible. Our fold ship Edge of Space is on the roof of the power station and scheduled to return to Earth this afternoon. If we could quietly get M and J to the ship, they could just take a stateroom and be on Earth within a day. I can get them there discreetly," the Raider said. She offered us her hands, and moments later we were on the ship. Edge of Space was a converted Boeing 747, and the captain showed us to a well-appointed room where we could safely hide from everyone else who was scheduled to fly with us. That gave us a chance to grab some sleep and some more entertaining not sleep before touching down at JFK. Our human form curator was there to meet us, and after we ducked into a hidden corner of the airport, he folded us over to the Fold Project base. If the rest of Earth and Kattegat were blissfully unaware of our brushes with genocide, the base was a beehive of activity. We had folded into the area where the fold inhibitor and span limiter had been built, and technicians were swarming over the inhibitor. "What the hell is going on?" M asked. "We have engaged in one of your human rituals and made a purchase from you. We have offered a price for which to buy your fold inhibitor. We got a good deal because we had basically told you we wouldn't let you use it yourselves anyway." "And what did you pay us for it?" "Full technical theory of the operation of gravity plating. We offer a guarantee that you will be able to manufacture your own with your known existing manufacturing techniques and no use of nanites." "That sounds fair," M said. "Indeed, we expect it will lead you to a few more things. Meanwhile, we have an immediate use for the inhibitor and no time to build our own." "Seville?" "Yes. Our agents there report that the general public has no knowledge of what was done in their name. Action must be taken, but we hope that genocidal methods can be avoided this time. Here, we need to clear a space." At his direction, everyone backed away from an area of the floor and a machine folded into it. It wasn't very big, and had the kind of gleaming, perfect construction one might expect from molecular nanoassembly. Two aliens of different semi-humanoid species stepped out of it, and one of them presented our curator with what looked like a metal link belt. Both of them sported the mark of the Curators prominently, one on its forehead and the other on its lower back. "More of our agents," our curator said. "These are machines we use when we are terraforming and need to fold large apertures or work from uninhabitable spaces." The new aliens took some measurements of the span limiter and spoke with our curator in alien tongue for a few moments. Then they got in their space pod and folded out. "They will be arranging an operating environment and power supply for it," our curator said. "On Seville? No, that would be too vulnerable. Deep below the surface of Seville's moon. I thought of the effort that had been necessary for humans to reach our own moon without the fold drive. With the inhibitor operating, the civilians would be cut off from the rest of the galaxy and incapable of reaching the thing that was cutting them off. I almost felt sorry for them for a moment. "So what's the belt for?" I asked innocently. "It's an amplifier for our personal fold drives, which are normally tuned for an aperture the size of our bodies. I can fold my own body about 100 light-years and cancel the likely velocity differences I'd find at that range with my implanted drive. But if I hold your hands and include you in the aperture, my range drops to a light-year or so, and my ability to cancel velocity drops too. I would not be able to get your fold inhibitor to your own moon on my own, much less to Seville's. But with this, I can fold an asteroid halfway across the galaxy, or an entire rocky planet a good distance across its solar system. These are the tools we use to explore and create new inhabitable worlds." "That sounds insanely dangerous," I said. "Only curators with implanted drives can use these tools, and only when properly unlocked. We restrict access to those who have a need for them. I will be returning this when we have taken care of the current situation." "You keep these on your homeworld?" M asked. At this, the curator hesitated. "No," he said with a hint of emotion. "Our homeworld was destroyed eons ago when our home star, which was much like your Sol, entered the next phase of its stellar evolution and became a red giant. Surely you could have saved it." "That was considered," he said heavily. "But if we moved it to a new orbit, it would no longer be harmonically tuned to our system's other worlds. Our leaders then realized that there are some things in the cosmos that simply end. By that time we were quite capable of walking among our children undetected, and we decided to move into the garden we'd spent so much effort to create. We have caches all over the galaxy of tools we might need once in a while, and of course we continue to do what we have always done and create new inhabitable worlds. Do you remember your home world? Oh no, we can live a very long time. I personally met one of the team who arranged your Earth's KT Impactor event. But home was swallowed by our sun more than 4 billion of your years ago. It's not that we remember our home, but that we don't really have one at all now. You met someone who helped wipe out the dinosaurs. Is he still on Earth? Oh no, he was part of the long-term evolution team. They were the ones who decided life had settled into an unuseful equilibrium and made the decision to disrupt it. Once it became clear that one of your ancestral species was likely to enter the critical path, they all moved out for other projects. I was part of the new team to foster critical path development. More experts came in as your ancestors approached, entered, and ascended the path. And of course there are other teams that specialize in early solar system engineering to make stable orbits and stabilizing moons for habitable worlds, and then for seeding and nurturing early life. When did you come to Earth? Relatively recently, about 300,000 years ago. But humans are my 5th professional project. You're going to make a mark on my resume, too. I was about to say something when 2 of M's pilot friends recognized her and hailed us. So you 2 slew the deadly fold ship again, one of them said. Getting to be a bad habit, M said modestly. Well, we took care of the one here. Even brought our ship back in one piece. Good thing, too, since it was Grasshopper. You 2 flew my ship. It's the only one with both the sunlight cannon and the new manually adjustable aperture fold drive. I thought we were going to nuke them. After you left, some of the bigwigs got cold feet about that. We reviewed what you guys did to the Raiders and decided to try drilling it with the sunlight cannon instead. When it stopped retrying the bad fold, we enveloped it and folded it into a collision course with Venus. Venus, I said. Why not the sun or the moon? Moon's too accessible, the other pilot said nonchalantly. Didn't want anyone trying to pick up the pieces and put it back together. Sun would have taken too long, a month or more to fall in depending on how close we dared folding in to leave it. With Venus, we could fold into the planet's nighttime shadow. RCS away from the enemy drone, fold just ourselves out, and an hour later whatever's left of it after impact is melting on the surface. Smooth, M said. And we brought your ship back in one piece, the first pilot repeated. Well, your target didn't have 2 fold drives and wasn't shooting at you. A little while later, one of the human technicians approached us. I was told to tell you when we were ready, sir, he said to the curator. Is the away installation team ready to depart? Yes, sir. Have them stand on top of the inhibitor with all the parts and tools they will need for the installation, as if we are preparing for a group photo. I'll join you shortly. He turned to us. I'd like the 2 of you to come with us if you can, he said. There are truths that must be penetrated at Seville before we activate this machine, and your presence would probably help. The inhibitor itself was about 3 meters high and 10 meters across. We all climbed the stairs and stood atop it. Our curator looked at his belt with a hint of a smile and raised his arms. Then the whole machine and all of us were in a new space much more brightly and evenly lit, and we were a lot less heavy. We, the machine, and the whole crew and their tools had folded to a new world without falling toward an attractor to adjust velocity, without using a RCS to adjust our orientation, and without doing any course corrections. We were in a freshly made cavern with life support and power on Seville's moon, over 80 light-years from Earth, and we had folded in with a large machine to make perfect contact with the floor in one seamless step. The technicians fanned out to begin their tasks with quiet confidence. They weren't being shot at, and they had a well-defined job to complete. There were other aliens present of various form, all of whom turned out to actually be curators, who assisted and began suggesting modifications, which the technicians carefully considered. The inhibitor itself is basic silicon substrate and by design redundant, our human form curator told us. But your power supplies use some components which might not have the longevity we seek. Fortunately, we have the technology at hand to bypass those and power the silicon directly. Where's the power coming from? Photovoltaic nanite network on the surface with a storage layer for the lunar night. It's still knitting out but should be done before nightfall, and it's already adequate for direct power in the day. Unlike the technicians who were nodding and pointing to connection points, Em and I had no real idea why we were there. New curators of different form popped in and out from time to time, and after an hour or so a civilian appeared. Also one of ours, our curator said before we could ask. Greetings, old friend Scree. And yourself. I haven't seen you since you helped us get these guys through the path. You worked on the Seville project. Em asked our curator. Oh, yes. In that day I walked among them as Scree here does now. Quite a different experience. Senses are senses, the civilian form curator said. And in this case, senseless is senseless. It is also a pun in civilian, our curator said to M and me. So what's it like down there? Nobody knows about it. The Xenocide project has been kept under a tight lid of secrecy by those who moved it forward. Many of the acts they performed to get it done were obviously criminal under civilian law. The resources they diverted to create the death drones have already created an economic recession, and many people have been trying to figure out why it's happening. Well, they're about to find out. Maybe what we're doing here is a little harsh, I suggested. We have discussed this at our highest levels all across the galaxy, the civilian said. An example must be made. Do they have any assets off-system? Not many. Both of their remaining fold ships are in orbit now. They have a few individuals on other worlds, but not enough to establish a stable colony, should anyone even let them try. We consulted with the technicians. The conversion and installation was almost complete. The human-built power supplies and control panel had been completely bypassed. The inhibitor would be activated by a timer of Curator design. Are all our people off-world? Actually, a lot of them have elected to stay. We have made sure they understand there will be no back door past the inhibitor, but this is also galactic history being made, and they want to bear witness. And the expected blackout duration isn't that long for us. How long are you going to shut them out? Long enough to make an impression. Their Grand Council is in session. I think it's about time to crash it. Humans, if you don't mind. He extended his hands, and M and I each took one. Moments later, we were in an auditorium full of civilians, obviously engaged in the business of state. M and I were hearing translation even though we weren't wearing obvious translation hardware. What is the meaning of this? One civilian shouted. Who are these aliens, and how have they appeared in our chamber? We have come to judge you, the civilian curator said. And while the translation was calm, the original sounds it was making boomed through the chamber. Guards! The doors won't open! 6 civilians advanced on us with weapons drawn. Our curators looked at one another and waved their arms, and the weapons dissolved into dust. I did not know you could do that, I muttered. We couldn't do it to you, our human form curator muttered back. But you know how your people have been wondering if we put back doors into the nanite technology. Now you know. One of the representatives slowly approached us as everyone else was backing away, and I realized it was my original contact, Kay, who had once made an appointment with a well-known but not very space-savvy human dermatologist. Not possible, Kay said. What manner of trickery is this? Are you human, Jay? Yes, I said as the chamber went quiet. It was a riot of color as the representatives reacted to the situation and their dermis announced their feelings. You are dead, Kay shouted. It looked at M. And you? And you? How are you here? That is what we are here to explain. How many of your colleagues know of these? Above our heads, a holographic display appeared of the 2 death drones at station. There was much muttering in the chamber. You know what they are, I said to Kay. Of course I do, it spat. You excreted on the equilibrium of our galaxy. You rewarded our enemies with powerful technology and brought them to our door. You are spreading through the unclaimed worlds of our galaxy like vermin. We did what was necessary. What did you do? Several voices said from the gallery. We exterminated the vermin, Kay said. These will be among the last of their kind. As it should be. They made a realization they thought was quite clever, but like almost everything, it's not as new as they thought, the curator said. A fold drive whose only purpose is to detune and fold a planet into its star does not need to be manned to perfect its calibration. So they built 2 dedicated planet-killing drones and sent one to Earth and the other to Kattegat, the homeworld of those you call the Raiders. And how did they fund this murderous extravagance? You will probably find that much of it was illegal and has caused your current economic downturn. It doesn't matter, Kay spat. We did what had to be done. And you failed, M said. Our team stopped you at Earth, and Jay and I ambushed your ship Rate of Change and destroyed it before it could deliver the other drone to Kattegat. Lies. We have the sunlight cannon now. At this, a gasp went up from the chamber. Your ships have hulls of gossamer. How could you possibly prevail against one of our capital ships? We didn't use the sunlight cannon. We used a hydrogen bomb. The curators helpfully put up a projected image of the Rate of Change with its blown-off apex and the ominous glow from within. Another gasp from the chamber. You are abominations, Kay shouted, and several civilians came forward to restrain it before it could attack us. We created you, the civilian form curator said to the chamber. We formed your world from the cosmic dust, gave it a moon and the right conditions for life to thrive. We seeded your world with life and we guided it, forming your tree of life and your genus and your ancestral species. We gave you encouragement to evolve intelligence and, in time, language and writing and science and technology. We gave you nanites and the fold drive. And you have thanked us for our gifts by using them to try to murder our other children. There was a ripple in the chamber as someone with obvious authority descended from the audience to the dais. Your power is obvious, it said. Most of us did not know of this transgression which was done in our name. What are your intentions? The last time this happened was over 1 billion years ago, the civilian form curator said. In that case, it started a planet-folding war. We had to end it by folding 20 worlds into their stars ourselves to fully cure the disease. We will do whatever we can to atone. You have the humans to thank for the fact that you are still alive. They have given us a new option. There will be hardship, but your kind will have a second chance. I know my people will ask why we are being punished, but not those of Kattegat who did fold one of your worlds into its sun. That was the act of a desperate crew who were surprised by an existential threat they did not expect. And the world they folded did not harbor a critical path species or post-critical path civilization. Their leaders were horrified to learn of what happened and quickly instructed their space captains to make sure it must never happen again. And the humans exercised mercy, and without our encouragement decided to rectify the problem by solving the problem that made the raiders become raiders in the first place, their starvation for raw materials, rather than exacting revenge. Meanwhile, even though you had never even been attacked, your leaders devoted significant resources to the purpose of genocide. They had not been surprised and knew just what they were doing. In that case, we gratefully accept your decision to grant us a second chance. May I ask just what our hardship will be and for how long? You will find out its form soon enough. As for the duration, we will see if 1,000 of your years gives you time to reflect on what was done in your name. As Em and I were still sucking in our breath, our curator grabbed our hands and suddenly we were back on Seville's moon, where all the human technicians and aliens were gone. The curator activated a control panel and motioned for our hands again, saying, "Quickly!" Moments later, we were on a transparent glass surface elevated far above a desert landscape. "My mother brought me here when I was a child," Em said. "The Grand Canyon skywalk, isn't it?" "Yes, my people have a saying that when you have to do something ugly, you should remind yourself of something beautiful. Your people made this bridge purely for the purpose of celebrating the beauty of the world we gave you. This would have been lost if the civilians had succeeded in their plan." "It was just a few of them," I said. "It only takes a few and a lot more supporting and following them blindly, as your people learned over time. It's a terrible thing that it happened, but your people know genocide. The civilians don't. They are still able to think of it as a cleansing process. But as violent as humans can be, you have also learned the hard way just how much so much blood costs. You applied the same lesson to the raiders that you have applied to your own nations in recent time, and we are quite proud of you. We watched as the sun sank toward the horizon. How do we know the civilians will learn the same thing from their millennium of exile?" "Oh, we don't," he said as the twilight deepened. "But if they don't, there is always still Plan A." 4 years later. It had been 6 months with Em working on some super-secret project she couldn't even talk to me about, and me doing diplomatic missions. I'd learned to fly, and even though it wasn't official and I should have had no business going near an airplane, much less a starship, the director had decided on his own authority that my skills were sufficient to take control of a machine that cost tens of millions of dollars to build and guide it to the stars. The flying part was a little easier for me because when you're coming in from space, you can pick a landing spot that has good weather and daylight. Still, not all of the alien airstrips are up to human standards, so some care is necessary. But my function was mostly diplomatic and commercial. Humans weren't selling our #1 product, the miniature fold drive, to other races yet because it still cost us over $10 million to build one of them, and we were absorbing our own entire production of one every month or two. But we were using the ships we built to provide a service lots of races were willing to pay for, next-day delivery. For Aeons, the rule was that interstellar travel took about a month. The actual journey for the fold ship only took a day or two, but because the ships were so large and couldn't land loading and unloading them from orbit could take weeks. It was an enormous logistical nightmare that nobody had ever really solved. But then along come humans who for a price can be there in less than a day, pick up your load whether it be emergency disaster relief or guests for a royal wedding, and have you to your destination in just a few more hours. We had far more requests for business than we had ships to provide service, and about 40 human employees just working on appropriate methods of payment that we could usefully accept. Most of the galaxy didn't use money, and we had to establish products and raw materials that made sense as barter. We also had people working on what we were pretty sure would become a galactic bank, because the barter thing was becoming such a pain in the ass. But now Em was done with her secret mission and we had some time together. When I met her, I saw that our friendly human form curator was already there too. "You said you had something really special to show me," I teased. "I thought it would involve less clothes." "Later for that. We can always boink, but you don't always see the first of a new generation of starship." Em led us out behind the hangar where a really strange craft was parked. It had 3 somewhat normal-looking aircraft hulls linked by connecting tunnels and struts, and it was sitting on pylons instead of wheeled landing gear. "The good ship Trinity," Em said by way of introduction. "I thought you were an atheist," the curator said. She's named after the character from The Matrix. So our next level interstellar craft is a trimaran. I teased. Em laughed. You should be so glad you weren't involved with those discussions. We're obviously still using a lot of aircraft parts because they are readily available. But Trinity was never an airplane. Cylinders are still the second best shape for a pressure containment vessel that has to maintain atmospheric pressure in space. We could have used a single bigger one, but that would have been more vulnerable. Trinity's 3 hulls can be isolated from one another. We have been in shooting wars, remember? All 4 connecting tunnels can be isolated and used as airlocks. Her primary piloting station is in the center hull with the large transparent forward hemisphere. But she can be piloted from anywhere by wire, and the safety glass windows in the side hulls are much stronger than the primary cockpit transparent dome. She's a prototype, and in this form her left hull is configured for passenger service and her right hull for cargo with a C-130 style rear cargo door. The middle hull is propulsion, engineering, and logistics. How does she get to the ground without wings? I asked. The curator smiled as M answered. You know, our biggest surprise at getting our payment for the Seville fold inhibitor is that gravity plating is yet another fold application. It's like the microfold we use for communication and the sunlight cannon and power reactor, but it is even more restrictive and only passes gravitons. We had no proof gravitons even existed, and now we're using them. I thought it would take a particle accelerator the size of a solar system to detect them, I said. It did, the curator said. So gravity plating scarfs up gravitons from all sources through a really detuned microfold, as does levitation plating, which is gravity plating turned upside down and backward, which is what powers the flying cars. But we realized that we could use the same principle in a tuned fashion, since we're making our own fold hardware. So we can make a gravity microfold to some place with really usefully intense gravity flux, like a neutron star. Trinity doesn't have to fold out to Neptune and fall to adjust its velocity. It can fold Neptune's gravity to wherever it is. And even better, it can fold the gravity of the sun or a neutron star or black hole to wherever it is. Trinity can accelerate at over 100 gravities. Once we have the controls perfected, it should be able to take off from Earth, match velocity with Kattegat, fold over and land in about an hour. That sounds a bit dangerous, I said. Actually, it isn't, the curator said. We once made ships similar to this. Since the gravity field affects all particles of the ship equally, there are no tidal forces or internal acceleration. Should the drive fail, the ship would simply stop accelerating. There is no hazard of mismatched correction. And the graviton microfold doesn't pass any of the other extreme environmental hazards. Have you done any of this stuff yet? Space trials only, M said. I wanted to offer both of you the chance to be with me for the first real journey. I accept gratefully, the curator said. And I guess I do too. Because it was on relatively short shock-absorbing pylons instead of tall landing gear, Trinity's connecting tunnel hatches folded down into staircases that neatly met the ground. Where are we going? I asked as M fired up the ship's systems. I was going to ask for suggestions. I do have one, the curator said. Do you have pressure suits on board? Of course. I have been asked to do an errand which would normally involve bothering those curators who are keepers of our powerful technology. But if this ship can land on an airless world, we could let them sleep. Well, that sounds like a good idea. Let's start by landing on a closer airless world. We sat in the jump seats behind M in the center fuselage piloting station. Trinity arose silently from the surface of the Earth, then tilted upward and shot forward vertically for a few minutes until we were in the blackness of space. No fold maneuvers were necessary to divest ourselves of Earth's air. When we were well into space, M folded us out to Earth's moon. At the moon, we adjusted velocity in seconds and descended, until we were looking at the descent stage and flag of an Apollo mission. I'm not going to actually touch down and desecrate this place. I wouldn't have come here at all if I had to use thrusters to descend. But this is the landing place of Apollo 17. We are the first people to see it with our own eyes since Cernan and Schmidt left here in 1972. This is a great honor, our curator said, and I think he meant it. Where do we go from here? I asked. If I may, the curator said. There is an outer world in the Seville system where I have a chore to do. It is well outside of the reach of your fold inhibitor, which is why it is there. M folded us off to the Seville system. At the curator's directive, she homed in on a spot on its fourth rocky planet, a frozen wasteland similar to Ceres. There was a modest-sized machine on the surface with a small array of stick antennas. After we touched down, the curator suited up, went out to the device and touched it with an object he had brought with him. Minutes later, he was back in the ship. That's our back-channel relay, he said after unsuiting. The natives have no knowledge of it. It's entirely for the use of our stay-behind curators. But they had been getting some interference from local radio transmissions. We had quite forgotten to give our people the ability to reprogram its frequency profile remotely, since we're kind of used to being able to get to these things in person. The program update I just performed fixes that for them. You've been getting updates from Seville. What the hell has been happening there? Let's go somewhere that serves alcohol to discuss that. My agents have told me of an excellent pub on Kattegat, and I hear the two of you have no need to pay for drinks on that world. Of course, the space traffic directors at Kattegat expected us to need the roof of the power station for a rolling landing, and they were surprised when we asked for a courtyard of modest dimensions in the city near a certain trendy address. This was quickly arranged, and it was indeed about an hour after the curator updated his relay that we touched down in a small vacant lot between two very Earth-like wooden buildings. We walked around a few corners and found the pub. Over large glasses of rich fermented beverage, the curator told us what had happened after the inhibitor went online. Nearly all of the power failed, of course, he said. We get used to using the full-drop repeaters because, like hydroelectric, they work all the time. But nanites can also make good photovoltaic and supercapacitor power storage stations. The civilians knew their hardship was a punishment and did not waste time lamenting it. They set about dismantling their now useless fold-drop repeaters and building solar fields and batteries. Most of the planet was without power for less than a year, and they managed to save that year's agricultural crops so there was no famine. I'm glad that there wasn't a lot of death, I said. Well, the crews of the two orbiting fold ships had no way home. As you now know, the repulsor plating is fold-based. They said their goodbyes via radio and opened the airlocks. And the leaders who had created the Xenocide program were publicly tried and put to death. The civilians had not imposed the death penalty for thousands of years, but they found this particular crime a bit over the top. And of course there were the minor tragedies you would expect as people found themselves in flying transports that could no longer fly and similar situations. Still, it was a very small percentage of their global population. Do you know what happened to Kay? Not specifically, but I would be very surprised if it was not put to death with the rest of the would-be xenocides. Our repeater doesn't have a lot of bandwidth. It only functions at all about 30% of the time due to astrophysical alignments, and manages about 10 bits per second best case when it does. We're limited because our ground agents are pretending to be amateur radio operators, and don't have proper radio telescope dishes. So we mostly get what amount to newspaper clippings. So what are things like now, 4 years later? M asked. Civilian civilization has mostly recovered from the insult. They were a self-sufficient world before we gave them the fold, and they are self-sufficient again now without it. You may recall the elder gentle being who came down from the balcony to challenge us. It was their supreme leader many years ago, and after we folded out it was reappointed by acclamation. It led the trials of the Xenocides and the organization of replacement networks for the infrastructure disabled by the fold inhibitor. It also kept up awareness that a great wrong had been attempted in their name, for which they all had responsibility. The result has been similar to the situation in your country of Germany after the unpleasantness of your Second World War. There is a subpopulation of diehards who would kill anything that disagrees with them on general principle, but they are a small minority and not generally tolerated. The official and popular view is that they were betrayed by leaders who misled them and attempted to make them all agents of murder, and that this cannot ever be tolerated. It will be interesting to see how well this attitude persists across future generations. I still think we are maybe being a bit too harsh making them live with it for 1,000 years. Well, it's done, the curator said. How would you propose to disable it? It's deep beneath the surface of an airless world shielded by the inhibitor itself. If you get within 2 astronomical units of it, your ship becomes a flying brick. Right. We talked a bit more, then made our way back to the ship, which was now surrounded by a small crowd of local raiders. At our approach, there was a collective, "Ooh!" And as we opened the hatch, one of the kittens said, "How did you get it here?" "You'll see very soon," M said mischievously. "Thanks for saving our world," he added. The secret hadn't lasted long. Fortunately, none of them recognized us as individuals. Just promise us that if you're ever in the position to do it for another people, you'll do the same yourselves. At that, the crowd did their stomping salute, and we stomped back as we'd learned to do on our first visit. Then we closed the hatch and lifted off in perfect silence while they gaped, and in less than an hour we were back on Earth eating dinner. Begin article for immediate release via microfold relay scope. All Galaxy section, Lifestyle and Customs. Origin Sagittarius R22. Lee 6. Curator Index 807422 Translation. Note. Names with no recorded Earth equivalents are given Greek placeholders according to current Earth. CI 1742660. Directive. Title. At an ancient ritual, a new ship gets the party together. Byline Alpha and Beta galactic rotation may have carried the ancient civilization of Gamma, CI 407914, out of the main line of the Sagittarius arm of our galaxy, but their traditions still require personal attendance of their allies at the ascendance rituals of their royalty. The last time these reporters covered a Gamma Royal event, it took more than half a typical lunar month to pick up all the guests, and a similar interval to get them all back home, despite Gamma reserving a capital fold ship for the purpose. This time they did it in one typical solar day each way, and what made it possible was a remarkable new ship built by the humans of Earth, CI 1742660. Humans are as young a species as the Gammas are mature. They only left critical path quarantine within the last few hundred years, but they are burning a bright line along their arm of the galaxy. After building an improbably compact fold drive, they created a lot of buzz with their tiny starships, all of which had originally been built for on-planet air transport before being retrofitted for space. And while those ships could manage the stunning feat of ascent to space, folding, velocity translation, and descent to the surface all in one trip, that trip was described as either thrilling or terrifying depending on who you asked. Those craft got to the surface with loud, air-breathing combustion engines full of moving parts subjected to high temperatures and unimaginable stresses. And while our beta did take the trip between worlds on one, at that time they didn't even have gravity plating, and so it was a bit of a wild ride. That was 5 typical years ago. And well, for humans it seems 5 years is a heck of a long time. Photo, Human M. Hatchway. Our pilot M welcomes us to the journey. We caught the new bus at Gamma, joining Princess Delta to collect our guests. The human fold ship 3-in-1 features not just gravity plating, but a supergravity drive capable of accelerating it at the surface gravity of whatever cosmic object, usually the nearest star, it decides to tap. It's a much more focused version of our gravity and levitation plating, which we can't make with nanites. The humans are quite open about how they make their unusual technology, and so far nobody else has been inclined to duplicate the heroic manufacturing effort it takes. One might at first mistake the 3-in-1 for a ground-to-orbit transport, but its human pilot M joked that the ship has actually never been in orbit around a planet. "We just don't need to do that," she said as we toured the small ship, which has no staterooms and comfortable but close seating for about 100 standard-form bipedal beings in its passenger hull. "We pop from the surface to near space, make the fold, adjust velocity if necessary, and touch down. Tapping the surface gravity of a nearby normal star gives us 20+ normal habitable gravities of acceleration for the velocity adjustment, and we can orient the vector in any direction without turning the ship. We can be surface to surface within galactic distances like this in half an hour." Photo, Human J attending. Human J provides treats to the passengers. While they weren't providing the usual palatial staterooms, the humans did put on a good spread of alcoholic liquors and savory snacks. While they had a few traditional exotica known to be favored by certain guests, most of the treats were from Earth, and offered an interesting sample of their brewing, distilling, agricultural, and meat cultivating skills. It also became a bit of a running gag among those of us who had experienced a 3-in-1 transport cycle to rib the newcomers who hadn't about how terrible the accommodations were, until they saw for themselves how quickly the whole thing was going to be accomplished. After an incredible run of visiting 8 worlds in less than half a typical day, we returned to Gamma with all the guests, landing and delivering them directly within the main courtyard of the royal palace. There was no rest for our transport hosts, though. During the festival, the 3-in-1 would go back to Earth and do a transport run through their colonies, and a diplomatic run to their allies at Kattegat on the far side of the galaxy, before returning to take all the guests home. The leaders of 8 worlds have much to contemplate after this improbably quick ride. Humans have done things in their short years of maturity which the rest of us haven't managed in eons, a fact that hasn't gone lost on some of our leaders, including, unfortunately, those of the world Seville, CI 1729140, which earned a curator-imposed exile by attempting to destroy both Earth and their allied world, Kattegat, CI 1659441, with the very fold drive shenanigans they scare us with as kids. We suppose the lesson from what happened there is don't do it. You can't stop change by murder, and why would you want to when that change holds so much wonderful promise? The human ship 3-in-1 has only been in operation for about 4 typical lunar months. Its operators say it is really a prototype, a conservative expression of designs they know will work without venturing too far out in the realm of what is unknown but possible. We are looking very forward to seeing what the humans find out to be possible next. Footnote: those who are unfamiliar with humans might wonder why our hosts are wrapped in so much textile decoration as they attend us. This was not some special affectation for our royal guests. In addition to their unusual technological talents, humans are known for a somewhat perverse modesty habit and instinct to conceal their natural body form. This can be most frustrating for the curious, but fortunately their allies at Kattegat tempted the female pilot M to accept and display color honors for her triumphant defeat of their own fold ship. Here are M and JM without her typical human modesty garments and sporting raider colors, along with exalted raider colorist O in a candid moment on the local planetary show When Not Raiding. Photo, Humans Candid with Color, end article. The entire article was professionally matted and framed, including all 3 photos in the hallway about 20 feet from the director's office door. I seem to recall predicting that this would happen, I said carefully. So you did, M said. It doesn't bother you. Do you have any idea what this really means? M said, I guess I don't. Humans are about to become the most famous young race in the galaxy. Aliens by the trillion are going to remember Earth's Curator Index 1742660 and dream about piloting tiny starships that can land on planets. And they will all wonder what a human looks like. And over most of the galaxy it will be us. She stabbed the last photograph on the poster with her forefinger. That they will see. Not our political leaders, not our rock stars, not our diplomats or our engineers. They will see the naked female who blows up fold ships and her faithful statesman mate who made the improbable peace. And with that she kissed me and then turned and walked away, looking as self-satisfied as I have ever seen any human being in my entire life. I realized as I detoured by the liquor store on the way back to our house that I should never underestimate the ego of a warrior test pilot. The director caught us as we were moving our stuff from Trinity to the Horsepill to do a little scouting for new colony world candidates. Horsepill looked exactly like what it was named after, a huge gel cap about 7 meters long and 3 in diameter. It was a generous accommodation for a 2-person scouting crew and our instruments, and much quieter and really less conspicuous than Grasshopper, which was being fitted to hang from the roof of the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum. Fold drives being a rather valuable commodity, Grasshoppers had found its way into the Horsepill. You guys might want to make a detour, the director said as he waved a tablet at us. We've gotten a rather interesting message. An invitation from a new race but directed specifically at you two. And they want you to visit rather than them coming here. M scanned the tablet as I asked, are we sure it's legit? Checks out with several other mature races on the CI. It's from their current royal leader, so it would be good diplomacy to pay our respects. On it, we said together as M handed the tablet back. They named their own world in English. I asked as we loaded the Horsepill. Yes, they call it Hyacinth. Isn't that an earth flower? This is going to be different. We had Hyacinth's Curator Index and therefore its current location and other useful data. With the supergravity drive and such a small ship, we were in contact with Hyacinth ground control within 45 minutes. Wait a minute, is the controller speaking English? This isn't a translator. No, not on our end, and I don't think on theirs either. Our approach took us in low over a large city. In the center of town was something I'd never seen on an alien world. A tall, shaft-like building towering over the rest of the city. That's impressive, I said as we approached. They want us to notice it, M said. Our instructions are to land on its roof. Before we dropped the hatch, we could see our greeting party through the nose dome, a group of 4 bright blue feathered bipedal aliens. They had large curved beaks instead of lips, and their mark of the Curators was a bow tie of yellow feathers just below the collar. One of them wore some kind of decorative body harness. We exited our craft and the leader with the harness offered a handshake. Welcome to Hyacinth, he said in an oddly whistly version of English. You may also refer to our race as the Hyacinth and to myself as Ascendant Prince Henry. It must have taken some effort for you to learn our language, I said with what I hoped was a tone of respect. I couldn't figure out how he was speaking English without lips. And well worth it if it leads to the diplomatic result I hope for. Unless I am terribly mistaken, I believe you are human pilot M, slayer of fold ships, and human diplomat J, tamer of raiders. It is an honor to welcome you to our world. If you would accompany us, I would like to show you a few things, and our technology for making a presentation isn't as portable as yours. The elevator was typical alien tech, floating on repulsor plates to go up or down and locking in place with mechanical clips to access a destination floor. Earth elevator companies were already making plans to switch over and get rid of all the damn cables. How should we properly refer to you? A proper question for a diplomat, Human J. You can call me Prince Henry. We suggest you just use male pronouns to refer to all of us, since our genitalia are internal, and we have neither primary nor secondary external sexual characteristics. Most of our young people don't know what sex they are until they have a good reason to wonder. That must be interesting. How do your people learn their sex? Well, laying an egg is a major clue. This drew a clucking, which we would learn was the Hyacinth natural form of laughter from the others. Also, being in a committed relationship with someone who lays a fertile egg is a clue. And for the impatient, there are always tomographic medical scans. But we really don't consider it that important unless we're actively trying to reproduce. He motioned for us to take seats at a semicircular table facing a display screen. So how do you like our building? I intend to make it the seat of our government once I ascend to the throne. As Ascendant Prince, I'm afforded much authority, but not quite that much. With the notable exception of the wonders of your own Earth, We are fairly certain this is now the tallest building in the galaxy. I was told such structures were impossible with your nanite tech, and so they were until we learned a wonderful thing from you. This building is made of nanite matrix reinforced with glass fibers. We had to learn to make the fibers since the nanites can't, and to teach the nanites to arrange and position them, and then to bond to them as they built up matrix. We are still refining the technique, but it is going to revolutionize a few things. How do you make the fibers? We sent you several pallets of gravity plating in payment for basic machine tools and foundation hardware. Of course, we could have just bought a fiberglass spinning machine, but we wanted the ability to make as many of our own as we might want, since we are thinking we might be wanting a lot of them before long. I've heard this "we" from leaders before, I said a bit skeptically. Do your people share this vision? Why do you think I built this building? What provoked such an interest in us? We've met dozens of species who mostly don't care what we've done, and one that got real pissed off about it. Unfortunate that. A couple of years ago you provided transport for the royal guests to... Well, I can't pronounce that place's name either, but you'll remember it. 8 worlds in less than a day in your ship Trinity. I was one of your passengers and I was enthralled. Most people don't seem to care that they might be living in the midst of history being made, and others react like the civilians with terror. Maybe it's because I am young, but I see your emergence among us as an opportunity. I do not want to be the leader who lets such an opportunity pass, and I want my people to benefit from the wonders that are likely to emerge. Your message indicated that you might have some particular wonder in mind. I do. But first, I have a couple of questions which concern your supergravity drive. I realize your fold drive is not for sale because you are using your own full production. And honestly, I think that is the best use for those drives because none of us has the other arts ready to make such small and nimble ships. But I am hoping that the supergravity drive is simpler and that you might be willing to part with 1 or 2 of them for a suitable return. And I also need to know how far the supergravity field can be extended from the drive itself. I am hoping for at least 1 kilometer, preferably at least 2. I turned to Em since she's the technical expert. On the first point, we can make a lot more supergravity drives because they don't need very accurate tuning to create a graviton flux. They are physically smaller and simpler, and we complete them faster and get a better yield than we do with the fold drives. But we also have more use for them, since they form a basis for exploiting our solar system's extraterrestrial resources. We can use a supergravity-only ship for in-system exploration and transport. But the bottom line is that yes, we can make a lot more of them, so with a sufficient motive we could probably break a few loose for alternate purposes. On the second point, we've been locking them down since we don't want unsupervised people dragging asteroids around without authorization. But yes, the field can be made several kilometers in radius. Prince Henry nodded at one of his companions, and an image appeared on the screen. This is my vision, he said. A nanite-based fold ship. A bit on the small side by our standards, this concept vehicle has a pressure dodecahedron inscribing a sphere 1.3 kilometers in diameter. It also has an unpressurized skirt creating a 10-sided support pad with multiple gravity-plated cargo levels. It is fiberglass reinforced, and therefore less than 1/3 the mass of typical similar-sized ships. An important feature because it has to be able to support its own weight in a gravity field. Because a supergravity drive will make it possible for this ship to land on the surface of a world. The picture became animated and showed this, the ship touching down on a prepared landing area that would have to be a mile wide. Loading and unloading such a ship would still be time-consuming compared to what your small ships manage, but much faster and simpler than it would be via shuttles to orbit. And we could manage large population transfers and cargoes that are far beyond your capacity. Em and I sucked in our breath at the same time. That's an impressive vision, I said, and totally dependent on your help. It is absolutely unworkable without your supergravity drive, which we have proven cannot be duplicated with the nanites available to us. It will be 13 Earth months before I ascend to the throne, but I can make plans. I want this to be the first great project of my reign. What would you be offering us for our supergravity drive? I would actually be asking for more than just the drive. If the concept proves out, I will be building a coalition of worlds to make a manufacturing center to use your techniques to make supergravity drives for ourselves. I would ask for your help in that endeavor. You have said to others that you do not wish to hide your technology. We do not see any current added value in trying to duplicate your fold drive, but this is something for which I think we can make a case. That sounds reasonable, but you still haven't told us what's in it for us. We won't just build one prototype ship. We will build 2. The image on the projector split so that it showed 2 landed mountain-sized fold ships. And in exchange for your help, we will give the second one to the humans of Earth to use as you wish. By the time we visited Hyacinth and received an astonishing proposal from then Prince Henry, the outline of an economic structure between Earth and the rest of the galaxy was beginning to become visible. At the heart of this was the ultimate secret of gravity and repulsor plating. When we learned how to make these incredibly useful platings, we learned that by far the best and most effective way to make them was with nanites. We could make plating with the techniques we used to make the fold and supergravity drives, but it didn't work any better and was more fragile and vastly more expensive. Our leaders were still reluctant to delve into primary nanite manufacturing, both because of the danger of someone building a primitive and detunable nanite fold drive, and because it was the lack of nanite tech that had forced us to explore other methods and develop our other unique capabilities. So we wrote up specifications and a catalog of possibly useful stuff we could provide that you couldn't easily make with nanites, and published them on the microfold network. We had an insatiable appetite for repulsor plating because this was the motive force behind flying transport vehicles. It was strong enough to lift one of our small aircraft-style starships, but not anything much heavier. It wasn't adequate for velocity adjustment after folding between regions of the galaxy, but it could power a flying car from a pack of AA batteries. And it was within the means of any interested alien community to follow our specifications for the tile types we wanted, and make a steady supply of the stuff with sunlight for power and local minerals for raw materials. In return, we supplied commodity machines and tools. Bearings, drill bits, extruded and threaded rods, nuts and bolts were all popular. It soon became common to find hybrid designs published on the microfold that were mostly made of nanites, but also requiring precision parts from Earth. It didn't hurt that we could easily make delivery and take our trade items at the surface of other worlds. We offered discounts to worlds that could provide landing strips because we still had a lot more converted aircraft than Trinity-style second-generation ships, but we were building those as fast as we could. The Bank of Earth was off to a solid start, if only because the Earth industries that supplied our end of the trade wanted to be paid in money. And while it was new to them, the aliens who made a regular practice of dealing with us quickly realized that having funds in our bank gave them great flexibility when they were making wish lists from our catalog of available goods. This was the situation when we brought the Hyacinth Regent of Technology Development to Reagan National Airport in the Horsepill. He returned to Earth with us to give his presentation to a group of dignitaries and specialists for evaluation. "Do we have some time before the meeting?" he asked as we landed. The Regent spoke excellent English, as his prince did, and instructed us to call him by the human name John. Yes, we were generous with the scheduling. "If it's possible, I would like to make a quick visit to your national zoo. I understand there is an underground transport that can take us there." Fortunately, it had become common enough for aliens to be seen on the streets of human cities, particularly capitals like Washington, that we didn't attract an unworkable amount of attention. At the zoo, John skipped all the more spectacular exhibits and guided us straight to the tropical birds, where we found ourselves facing a pair of enormous bright blue parrots. The sign called them hyacinth macaws. Just like any tourist, John took a few pictures. "You're named your world after them, not the flower." "Yes, the birds are themselves named after the flower, but these fellows are as closely related to us as anything on your world. Their coloration is nearly identical to ours. And while we have no flighted ancestors like these birds, our ancestors were ground-based feathered bipedal carnivores like many of your dinosaurs. And the Curators wiped out their dinosaur ancestors with an asteroid strike." Regent John laughed in his native hyacinth way. "Yes, Curators will do that. Our ancestors tended to stubbornly get stuck in dead-end monster mode. They had to wipe out our ancestors 3 times before we came along. Having seen the macaws, we made our way back to the zoo entrance and then the subway." "Is there any significance to the human names you have chosen to take on?" Em asked as we hiked down the hill toward the subway station. "Prince Henry took the name of one of your own royalty he admires, Prince Henry the Navigator of Portugal. And for my anticipated role in our future development, he suggested the name of John Frank Stevens, an engineer who is credited with making your ambitious Panama Canal project practical." "Prince Henry knows an awful lot about our history," I said as we stepped onto the subway escalator. "Prince Henry wants to learn from every available source, and most of what is out there has been known by everyone for billions of years. You humans are a fascinating exception." Several hours later, we were in the Oval Office. "This is not the meeting you came here for," the president said matter-of-factly, "but we want to know what this might mean before we present it to the rest of our world." "It's a simple enough deal," John said. "We want a supergravity drive for our prototype, in return for a copy of our prototype surface-landing fold ship. We assume you can outfit your ship with the supergravity and your own superior fold drive. And we would like your technical assistance setting up an independent manufacturing facility on a colony world which can make more supergravity drives. Before we could get any use out of this enormous ship, we would have an incredibly difficult job outfitting it," one of the men in attendance said. "How is that?" Regent John asked. "This thing must have 100 square kilometers of deck. It will need appointments, furniture, plumbing, lighting, and 1,000 more details to make it useful. It would suck up a generation's resources, and I'm not sure what we would do with it." "Oh, I don't think you understand," the regent said. All those things are included. They are built in by the nanite construction team. These ships have been made for eons, and their construction has long been a well-honed art. Despite the unique utility of being able to land, which will call for a few adjustments, most of the things you mention are long ago solved problems. We will deliver you a ship that is ready to board and fly once its drives are installed and calibrated. But what about toilets, food production, and distribution? Of course. Galaxy-wide, there are about 20 most common types of body form for hospitality purposes, differing in things like furniture size, bedding preferences, food supply and preparation and waste removal. Our usual practice is to outfit about half the ship as staterooms, and the rest as functional gathering and work areas of different sizes, and to outfit about half the staterooms and work areas for the species that runs the ship with the others a varied mix. We have also studied your designs for things like toilets and sinks to tweak them to your preferred style. With nanites, it's just a software problem. It would take a huge crew, the man said. It would if you choose to use it that way. Most fold ships have a large live-on crew. Then again, I understand most of your large seagoing vessels do too, and they can't fly between the stars. The president spoke up. Regent, would you like a tour of our historic White House? I need to have a word with my people. Of course. Do you allow photographs? My prince will be fascinated. In most areas we do, the guide will let you know. He slapped the intercom and said, Teresa, we have an alien with the most beautiful blue feathers you've ever seen who needs a tour of our house. After Regent John left, the president eyed the man who had spoken up. M&J, I don't think you've met my Secretary of Defense, he said. Actually, I have, sir, M said. He gave me a medal once. What is your problem, H? The president asked him. This is an enormous and unexpected undertaking, he said. We have no budget for it, no schedule, no personnel, and it promises to dwarf important existing programs. H, stop thinking about blowing shit up for a change and think about what this means. Within the next 20 years, they are telling me about 5 billion people are going to lose their homes due to sea level rise. They will need to go somewhere, but most of the somewhere they could go here on Earth is already occupied by other people who aren't going to want them. They will need to eat, and at least half our arable land is also going to go under or become desert. Maybe more. The very manufacturing facilities that our blue friend is so interested in are going to be flooded and destroyed by storms with ever-increasing frequency. Have I left anything out? Am I blowing it out of proportion? No, sir, he said quietly. This one ship could save our damn bacon. We have the colony worlds. The aliens have wondered why we planted flags on so many of them. That was thinking ahead. But we also have to get the people there and, more importantly, the infrastructure and industries to support them. It's been happening, but it's too slow. M&J, would you say one of these ships could transport an entire city all at once? Its buildings on those skirt decks and its population in the staterooms. I'd say that's exactly what it's designed to do, M said. And Prince Henry is an avid student of our species, I added. He may have anticipated this need and constructed an offer he knew we would be foolish to refuse. And we won't, the president said with finality. We'll let Regent John present his offer, but the only question will be whether we tell them to paint a UN flag on the hull or a US flag. One way or the other, we're giving them their damn gravity drive, and we're gratefully taking the ship. The next day, the regent made his case to the United Nations General Assembly, and the president followed with his own. The vote wasn't even close. The ship would have a UN flag, and the deal would set a myriad of smaller preparatory plans in motion all across the Earth. As the Laputa began construction in orbit at Hyacinth, the attention of our work group changed dramatically. Even assuming that the nanite construction teams delivered us a ready-to-use ship with toilets and power and food preparation arranged, the ability to transport large populations suddenly required us to prepare places to transport them to. And as with the transport ship, this suggested the need for a large off-world infrastructure we really had no way to build. The Hyacinth were themselves busy with the ship project, but they suggested that the construction of cities was a thing all of their peers had taken on at some point. And when we put a request for bids out on the microfold, we got many responses. Some effort went into evaluating these, and we visited all the finalists in the horsepill to size them up. The first winning bid came from a race we had never dealt with before, so we had no human name for them. Their ancestors had been herbivorous grazers, and even though the Curators had made their ancestors omnivorous, they still had many features like eyes on the side of their heads and wide nostrils above a powerful jaw that we associate with grazing prey animals. They wore fur in a natural explosion of colored patterns, with only the mark of the Curators at the small of their backs being somewhat consistent between individuals. I dubbed them the City Makers, and it stuck until we started letting other city projects a few years later. The City Makers were offered a human fold drive in return for an empty city ready to receive 5 million human inhabitants. The city had to provide running water, power distribution, drainage, sewerage, and food production. We learned in the late going that the last item was actually possible, In addition to nanites, alien tech included techniques for growing all sorts of meat and vegetable matter in a continuous stream. The end result was suitable for preparation by the usual cooking techniques, and it could be made hard to distinguish from actual Earth food. With nanites, such a city would take about the same amount of time to complete as the fold ship Laputa. It was a bigger project, but since it wasn't in orbit, it was easier to supply the nanites with raw materials. Our first city would be located on the fourth world M, and I had claimed, which I had called Pan for its Pangea-like single continent. Like the Earth in the time of the dinosaurs, it had ocean at both poles and so no ice caps, and its ocean level had been very stable for millions of years. It also had storms, but these tended to be limited to its great ocean, and it had huge inland estuaries where its continent was beginning to split apart, which were relatively peaceful. This gave it tens of thousands of kilometers of relatively safe shoreline on which to relocate people who were used to living near the water, but wary of the bad things that water could do. The search for new colonies was closing. We had claimed enough worlds to meet any reasonable need, and our leaders didn't want to make it look like we were going on a march across the galaxy. This meant that the services M and I had been providing via really small ships like the old Grasshopper or the new Horsepill weren't going to be needed much longer. While we were contemplating this, our human form curator came to the house for barbecue, as he liked to do on Friday nights, and he slipped me a note. "You should visit this world while you can," he said with the oddest hint of a smile. "Can I ask why?" "Oh, you can ask, but you will only get an answer if you go there while you can." It wasn't quite as far from Earth as Kattegat, but it was a similarly brutal journey for the average fold ship. Next time we went out on a routine mission, we made it there in less than an hour in the Horsepill. We were greeted immediately. "Earthship Horsepill, welcome to Scree. Please follow these entry coordinates." We followed the directions and found ourselves in a courtyard in what looked like a very old city that had originally been built by nanites, but gradually converted to more picturesque materials. The native who greeted us on the ground was more human-looking than most of the aliens we'd met. He was mostly naked and hairless and concealed his crotch with a loincloth. He had hair on his forearms and calves, but not on his head. "Don't be deceived," he said as we debarked. "I look like your hosts, but I only walk among them. My colleague sent you to us." "You're a curator," M said. He nodded. "You're naturally speaking English without a translator," I added. "Relatively easy for these people. Allow me to introduce you to their leader." We wound our way through a city toward some kind of temple or palace complex, and we passed dozens of people, all of whom seemed young and strong. Alien physiology can be deceiving, but age is a thing that ravages in common ways across the galaxy. And by the time we met our host, we were wondering what happened to all their old people. "You may call me President Franklin," she said. We only knew her sex because her title declared it. The loincloth concealed her genitals, and our hosts weren't mammals. "You have come a long way to meet with us. Please let us offer hospitality." That led to something like a state dinner, introductions, and much small talk. Finally, the president asked the key question. "Do you know why you have been asked here?" "Honestly, we don't," M said. "Of course not. Our secret is not well kept, but neither is it extensively broadcast. I understand you are aware that the curators can individually live for millions of years." "Yes, we know that," I said. "We can too. I'm over 4 million of our years old, which I believe is about 6.5 million of your Earth years. Of course, our curator guest is at least 10 times older than I am." "You are still among the easiest of our children to walk with," the curator said. "We have been asked to evaluate you. The curators do not dispense the gift of longevity to their children, but we have been known to do that." "Is there a price?" M asked. "Oh no, that would be truly evil. There is an evaluation. I have to say our initial read of your species is not promising. You have overpopulated your homeworld, which is why you need colonies. The first thing you must do to be long-lived as individuals is curb your rate of reproduction. Tell me about yourselves, M and J. You are a mated pair, are you not? Have you reproduced?" We shook our heads. "It was never a priority for us," M said. "And now you are at your species' menopause, are you not, M? Do you feel loss at missing your chance to reproduce?" "A lot of my people do, but I don't," she said. "I have given my species worlds. Child-rearing would seem anticlimactic." The president looked at me. "I couldn't have said it better," I added. "We will need to do a fairly detailed bioassay of both of you. It will be somewhat invasive, but we need to determine which of the curator's building blocks got included in your genome and phenotype. From that, we can determine what might be possible with our technology. Subject, of course, to your consent. I don't think anybody back home would forgive us if we denied you. That is a poor reason to agree. Do you agree to do this for yourselves? Do you want to live longer?" "Yes," we said almost in unison. "Have you considered why you would want such a thing?" M and I looked at one another, a bit baffled. "You have looked beyond reproduction. For what reason do you want long life?" "I want to know what happens next," I said, and M nodded solemnly. "I guess that sounds a bit lame. On the contrary, it is one of the best reasons to want long life, the president said. The word you should probably use to name us in your language is witness. The reason that we hate death is that we hate forgetting and relearning the same lesson over and over again. Our longevity is not a privilege. It is a responsibility to observe what happens and learn from it. Be assured we are paying very close attention to what your species is doing. As a new thing, it commands our attention. We looked at the curator, who was being very quiet. Our friends the curators have their own reasons for living a long time, but their project is not ours. We are of course grateful to them for creating our world and our species, but we are watching them too. We spent the next 2 days in a medical facility undergoing all manner of scans, samplings, and tests. Afterward, we rested for a couple more days before we were summoned to hear the results. Your metabolism gave us no surprises, the top medic said. We could make you live as long as we do. But we won't, the president said. Em and I looked at her. Your species has done grand things, but you are still very immature. What we will give you is a modest boost. The medic offered us a wooden box. This serum will increase your maximum life expectancy from your current 70 to 100, to from 2 to 300 of your years, and will also cure most of your worst diseases of age, such as coronary disease, cancer, and most forms of dementia. It's a simple thing for us, which you would almost certainly work out for yourselves within a few hundred years. But we think it would be useful for you to start learning maturity now, and it's hard to do that when you practically die in infancy. Come back to us in a few thousand years, and we may be willing to help you go to another level. All of us alive now will be dead by then, though, Em said. Mostly so, the president agreed. It is still a boon, I said. One we can use because I think you're right about our maturity problem. We completed our assigned tour and returned home. The serum had been designed to be replicated by nanites, so aliens were consulted to contract for that. Em and I didn't need it because we had already been treated in the course of our bioassay. We went out on another tour, but within a month the horse pill was decommissioned to free up its fold drive for a larger ship. Em and I decided to retire, and we ended up taking the Laputa to Pan to settle in the first large off-world human city, New Orleans. We lost Miami before we had a chance to save it. While the Laputa was in early construction, Hurricane Wilson came across Florida's peninsula and drove a 5-meter storm surge into the vulnerable city. The residential suburbs were annihilated. The city persisted as a set of tall buildings with flooded basements in the old downtown, some of which were originally residential, and others of which were quickly converted. But the evacuation had not gone well, and the death toll had finally dwarfed that of the Galveston hurricane of 1900. The sea was coming for many of man's works, and man was finally ready to take notice. Wilson had re-strengthened after crossing Florida and made a beeline for New Orleans. There, the evacuation went better, and the massive stormworks erected in the decades after Katrina did their job, if only by inches. Many of the Wilson survivors of both Miami and New Orleans never came back. 2 years later, Laputa was in space trials, and a furious debate was going on in Congress. Officially, the human-alien program was international, but as a practical matter, it was Americans who built the fold and supergravity drives, and so my leaders dominated the conversation. I was officially retired, but my wife had been drafted to be chief test pilot for the Laputa, and I had of course brokered the Pax Kattegat. And we had taken one of the first nanite-built houses offered in New Orleans, leading the necessary exodus of our homeworld. The sea was also coming for 100 other human cities. It was flooding the understory of Lower Manhattan every few years, and since preventing the seawater incursion had proven impossible, drastic measures had been taken to make the underground recoverable in the aftermath, with everything except the subway tracks moved above the floodline where possible. Flood insurance had become impossible to obtain for anything on a barrier island or beach anywhere in the world, and millions of dwellings were either snapped up by the wealthy or abandoned, depending on their circumstances. When Laputa landed in Newfoundland, it was an event of galactic importance. It was the largest starship ever to make landfall in all the billions of years the galaxy had been gardened by the Curators. The Hyacinth actually waited for us to land Laputa before attempting to do the same with their twin ship. Nothing like trusting the other guy's engineering. Then the decision was made that the city to evacuate first had to be New Orleans, but you couldn't land such a massive thing on the soft swampland surrounding the city. It was M who noted that the supergravity drive used the same amount of energy no matter what its field radius was, so it took only the charge from a couple of car batteries to levitate the ship for weeks at a time. So like an object out of an Arthur C. Clarke novel, the Laputa appeared above the swamp south of New Orleans, and floating vehicles began what would become the largest planetary evacuation in galactic history. The Laputa would be joined within 10 years by the Pandora and the Galactica. We built a new facility for making fold drives and recruited 5 more species to help us building off-world cities. It took 20 years, but we managed to move half our population off-world without any more catastrophes like Miami, even though Earth's seas continued to rise and their storms became ever stronger and more frequent. The consortium which the Hyacinth had started eventually became pretty proficient at making supergravity drives, although their yield never got better than 80% or so, while ours on Earth was over 99%. While we evacuated the Earth, it became apparent over the microfold that all over the galaxy, worlds were taking a wait-and-see attitude before starting new capital foldship projects. With the demonstration of Laputa and the understanding that something the size of a baseball made it possible to land such a thing instead of keeping it in orbit, nobody wanted to waste the resources making an old-style foldship if they weren't sure it wouldn't soon be obsolete. Out in the galaxy, the economic value of human-made fold drives, which were 100 times harder to make than supergravity drives, wasn't based on their small size. It was their nearly perfect calibration, which made it possible to fold across the galaxy in a single operation and actually arrive at your target. This was a fortunate thing because we had a lot of cities to build on our colonies fast, and many species were eager to trade resources to get one of those drives. And while the cities they built all incorporated human architectural motifs, they also all brought in a bit of their own, so the colony worlds took on personalities according to both the human source culture and the aliens who had helped us build them. It made for more of a tourist industry than we had ever expected to sustain, and it was the small Earth fold ships, still the size of airliners, that made that trade possible. And the witness serum had all but eliminated human death. There were still tragic exceptions, but they were tragic because they were exceptions. There had been some discussion of keeping the serum secret or limiting its distribution, but some person whose initial might have been M or J might have had something to do with publicizing its existence. In previous circumstances, it might have devastated the foundations of our economy, but in the midst of the planetary evacuation, it made no real difference regarding anything except that people who would have died continued to live. But the witness serum had its limits, and futures were trading higher in the tattered remnants of the human funeral industry as we all got older. 40 years later, as I marked my 90th birthday, my doctor showed me a graph. "I want you to see this first," he said. "This is my response to the collagen cross-linking test since I took the serum." It rose gradually across the decades, signaling that there were some things the serum couldn't fix. Now you may have been wondering why you and I suppose M look so young. This is yours. The same graph started flat and stayed flat, not rising a pixel across decades of sampling. So what does that mean? It means something is fixing your collagen. As far as we know, nothing can stop it from cross-linking. That would be a breakthrough. That's very funny, I said. There's nothing funny about it. You might want to come clean with us about what else was done to you. When I got home, M and our human form curator friend were waiting. "You're busted," the curator said. "You need to get back to the witnesses before your own people get to you. There is a ship in orbit about to debark, and I can get you there before anyone knows. Unfortunately, I don't have the amplifier belt, so I can't get you any further than that ship on my own, and I'm very much on my own at the moment." "Busted for what?" I asked. "Obviously, you got more than just the boost serum. Some curator might have slipped the witnesses a suggestion about that. But now you need to find out just what they really did so you can figure out what to do about it." We folded to the starship moments before our front door was broken down. On the alien starship, we were just human hangers-on, metabolism type 23. Showed up mysteriously, but to the aliens, your mere presence, however unexplainable, indicated the right to air, quarters, food, privacy, and transport to your next destination, if there was a ship going that way. Our first journey to visit to the witnesses in the Horsepill had taken less than an hour. Taking regularly scheduled galactic transports with the usual turnaround times between each leg, our return was going to take at least a year. On the alien ship, our curator showed us how to claim quarters. First, we needed a key, which we had to have made. Aliens didn't like using direct biometrics for every access request, but they did verify that nobody with my genoprint had already claimed a key aboard the ship. Then with the key, we could claim a cabin, occupancy 2, metabolism type 23. We did all this through a touchscreen terminal with what humans would consider intolerable user interface latency. In the end, we got entry to a 40 cubic meter stateroom whose amenities, along with the nearby services, would be mostly compatible with our biological functions. We were scheduled to fold out in 8 hours. We were no longer in the world of quaintly named worlds and ships. We had fortunately taught ourselves the trading language the aliens call Common, so it was possible for us to pass. There were 4 spoken versions of Common meant to accommodate different vocal capabilities, and the idea was that you learned to understand all 4 but spoke the one best suited to your species. Like the human trading language, Swahili Common wasn't a language meant for epic poetry, but it allowed vastly different individuals to communicate when translation services weren't available. And away from Earth, Translation services were reserved for official use and special occasions, because they involved microfold communication to a world with enough computational resources to perform them. And everything was done numerically, starting by reference to worlds on the Curators Index. We were on our way to world CI 827490, about 40 light-years from Earth. Our ship was the 39th built and operated by the natives of world CI 627960, so it was ship 627960, 39. Humans had built so many tiny ships that the nomenclature had broken down in our case, but we were leaving the part of the galaxy where that would be important for a while. "You need to conceal yourselves," the curator said. "Your human habits will betray you, and I think they can track our personal folds now well enough to eventually figure out where I took you. They will then know where you are going on this leg of your journey." This filled me with panic, but M just said, "Let me make a list of some supplies we will need." We hid in the stateroom while the curator folded down to the earth and then, about an hour later, reappeared. "This is everything you asked for, plus 2 tablet computers and common compatible power bricks. I have prepped them with the entire Curator Index and a full table of regularly scheduled transports. This should give you everything you need to find your way to the witnesses. Be careful not to reveal these machines' true capabilities, as that will reveal your origin." The curator showed us several other useful things, such as how to get the ship informational displays to show all the fold chips present in our system. "If they come after you, they will not be able to conceal it," he said. "Although it will be a bit tricky for you to evade them using regularly scheduled transports. I will alert our agents that you are coming in case they can help." "I never quite saw this being how I would start my 9th decade," I said after he left. "I don't think either of us ever saw either of us seeing a 9th decade, M said. The world was in big trouble, and people our age tended to die of cancer or end up in nursing homes instead of being indistinguishable from children in their 20s. I'm not going to complain. It's our own people we are running from. They have the best technology. This is true, but I am a warrior, you are a diplomat, and we are both human too. So what's the plan?" She dumped out the bag the curator had brought us. It was filled with body paint and a hair trimmer kit. "What do off-worlders know about humans? We wear clothes and we have hair on our heads and no mark of the curators. So we will invert all those things." She opened up the haircut kit and handed me the electric trimmer. "You'll have to do me," she said. "You want me to cut off your hair? Oh, I'm going to follow up by cutting off all of yours. Even—" She glanced significantly at my crotch. "We are going to play much hairier beings than we really are that ritually shaved ourselves, thus explaining our current total nakedness. And then painted up, of course, thanks to the raiders for teaching us that art. The last part of the disguise was, of course, the mark, which she put at the small of our backs. It's not very convincing, so our story will be that it's in differently colored hair when we're not shaved," M advised. "Usually when the mark is in fur color, there are also skin differences. Yes, but the body paint would hide those, and I think most observers will casually assume that we traced them." When we were properly made up, we left the room to find typical alien travel bags, which were of course free for the taking at a convenient dispensary. We found a disposal and got rid of our Earth clothes. We kept a few Earth ID items and the tablets in our kits, which we wore over the shoulder in a fashion that had been common throughout the galaxy since long before our own ancestors learned to use fire. After the ship folded, we waited a couple of hours and then checked the system status display. It showed a human fold ship had entered the system mere minutes after our ship had. When we got back to the cabin, it was occupied. Our visitor was tall and covered in thick, dark fur. Her mark of the curators was bleached white on her chest, where a human female's breasts would be. "Let me guess, you walk among these folks," I said as we entered. "Good guess," she said in perfect English. "My colleague said you were in trouble. Easy to see how. And you saw right through our disguises," I said. "Oh, that's just us," she said brightly. "I can see your genomic structure as clearly as you can see skin color. You're definitely human. But most of our children will look right past you unless they have been studying Earth pornography. Right now we have what you call a shell game to play. There are 3 regular trade fold ships, including this one in orbit here. They are all traditional forms, so none of them can land, and all depend on orbital transports. And then there are your people who can land but can't dock with the other 2 ships. Since it visits Earth regularly, they can dock with this one, which means—" She offered her hands. "Are we safe now?" M asked after we got a cabin on the new fold ship. "Not really. They have several days, and while our information systems don't record the wealth of data yours do, if they are thorough, and our experience is that humans can be remarkably thorough, they will interview enough passengers to learn of the odd couple that fits no known pattern. I'm not sure if their single ship could detect or track my fold activity, so they will know you are on one of these 3 ships, and if necessary they can deploy teams to follow all 3 to their destinations." "This is hopeless," I said, thudding my head against the wall behind me. "If it was hopeless, I wouldn't be here." the curator said. We didn't populate the galaxy by doing hopeless. What do we do then? Keep doing what you are doing. I am contacting our agents on the world where this ship is going. You will not be alone. But then she disappeared. I hope that means she knows they can't track her, I said. Let's adjust our disguises, M said more helpfully. After we folded, there were soon 2 human fold ships in the new system. I consulted the tablet and found we'd also gone 10 light years in the wrong direction to get where we wanted to be. This being pursued thing would not do. Our new curator liaison was feathered, very much like the hyacinth, but with a more mammalian toothy mouth and dark gray feathers. It spoke in the common dialect we call clacky. Your pursuers are dangerously close, it said seriously. Obvious, M replied in the more human-friendly soft dialect. This has to conclude. Fortunately, our leaders have finally concurred. Please, it offered us its wing foreclaws, and when we took them we were treated to a dizzying flash of world after world as we folded over and over again, finally settling in the familiar palace courtyard of the witnesses. Before we could voice the question, our host opened its tunic to reveal an amplifier belt. Your home curator convinced our leaders that we had created your trouble, and so we had an obligation, it said. Nothing in the galaxy could follow us now, and we are told that your people do not know of this place. We are mostly sure of that, M said. I have alerted your hosts, and they are waiting for you, it said. What we did not know at that time was that our superiors were doing a fine computer analysis of the fold logs from the horse pill. It hadn't been tracked to the witnesses by any known entity, but it had kept its own tracking log of what it had done. Following those 40-year-old logs across thousands of light years was a non-trivial task, but they had put some of the best engineers on Earth on the job of tracing our steps. And so the people chasing us did in due course figure out the curator's index of the witnesses' world. The president of the witnesses looked exactly as she had 40 years previously. Em and I did not. We looked very noticeably younger and healthier despite our advanced age. And this was a problem because the boost serum they had given humanity doesn't reverse most of the hazards of already being old. It only slows down further aging. We were naked and in body paint so as to hide our identity on our travels. Welcome back, the president said. We expected to see you again, but not quite so soon. I realize this is not how you would choose to present yourselves to others. We have quarters and clothing for you if you would like to adjust your appearance. That would be nice, M said. In our private room, clothes were laid out for us upon a much more Earth-like bed than we had been assigned on our first visit. After washing off the body paint, we looked at the clothes, and M said, These appear to be just like the outfits we were wearing on our last visit. Not duplicates, though, I pointed out. More like reproductions. They are made with natural fibers. I don't think you can do that with nanites. When we returned to the conference room, there was a buffet of very convincing Earth-like food. We nibbled and sat with the leaders of the witnesses and the feathered curator who had brought us to them. To begin, we owe you an apology, the president said. We could not resist the temptation to test our biological understanding on beings who do not have any of the 35 known genetic triggers that create the mark of the curator in various species. You made us immortal, I asked. None of us is immortal, she said. We don't age and we heal very well. You will find that you can last a very long time without oxygen, and you will regenerate limbs and nerve damage that you couldn't before. But enough trauma done quickly enough, particularly to the brain, will kill any of us. Barring that, how long can we expect to live? M asked. We honestly can't say. The boost, which we give to any species that asks for it, is generic to your individual members once we tailor it to your species. It mostly corrects things that are easy to correct but which evolution doesn't bother to. The cure, which provides for longer life, is much more individually specific. On the long term, there are thousands of more subtle equilibria which must be stabilized and sources of damage to repair. We would have advised you to return in 40 or 50,000 years for a checkup, after which we could give you a clearer, longer-term picture. With such a checkup, I think we could guarantee several 100,000 years, and depending on certain tests would more likely suggest between 2 and 3 million as a likely target. Further checkups might extend even that. I don't think we have any idea how to thank you, I said. You shouldn't thank us. We did it to you without warning, and we know it isn't unheard of for those who haven't received our gifts to capture and dissect those who have to try unlocking our secrets. We did it because you are the only living beings who have ever seen a planet folded into its star, and because each of you has also accomplished something famous, victory in rare fold ship battle and brokering the most unlikely peace accord the galaxy has seen in eons. Our motives were selfish, and we should have at least told you what we were doing. Do the people who dissect your beneficiaries ever get what they are looking for? No, which is the most annoying thing about that. As with your fold drives, there really isn't any secret to the cure, except a long period of learning and building specialized machinery, and a lot of hard work which must be executed perfectly to make use of that knowledge. The cellular mechanisms we inserted into your bodies are tuned for your individual genotypes, and any one of them will only work for a small fraction of other beings, even of your own species. Our library of such tweaks and our understanding of how to deploy them is vast, though. We were mildly surprised not to find any surprises in your genome related to your lack of the mark. These clothes seem to be replicas of what we wore on our last visit, M said. Ah, yes, so they are. It is our mission to witness what we can. So we examined your clothing while we were working on your bodies and found it a fascinating source of mystery. Your clothes were made of a mix of natural and synthetic fibers assembled somehow to be much tougher and more durable than anything we could make for ourselves, if we needed such material. We sought to learn your techniques for reference. She dialed a code on a touchpad and had a brief conversation in a very non-human language. Let me introduce you to our fabric researcher. We took a brief ride on a hover scooter through palace halls and courtyards, and came to a large room filled with fabric samples. A male witness approached and said in less natural but perfectly understandable English, "Welcome to the textile lab." We bowed. "Are these samples from all over the galaxy?" Emma asked. "No, these are all from Earth. No other world makes fabric such as humans do." He led us past rows of samples of silk, cotton, synthetics, and blends to a loom. "Even with your open historical records, it took us 5 years to build a machine which could theoretically do industrial production of cloth such as you were doing 400 Earth years ago, before you even had electricity. Nanites are remarkably unhelpful in building a loom. Why do you take such interest in this?" Em asked. "We think it made you what you are. Everybody is so impressed with your fold drives, and make no mistake, they are impressive, that they lose the thread of where your ability to make such things came from. And we find in your modesty habit and your insatiable need for cloth, the thing that drove your first quest to make a really complex machine despite your lack of nanite technology. Some speak of your aggressiveness and talent for war, but you were still making weapons by handicraft when you were making textiles by industrial techniques. It would be over 100 years into your industrial revolution before you learned to make firearms as well as you could make cloth. While we were thinking of that, a loudspeaker broadcast something in what we had come to assume was the witness's own language. "We should go back to the conference room," the president said. "Your pursuers have found you. We have come from Earth to recover 2 human fugitives. We have reason to believe they might have come to this world. We have the ability to land on any small flat place. Please advise." The president looked at us and pressed a touch button. "Why do you seek these fugitives?" she asked. "They are dangerous. Their presence on your world places you in great jeopardy." "For reference, this is a smile," she said to us, flashing what we as humans would call something like a grimace. Then she hit the touchpad. "Landing directions are forthcoming." She touched another point. "Guide the Earthship to our north courtyard, then make sure they can't leave." "They are the violent ones," M said. "We know." Half an hour later, the other humans stomped into the room carrying J-20 combat firearms. "So nice of you to hold them for us," their leader said with a sneer. "Oh, we didn't hold them for you. We used them as bait." Em and I looked at one another. The other humans raised their rifles but stopped halfway and collapsed twitching. "Your real reason for coming here is that you want our technology. Too bad that technology makes it so simple to synthesize a paralytic to target your genome," the president said. "Wait, if your paralytic targets humans, why are we still upright?" Em asked. "Well, one of the other things we neglected to warn you about is that after the cure, you aren't exactly human anymore. There are some who feel that the cure destroys the individual, changing them into a new and alien being. It does make you sterile by design, but you had already forgone reproduction within your natural window for that. But you did it to us even though some people feel that way about it. Those people are idiots, and you didn't strike us as being that stupid." She gestured toward our now fully immobile pursuers. "Put these lot to sleep and process them. M, you are familiar with Earth technology. Would you do us the favor of giving their ship a look over?" "With pleasure," she said. While the witnesses did whatever it is they do to those who try to steal their secrets, we made our way to our pursuer's ship with the curator and a couple of witness technicians. It had been painted black, but their ship looked awfully familiar. "Tell me this isn't the horse pill," I said as we walked up. "Not sure," M said. "Biometric entry pad would be new. But if it's our ship—" She traced down from the keypad and found a small recessed panel, which she gave a sharp whack. The door popped open. "It's the horse pill," she said. "We never had much use for security, and most of the places we went getting locked out was a bigger problem. There's an impact switch hidden there. They obviously missed it when they refitted it." "Where the hell did they find a fold drive?" "That's a good question. I personally removed serial number 122 and helped install it in the Trinity-class Ajax." Inside the ship, the fold drive console was buzzing frantically and the display background had turned red. "That doesn't look good," M said as she tried the controls. Everything was frozen. It wasn't even clear how to enter a passcode to get access. The lockout could be any stupid thing, M said. These guys obviously like their secrets. The console let out 5 long blasts and began flashing. Fold activity, the curator said. Well, we're still here. If it's trying to fold, why is it not succeeding? We operate a fold inhibitor, one of the witness techs said. Really? M said. A member of a certain elder race once told us they would destroy it if we had put an inhibitor online. The witnesses shutter it for us. It takes 300 to 400 milliseconds to form a fold, and the inhibitor is only open for about 130 milliseconds per window. If you don't know the schedule, you can't get through. Oh, and this thing is retrying about every 8 seconds. Let's see if they bothered to hide the diagnostic tools. She went to a panel and rapped it. Like the one outside the ship, it popped open. Fucking amateurs, she said. She turned the hidden display on and a dense list of control codes began scrolling by. She paused it a few times and said, "What the hell? What is it? We need to pull the floor. Like right now." There was a tool bag inside the panel beneath the display. It contained a utility knife, which we used to cut the rubber flooring so we could fold it out of the way, and a security screwdriver which fitted the recessed screws around a metal floor plate. A few minutes later, we were looking down at a silver sphere about 1/2 meter across which was cradled in a nest of spring-loaded electrodes. M pulled a lever on its arm and the largest visible electrode, right at the top, popped up and away. At this point, the pilot's console protested one last time and crashed out to a command prompt. "Didn't think of that one, did you fuckers?" M went back to the console and tapped a few commands into the interface. "You remember how to work all this stuff after all these years?" I asked, not ironically. "Like riding a bicycle," she said. "I designed this control protocol." She looked at a couple of readings, then what looked like a couple of file dumps, then at a couple of other things a bit more frantically. "This isn't possible," she finally said. "What isn't?" But she had already turned and blown past me and started releasing the electrode holders around the spherical fold drive. When it was free, she asked for me to help her. "Fucking thing masses 60 kilograms, she said, and at her direction I helped her turn it over. On what had been its side was an area of engraved symbols. The most prominent said SN0104. When M saw it, she collapsed on her haunches as if the air had been let out from her. "It's one of the 8, isn't it?" I asked. She nodded gravely. "The 8 what?" one of the witness techs asked. "The first 8 fold drives the humans made were capable of being detuned," the curator explained. "They were supposed to be destroyed after the event M and J here witnessed, where a world was folded into its sun by that mechanism. So, every fold drive can be detuned. It's why we have the inhibitor. Ours are small and they can be remotely controlled," I said. "Notice nobody was here to operate it. Was it trying to fold the world away? It wasn't just trying to hide itself. It was scrambling the prime calibration constant. New drives won't take anything out of a narrow range we know to be safe. There is only one reason for the drive console to send such a command to the sphere." She went to the console and sat down. "Fortunately, everything these assholes know about computer security could be written on a grain of sand in 24-point type. I'll need a human-made portable data drive and tablet. With these idiots, we can probably find both on board." 4 days later, we watched as our pursuers were led into a meeting, wearing short-sleeved white robes. We had had a bit of an argument with the witnesses about what to call this affair. They insisted that trial, inquest, and hearing were all wrong, but they couldn't tell us an English word for it that was right. "Human Q," the witness running the affair finally said. "You and your associates have been caught pursuing for capture those who have received our gifts, and leaving a trap upon our world which attempted to destroy the entire planet. Now you will learn our response. We don't get a plea or a defense. No, I believe your fellow humans do have questions for you. So where did you get the fold drive?" M asked sweetly. "I got a big asshole," the leader Q said. "Just popped out one day. I pulled the cover cloth that was concealing the fold drive on a stand next to us. 'Does your asshole have serial number 104? I asked. "Okay, you're good," Q admitted. "But fuck you. One day the people who sent me will get you anyway. Are you really stupid enough to think we would destroy something as valuable as a fold drive just because you don't like what else can be done with it? Well, we did destroy an awful lot of nuclear weapons, and I'm guessing some of the people who sent you diverted this. Back on Earth there will be a hearing and an inquiry, and I bet a trial." Q shrugged. "If the people who sent you don't capture and dissect you first," the leading witness said. We all looked at her. "And why would they do that?" Q asked evenly. "Because we gave you what you came here for. We don't believe in violence ourselves, but we reasoned that it would only be just to make you live with the same kind of nuisance we foisted on our guests. We will of course make sure that all the official channels on Earth are aware of what happened here and what we have done. You made them immortal," I yelled a bit undiplomatically. "None of us is immortal," the witness said, and I slapped my own forehead. "We will need our stuff and our ship then," Q said. "We have confiscated your possessions. We will let you keep these robes in furtherance of your known modesty habit. You will board the next fold transport to Scree. We will give you a comfortable head start to travel elsewhere from there before we let your employers know what is going on. Q looked squarely at M and me. I will personally kill you both, he said. You were going to do that anyway, M said. How's that working out so far? Later, the president entertained us with her world's best distilled spirits and snacks. I'm surprised Q didn't lunge for me across the room, M said as she ate something that had once been an actual animal and not nanite ooze. We reserved a mechanism to remotely paralyze and torture them, the president said, as if this was the most normal thing ever. It will wear away with disuse once they leave our influence. But they learned that obedience is best while they are our guests. And what about us? Well, we had no reason to implant discipline mechanisms in you. No, I mean, what are we to do? We'll probably end up on the same ship with those assholes. We were thinking otherwise. There is, after all, an unclaimed and operable human vessel available. We were thinking of giving it to you. The fold drive is just like every other fold drive in the galaxy, she completed for me. I cannot think of two beings I would trust more with it. And to observe the condition we would place on our gift. What condition? We would not attempt to impose, but just to ask. As you know, we believe the purpose of life is to witness. I suppose you will find it uncomfortable to revisit your own species for some time. But there is a large galaxy out there full of life. Take your ship and witness it for us. Come back once in a while and tell us stories about what you have seen. That's a good offer, M said as she threw back a shot of the liquor. Offhand, I would like to ask for two other things. Please. First, we have to repaint the goddamn ship. I am not going to fly a black ship. We can accommodate that. We might have to get appropriate coatings from Earth, but we can arrange to do that discreetly. What else do you request? If we are going to be traveling the galaxy, both our clothing and our bare skin will stand out. Could you use your technology to give us fur? Very easily, she said. While our fur grew out into a surprising pattern of yellow and black jaguar-like stripes, the witnesses helped us provision our ship. We watched our human pursuers board the shuttle that would take them to a world with more regular fold service to the rest of the galaxy. We asked the witnesses to give us the mark of the Curators, since they had all the genetic codes to do that. But they absolutely refused on the principle that they were not the owners of the mark. We had faked it before, though, so we made sure to stock some dyes that would work on our new fur. And the witnesses had no problem helping us with that. Witnessing aside, we were planning to spend a lot of our time camping on undeveloped worlds simply to avoid trouble. But while they were painting our ship, the feathered curator found us. I hear you are looking for places to go to exercise your new freedom, it said. I guess we're taking suggestions, M said. I have one. You want a low-tech world where you won't be easily tracked. I know of one that's out of quarantine, but its development has been quite vexing to us. I am sending information to your computers. I watched the transfer progress. That's a hell of a big file for a curator's index, I said. I am including a language translation matrix. There probably won't be anyone on the planet who can speak common, and it won't cause a problem for you to expose your own human tech capabilities. Wait, if they don't have anyone who can speak common, how do they trade? They don't. That is what we find vexing. At the direction of a witness who styled himself an artist, they painted our ship white on the bottom, and a mottled blue and green camouflage pattern on the sides and top that he believed would keep it from standing out in most of the foliated areas of curated worlds. When we told them what we wanted next, there was a bemused search for an expendable glass bottle. With its shattering and a splash of wine, the old horsepill was rechristened from whatever our pursuers had called it to plausible deniability. There are very few worlds in the galaxy where this would be thought to be anything other than a ground-to-ground transport, the artist said to us. And for the most part, we don't have the human habit of naming ships or scheduling their comings and goings the way you do. So you should be able to slip in or out of most systems and just park it somewhere rural without attracting much attention. When we discussed this with the curator, it shrugged in its avian fashion. To approach most worlds, I'd advise folding to the outer system, where their nanite-based fold drives won't have the range to detect your activity, and using the supergravity drive to close the distance. Nobody has the kind of radars humans do that would be alerted by the fast motion of a small object. But if you go to the place I suggested, you don't need to bother with precautions. They have no detection technology of any kind. You never gave them the fold? Oh, we tried. You'll find out how that went. Oh, and another hint, and another reason we make this suggestion, you don't need to go to a lot of effort to pretend to have our mark. So a few months after we returned to the witnesses, we left them and M dialed in the coordinates of the world the feathered curator had suggested. From high orbit, the world seemed undeveloped. But from a bit closer in, we realized that there was an area about the size of Europe in its temperate latitudes that was dotted with obvious cultivated fields and towns. There were a couple of cities that might have had 10 or 20,000 inhabitants. There were roads, but they were earthen and difficult to detect even from low orbit. Finally, we settled on what seemed to be an agricultural suburb of one of the larger cities, and landed in a semi-wild area at the edge of cultivation. We wore our self-contained human tech translator pendants loaded with the translation matrix we'd been provided, and walked toward the nearest cluster of dwellings. When we got close, a female child noticed and approached us. She had fur too, but an even brown color, and she had a somewhat bear-like but much flatter snout. "Are you from off-world?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "Is there a fold ship in the sky?" "No, we landed our ship over there." "Was it made by the tiny builders?" "No, if it was made by nanites, it would be the size of a mountain. My instructor says that only the tiny builders can make the fold drive. That's true for most people. But our people figured out how to make our own fold drives." "Would you tell my instructor that?" "The Curators told our ancestors that was impossible. When the child turned around to lead us, I realized that she had no obvious mark anywhere on her body. But she did have a very old and prominent scar in the middle of her back in one of the places where the mark is often found." Her instructor turned out to be working out of what uncannily resembled a one-room schoolhouse. Inside, about 20 immature aliens of various ages were studying, and she rose when we entered. "Teacher, I met some aliens on the road." "My, that hasn't happened in a while. Nobody noticed a fold ship approaching, and they're very hard to hide. Ours is tiny. We make our own fold drives without using nanites," Em said. "We were told this is impossible," she said. "The Curators themselves made their own bodies into fold drives. Our technique isn't nearly as advanced as theirs, but it's much better than what you can do with nanites. You're obviously not from here, but I don't think I can believe this unless I see your craft." So much for keeping a low profile, I thought as we hiked back to the plausible. The little girl came with us. When we reached the ship, the instructor said, "This tiny thing is a starship." "Yes, show me." Inside, she regarded the computer screen skeptically, although the girl was thrilled. "We know the limits on these things," the teacher said. "You are using the microfold for your translator and these displays, right?" "No, it's all self-contained. We are kind of hiding from our people." "And why would you be needing to hide from them?" "We stole their starship," Em said before I had a chance to tell the truth. "There's only one way I will ever believe this thing can fly in space," she said defiantly. So I closed the hatch while Em took the pilot's seat. She took us straight up until the sky was black and the horizon very curved. Then she folded us out to the planet's moon. "I hope you can get them home. There's no navigational aids down there," I said. I had the computer take visual waypoints on the way down. All my life I have been told that while this is beautiful, it is also a trap because if we accept the gift of the nanites, we would have no real control over them, and we would be giving our destiny over to the Curators. The ancestor who made that observation is considered one of our greatest philosophers, and he is widely honored among our people. But if your people really made this ship yourselves, we must reconsider some of our teachings. Our gravity plating is made of nanites, but only because what we can make ourselves is more expensive and doesn't work any better, so we just buy it from others. We made everything else ourselves, and most of it works better and gives us more control than what can be made with nanites. The Curators never offered us the gift of nanites, nor most of the other gifts their curated children receive. If they had given us nanites, maybe we wouldn't have gone to the trouble, but they didn't, so we did. Do you have any idea why the Curators denied you? Many of us are impulsive and violent. They thought we would be dangerous, and for a while we proved they might be right by overpopulating our world and killing ourselves by the millions in warfare. And how did that work out? Many of us, including too many of our leaders, can still be violent and paranoid, but we have improved a lot. We have expanded to colony worlds to reduce the population pressure, and adopted more reasonable population growth policies. And we have made peace with some in the galaxy by giving our technology to some races that had their own needs, which the Curators weren't meeting. Instead of taking us home, could you take us to a different place? There are people who need to hear your story and see this craft. For people who seem to be living a Bronze Age subsistence existence, their knowledge of geography and science was surprisingly complete. She easily guided us to a park in their capital city where a modest crowd gathered after watching our descent. The streets carried regular traffic of draft animals resembling oxen pulling carts made of wood and metal fittings. I realized that the female child was still with us. "Won't someone miss her?" I asked the teacher as we walked toward a large wood-frame building. "I am her guardian while she is learning, and I can't think of a better place for her to be as you tell our leaders what you have already told me." The crowd was light, and we easily moved through it toward the council, 20 individuals sitting in a circle with no clear leader. Their chairs were fixed in place, a bit elevated, and there was space between them for aides and others to walk. We watched for a bit as an ornate baton was passed around. Only the member holding the baton spoke. The instructor left her student with us as she embarked on some kind of attention-getting protocol. Finally, the baton was passed to a new member who said, We have alien visitors. I'm advised that we should put aside our ordinary business and hear their testimony while they favor us with their presence. All signal. Most of the members held their arms up, and we were nudged into the circle where we met the instructor again. "Greetings, visitors," the baton-holding speaker said. "Teacher Scree, it is good to see you again. I am told you will introduce our friends. As you know, there has been no obvious fold ship in our sky for over 30 years, so it was a surprise when my student Scree brought these individuals to meet me. They took me to their fold ship, which is not made of nanites and is barely 4 Scree long. They used it to take me to our moon to show that it is what they claim. They tell me that their people share our suspicion of the tiny builders, and that they found their own path to higher technology, which is in some ways better than that we could have ever attained by accepting the tiny builders. I know little more of their story than that, but I thought you should hear the rest." "Then welcome, visitors. This is interesting indeed. Why did your people reject the tiny builders? And how did you manage to make your own high technology without them?" "The Curators never offered us the nanites or any other technology," I said. There was an audible gasp as the translator repeated this. "The Curators decided our people were too violent and unpredictable, so they tried to hold us back. But we found our own way." "Do you come here with violent intentions?" "No, but we do come here because others would do violence to us. We stole the ship we fly from them. We were advised that this was a world out of quarantine where our technology would not attract the notice of our pursuers. What was your offense?" "We accepted a gift from another race which they covet. They would do violence to try and take it from us. It's a long story. Let us keep for now to the story of your technology then. You are aware of the Curator gift of the tiny builders even though it was denied to you." "Yes, 50 years ago our first experiments with the fold drive were noticed and we were contacted. Our ancestors, paranoid and suspicious as we tend to be, recognized that nanites were—" The translator probably cannot handle that. "That the nanites were elegant, but that their true intent was to maintain control over us." "That is exactly the conclusion to which our ancestors came," the council speaker said. "How did you manage to make a fold drive without the tiny builders?" "We had to discover agriculture on our own. Over thousands of years we often went to war with ourselves over resources. That gave us a strong incentive to make better weapons, which meant learning metalworking. Then about 500 years ago we entered an age of spiraling knowledge of science and engineering. We figured out the scale and extent and workings of the physical universe, and we built vast industries directed toward both war and trade. And one day we realized the fold drive was possible, and that it was within our capability to build it. So your aggression, which made the Curators cautious of you, was the very thing that allowed you to bypass their feathered leash. At what point did you begin to obliterate their mark?" "We didn't have to obliterate our mark of the Curators. The Curators didn't mark us. I guess they didn't think they had given us enough to justify it." There was an audible gasp from the crowd and some of the council members. "That is unprecedented. An unmarked sapient species." "Yes. What would you think the chances are that a peaceful race might learn your methods?" "Possible. We have already shared some of our methods with others, for things the nanites were not providing them." "For war?" "No, to avoid it. The universe is full of resources, and after thousands of years of war we now understand that there is no longer any reason to be in conflict over them. We are not in conflict with anybody. We are content. We are more knowledgeable than you might realize. There are a few races which visit us once in a while, and thousands of us have traveled the fold and seen other worlds." At this a few council member hands went up. The speaker passed the baton to his left. "My colleague speaks a common but not universal opinion. We are not in conflict, but we would also be helpless if others did decide they covet what we have. And we are stuck in place, dependent on other races to travel and learn. Would you be willing to share your methods with us?" Em and I looked at one another. "We would," she said. "But starting from where you are, it would be a vast project. It took lifetimes for us to go from your current level of technology to the fold drive." Another energetic hand went up and the baton was passed. "As a people, we are not afraid of work, and we will live our lifetimes whether we live them in endeavor or in stasis. Friends, are you planning to stay with us for a while?" "Yes, we have no other immediate plans. Please stay with us as we discuss this among ourselves. And if I'm not mistaken, this note I've been passed says that your little fold ship is in the courtyard out in front of our hall." "Yes, it is. I really hope you won't mind then if some of us ask you for a ride. I have long dreamed of seeing another world up close." We took her and several other council members up about an hour later. "Scree here has actually folded before when she was young and the last aliens visited us," one of her colleagues said with a snort. "She just had to do it again. Could you show us one of the other worlds of our solar system?" she asked. "Easily. This is a starship." Em fiddled with the controls, and within minutes we were looking over the horizon of a frozen moon at a gas giant. "How did you match velocity?" the counselor said with sudden sharpness. "We have a device we call the supergravity drive which uses fold technology, but can't be made with the nanites the Curators provide. It can fold gravity from one place to another to accelerate us at will. Nobody has ever had this technology, she said flatly. We spent days falling toward worlds like that to do what you just did in a moment. Well, the Curators have it, Em said, and built into their bodies. We still can't figure out how they do some of the things that we've seen them do. But you are trying, the counselor said, and that is what we must now do. We were shown to an apartment a short distance from the council chamber, and our instructor and student were also given quarters. We all had dinner together on the ground floor where there was what humans would call a restaurant, except that there was no mechanism to pay the staff, and unlike on worlds with nanite technology, the food was all natural, and it obviously took non-trivial sapient labor to prepare. How are the workers compensated? Em asked as we were served. Our meal was a roasted small game animal dressed with vegetables. The witnesses had assured us that with our enhancement there was nothing obviously edible in the galaxy that would poison us. So we dug in, and it was exotic. Nanite food was good, but it was also extremely consistent and uniform, unlike an actual animal or plant. It occurred to me that Earth might well be the only other world in the galaxy out of critical path quarantine where such food was normal fare. They get to have done a job well, the teacher answered. Our way of life is such that there are far more of us than there are jobs needing to be done. So there is brisk competition for the privilege of doing that work we do need. There is greatly enhanced status in doing needed work. The more needed the work and the better your reputation for doing it well, the more enhanced your status. If we accept the challenge of raising your technology, there will be more work to be done than you can possibly imagine. I suspect that is one of the things the council finds attractive about the idea. While the council debated amongst themselves, Em and I had our own discussions. I know how to make a fold drive, but I don't know how to make a soldering iron, Em complained. I know how to calculate the stresses in a suspension bridge, but I don't know how to make a machine that could string its massive cables. I don't know how to make the machines that make the machines that make what I was taught to use. Same in medicine, I said. They are really held back because after nanites, all the Curators' further gifts assume the use of nanites. They have no chemical processes, even at small scale, and so all their medicines are natural. They're very smart about identifying and purifying them, but they don't have very good antibiotics and they regularly die if they attempt surgery. They would probably live half again as long as they do on average with even the medical technology of our own early 20th century. And I don't know any of that stuff either. It hadn't been taught for decades when I was in school because who uses a mortar and pestle when you can have custom molecules robotically synthesized and delivered the next day? We've got the basic encyclopedia on the pad we found, but it's not detailed enough. We need engineering references and textbooks. Old references that don't assume modern sources. You know there's only one place we can get those. And we can't go there now. The council debated for a couple of weeks while Em and I had our own arguments. I wasn't surprised when they formally asked us to help them raise their technology. At the same time, I was almost ready to walk back our offer, except that I'd also been talking to other natives about the issue, and at some point someone told me that it had been 70,000 years since they rejected the Curators' gift of the nanites. 70,000 years of children and old and unlucky people dying of curable diseases and treatable injuries. 70,000 years of reading by candlelight and farming with draft animals and knowing there was a galactic civilization but being excluded from it. 70,000 years of bodies stacked like cordwood and dreams tossed in a river of pride. What could you say to such a situation? It would be our honor to help you, is what I said. We still have to get knowledge for them. We don't have the training to raise them from this point to where our own training becomes useful. I have to go to Earth, I said heavily. You can't go to Earth, Em said very flatly. Of course I can. There's nothing to stop me except the fear of what might happen to me if I'm noticed there. But I've realized in the last few days that with this fur, which we asked for so we could pass unnoticed among aliens, we look more like aliens than humans. I won't go back to Earth as myself. I will go as an alien. We can go. No, you need to stay behind in case I fail. You might have to figure it out the hard way, but at least you know the endgame. You actually know how to make a fold drive. I have a pretty good idea what I have to do, and our assets have continued to increase at regular interest as we've gotten older. We're fairly wealthy and should be able to afford what we need. If you draw on those accounts, you won't be an alien anymore. If anyone has tracers on us and you know they do, that will draw them right to you. Well, we don't have anything else, and I consider it a thing we have to do. In the end, she relented. For her, as a technologist, she saw a society that was stable and harmonious. For me, as a doctor, I saw all kinds of preventable illness and death. We agreed on a plan. She would fly me to Hyacinth, which had regular trade with Earth via their landable fold ships, which eliminated the orbit-to-ground transfer bottleneck. And I would rendezvous with her when I had gotten what we needed. None of the alien worlds seemed to have what we could consider an economy, except in some kind of fantasy thought experiment. Even though I was from a non-existent race with no homeworld or resources, all it took was presenting at the terminal and making up an access code, and I had a birth of standard type 23, best suited for humans as well as a range of other similar species. I was early and 7 days were reserved for loading the ship, so I spent them the least conspicuous way possible, getting drunk and making small talk with the other passengers at the bar. Nearly all of them spoke at least a little common. I was very careful to be coy about my own origins. I quickly learned that this is actually a thing among the aliens, and claiming to be from a quarantined world was an accepted way to answer none of your business to the question, where are you from? It also isn't unheard of for typically unmodest aliens to wear codpieces to protect their more sensitive bits. And that was good because with a little makeup on the bare skin of my face and hands, those bits were my most obvious human tell. After 2 days, I returned from the bar to find my old acquaintance, the human form curator, in my cabin. I can't believe my cover is already blown, I said dejectedly as I sat down on the bed. Only with us, and your secret is safe with us, he said. I heard you were drinking that swill they served down at the bar and thought you might prefer a real drink. He pulled a fifth of Johnny Walker Blue from a brown paper bag and I got us cups. So how are you here? Our associate here noticed your arrival. Unscheduled fold activity. And she could tell it wasn't a nanite fold drive or one of ours. She guessed correctly that it must be human and contacted me. The ship schedules made it obvious what you were up to, and so we did a local aerial drone search and found your ship. It looks awfully familiar but doesn't have the same fold drive it did back in the day. Long story, I said. So we contacted our associate on 829166. I have to wonder why you are risking so much to help them. I told him, have you asked yourself who will do all the work of recreating your technology? I don't know. Maybe they will decide it's not worth the bother. But they don't have billions of people to feed and fight. They can focus their energy on what they decide is important. There's only one way to find out. He poured us another round. Jay, there is something I need to tell you about your own people. I know you wonder why we denied you the gifts and our mark. I had long given up any hope you would ever explain that, I said. There have been talks at high levels among my people. I know you have noticed that only Earth humans use money. Even your colonies don't, because they had to be nanite-based to get them developed so quickly. We meant nanites to create what your people call a post-scarcity society. Nobody needs to want for any necessity of life on a world with a robust nanite infrastructure. There are exceptions, like the raiders on their low metallicity world which poorly feeds the nanite infrastructure. But for the most part it works. This is a very, very old design. Older by half than your own planet. Okay, so why deny us? In order for it to work, all of our children need a mechanism to avoid ruinous overpopulation. We usually apply this when we apply our mark, and the most common form is for either fertility or libido to decrease in a high population situation. The hyacinth are proud of their skyscraper, but those who spend a lot of time in it are finding that they need to move to the country for a few years if they want to reproduce. And it's long been understood that the long-term crews of fold ships don't tend to reproduce. We don't have any limitations like that. No, not like that. Several 100,000 years ago, when it became clear your ancestors might enter the critical path, it was unclear that our usual methods would sufficiently curb your aggressive tendencies. But one of us made the calculation that for your race, the population-limiting control could be war. There was no need for us to do anything, and no danger that you would develop high technology and make wider trouble due to the constant disruption of your own nascent civilization. I think your colleague got that wrong, I said carefully. We have rarely been so spectacularly wrong about anything in all of our history, he said. We were confident we had it right when your Roman Empire collapsed, as we expected. But when the Renaissance occurred, we were completely surprised. At that point, your technology became driven by your impulses to war and greed, and advanced far more quickly than we had ever seen. Capitalism brilliantly exploited your own worst tendencies to drive your expansion. Watching your progress for the last few hundred years has been like watching an explosion that builds more things than it tears down. It defies everything we thought we knew about growth and civilization. Most of our children take thousands of your years to progress from steam power to the fold drive, even with nanites to make it easy. You did it without our help in the blink of an eye. I extended my empty cup and he poured us another shot. Jay, why haven't you named 829,166 inches? I'm trying to keep a low profile, and I noticed a while back that when I name something it tends to attract attention. Your hosts aren't on the microfold, though, and your secret is safe with my people. We are intensely curious as to how you will pursue this. Prometheus, I said. That isn't quite right, the curator admonished. You are playing the role of Prometheus, and the children of 829166 are playing the role of humans in this story. Still the closest I can think of. And Prometheans has a nice ring to it. All right. For the good of the Prometheans, you are going on a false identity to the most securely watched, paranoid, identity-obsessed, and technologically advanced world in the galaxy. You'll need money. Em and I have money. Money that is linked to your real identities. The people who covet what the witnesses gave you will trace that in half an hour. He produced a credit chip. Use this instead. We are old and have vast resources too, and if they try to trace that money, they will back off in a hurry. My people will consider you good for the loan. I was a bit worried about that, I admitted, and I accepted another shot. I don't know how to thank you. Thank us by making it interesting. My ability to monitor you on Earth is limited these days. If your mission goes south, I may be able to help, but I can't promise anything. We honestly want to find out what you can do with the Prometheans. We think we know what happened with humans now, but what you are trying on 829166 is similarly unprecedented. I would not be the one to predict that it can't work after what your own people did. He left the bottle and I finished it off. We were still 2 days from folding. The first mission of the landable giant nanite ship Laputa had been the diaspora of New Orleans, and M had learned quickly that landing was not actually necessary or indeed even a good idea. The supergravity drive only took about 25 watts of power to keep the vast ship hovering. The only problem was that the spherical supergravity field intersected the ground and created a zone of 0G under the ship. Laputa hadn't even taken on the first of New Orleans' world-famous conventional foundation houses before adventurers had started to explore that space. The nearly identical Hyacinth ship that took me back to Earth didn't have a name, but it did use the same technique. By convention, the first landing was always as close as possible to New York City, but that still meant about 100 miles away for a ship of this enormous class. But the ship then made rounds and I got off at Stockton, California, where an area of desert that had once been farmland and was now desert again had been designated a spaceport. Half an hour later, I was in San Francisco. Even with fur, it was hard to get used to being naked in a place populated with so many other humans. The codpiece that shielded my genitals didn't have straps. It actually clamped to my fur. It had been custom-made for me, presumably by nanite tech on the fold ship. I also wore shoes, conventional earth plastic Crocs, which were recommended for those aliens they fit, and a little kit that took the place of a wallet, which, like my codpiece, clipped to my fur. My first, and I considered most important, visit was to an old and storied bookstore. I had been carefully pretending not to understand English and almost burst out laughing when the first clerk I met read the index card I showed him, which said, Galactic Common. Hey, Eric, we got an alien here who I think speaks that funny language you've been practicing for the last 5 years. Eric and I made formal common introductions, and then I told him, I seek knowledge of your early technology. Technology knowledge is restricted, he said carefully. I only seek old technology. Beginning. Fire, steam, potions. Discovery. Eric held up a finger and left. A few minutes later, he came back. Good news. Older than 50 Earth years is okay. You want the popular science section. I made a show of looking at my index cards. Reference, I said. I will have to ask about every book. Acceptable, I said. San Francisco has some of the most heroically complete used bookstores in the world, and the obsolete reference section he brought me to was exactly what I had hoped for. I homed in on the 43rd edition of the Handbook of Chemistry and Physics, published on over 3,000 pages of onion skin papar in 1961. It was a little moldy but perfectly readable. Thousands of man-years of experimental results were priced to go at about what the local Waffle Hut wanted for a pancake. I next added the Tool and Manufacturing Engineer's Handbook, another 4,000 pages of accumulated knowledge about the shaping of metals and the tools to shape them, more centuries of practical experience laid onto paper. They had a few copies of the Radio Amateur's Handbook, and I didn't want to go back into the vacuum tube era. But they had the 1977 edition, which was mostly about semiconductors at low power. M could bridge the gaps for the Prometheans on that one, and the propagation theory was timeless. I was pretty sure Prometheus's ionosphere would turn out to be similar to Earth's. I also snapped up the complete new electric library from 1967, because I thought the Prometheans might find themselves needing things like dynamos and motors, and it did a very 19th century job of starting at the very beginning for those things. I also went for books on mineralogy and mining and glassmaking, all necessary bridges to the lab where purified chemicals might be turned into electronics. In the end, I had enough books to fill a pretty hefty backpack, and it all cost less than dinner did at the nice restaurant where so many U.S. presidents have had dinner in Chinatown. Earl took his credit from the chip the Curators had provided and handed me my bag. Is there a place to go for old communication gear? I asked him. Here there is a place to exchange everything. Common didn't really have a word for buy, despite being what everyone considers a trade language. I followed the transit system with more skill than I really should have had to a large warehouse outside of Oakland. I have a large club of young I'd like to show radio, I said. Two-way, some distance. They have no common power source. You want QRP transceivers, he said, slipping into English. He disappeared into the back for a moment and came back with a wall-hanging package. Self-contained, low power, capable of very long distance, but only at some times. You will need a code like our Morse. I know of your Morse code, I said, affecting difficulty. That is what I seek. How many do you have? He consulted the computer. 53, he said. I'll take them all. He raised his eyebrows for a moment, then tapped the computer. You'll need a lot of wire, but not very heavy wire, for antennas. Also for power, you want solar with battery storage. The best propagation is at night here on Earth. That is good. This order would not fit in a backpack, but I had a delivery point. My next visit was in some ways my most important. They had a very professional salesperson who spoke common better than I do. I have this, I said, and showed him a card that read TU. I need at least 3 copy machines and as much paper and as much supplies to print on that paper as it can carry. And off-grid power. A common request, he said. We don't just have the best fold drives here on Earth. We apparently also have the best paper and printers in the galaxy. You do know the copy machines are restricted function for alien export. They will make simple copies, but have no advanced capabilities, and have features designed in to discourage reverse engineering. I know of that, I said. Do you need color reproduction? No, just black and white. That makes things much simpler. This is the price of the monochrome copiers. How many do you want? The environment will be harsh, so 5 if possible. Not a problem. He punched at the terminal. If we go to 80% limit for your TEU at normal loading, this is your limit for paper and enough toner to use it up with your printers. He swung the screen around, and I had to reorient because it was formatted for my convenience in Common, a language I found hard to read instead of English, which was natural for me. But I managed to make sense of it and hit the accept key. Off-grid, you will need a kilowatt-class self-contained solar power station for each copier. I don't sell those, but call on these people, they do. The next day I met everyone at the shipping container and watched them load it. The copy people were first, and they brought a forklift. Shortly after, as scheduled, the radio people arrived with the radios, wire, small solar panels, and batteries, which were also heavy enough to require some loading effort. Then the serious solar people arrived with equipment that could power my copiers for a reasonable duty cycle in good weather. Finally, I secured the books, and I locked but did not seal the container. I was on Earth for 9 more days, whether I wanted to be or not, thanks to the regular schedule of the Hyacinth trade ship, and I might think of other things to toss in before I sealed it up. I decided the least conspicuous thing to do would be to act like a tourist. So I walked across the Golden Gate Bridge, had martinis at the top of the Mark, and toured the California Academy of Sciences, where there was a prominent exhibit about Earth's early fold project with pictures of M, myself, the grasshopper, and an entire room devoted to the few documents I'd preserved about the world destroyed by a fold drive. I attended adult night at the Children's Science Museum, and had to politely decline several offers of companionship by both human sexes. With 2 days to go, I returned to my hotel room to find the human form curator waiting for me. This can't be good, I said. It's not bad yet, but I think it will be. It would be best if you leave Earth now. My container hasn't been unloaded yet, and the fold ship doesn't leave for 2 days. Yes, they've been stalling unloading your container, and that's our first bad sign. Fortunately, it makes this easier. Come on, let's get this done. He held out his hand, and when I grasped it, I found myself standing next to the container in its staging yard. This one is yours, right? Yes. Still clasping my hand, he touched the container, and moments later we were on Prometheus. How the hell? He answered by raising his shirt to reveal an amplifier belt. My people have taken an interest in the Prometheus situation. It is something we have been unable to fix on our own, and we are grateful for your help. I need to collect M and her ship before she is noticed on Hyacinth. He disappeared, and within 5 minutes the plausible deniability appeared next to the container. The curator had used his belt rather than the plausible's fold drive to transport it. Hyacinth space is jammed with Earth fold drives pretending to be there for something other than finding you, the curator said as he followed M off of her ship. They'll know there was activity, but they won't be able to follow what I just did. So how long do we have? M asked. You should be safe until you need more supplies from Earth. The Prometheans won't appreciate being monitored by us, so probably the safest thing if you get to that point is to go back to the witnesses and let them know you need our help. We'll get in touch. Then he disappeared. Well, that was a hell of a thing, M said. What do we do now? I guess we unload the shipping container, I said. I have some pretty cool books in there. 5 years later, Promethean Uplift Project +5. We went through half the paper copying reference material in the first 6 months. The Prometheans pulled up their sleeves and embarked on their technology project, with a resolve that was breathtaking even by human standards. They already had bronze when we came to them, and within 6 months they had made their first steam engine. They found a surface seam of anthracite coal and were soon mining it and doing their first experiments with blacksmithing. a skill they had never developed since advanced weapons did not interest them. Within a year, bio-powered handmade machine tools were being replaced with tools run from shop steam, and everything was getting progressively bigger, more precise, and more capable. In other labs, the arts of glass-making and glass-blowing were perfected. First methane, then coal gas-powered Bunsen burners and tubing was extruded by the tens of meters. In every lab, walls were covered with 8.5 by 11-inch sheets of paper printed at the lab that had grown up around our first landing point, where we were based. Within 2 years, the glassware and other lab techniques were producing the first primitive medicines and chemical processes. Every day we took the plausible deniability to a different location, usually taking a few passengers so that the Prometheans could share what they had learned in person. By the 3rd year, there were a dozen boiler shops and engine works, and they were making multi-horsepower triple-expansion steam engines. We had warned them that they would need clean working spaces for their endgame, and some of them set about figuring out how to make their traditional wooden structures less dusty. On their own, they came up with a coating made from coal tar, which bubbled to the surface at some places, and cellulose fibers. Steam-powered mixers pulped this into a smooth liquid which could be painted on and hardened into a remarkably tough plastic-like impermeable surface. We had also warned them that optical techniques would be critical, so other shops were working on lenses and mirrors. With these, they built microscopes which were helpful both in the Clean Working Space project and in demonstrating the germ theory of disease for their doctors. In the middle of their 3rd year, they discovered a natural substance much like penicillin that could be cultured, and made surgery commonly survivable for the first time in all their history. At the beginning of the 4th year, I happened by the radio room as the operator was transcribing a message from one of the clean labs which was trying to make electronics. They had managed to grow small, pure silicon crystals and bake dopants into them to turn them into semiconductors. I saw the operator write the word transistor and stopped in my tracks. The operators of the radio network, built around those 53 QRP transceivers I had brought, had elected to dodge the issue of making their own code and simply translated everything to English and used actual Morse. The next day, Em and I visited in the plausible deniability. They let us examine their transistor with all the advanced testing gear they didn't have themselves. They had been evaluating it with galvanometers. Em pronounced it a workable depletion mode N-channel MOSFET with a voltage gain of 110. For bonus points, they had made it with optical lithography techniques, which could be directly scaled to make an integrated circuit and optically scaled to miniaturize it. I had thought we would need to go back to the witnesses and the curators to arrange another Earth run for more paper and toner, but as the years passed, that became less and less necessary. The Prometheans were making their own paper and ink, and while it wasn't suitable for our copiers, it was fine for them to exchange knowledge among themselves. We told them how printing presses worked, and when they felt a need, they started building those themselves. At 5 years, they were still using animal-drawn carts for most travel, but they were experimenting with steam-powered road cars and steadily improving the roads, using not modern Earth techniques but those of our ancient Romans, which were more suitable to less automated construction and demonstrably more durable than asphalt and concrete surfaces. They weren't shipping so much of anything, even coal to power the steam engines, that any of this was inadequate. Since the Prometheans didn't have anything like money or an economy, we occasionally tried to figure out how they worked out what went where. It turned out that those who made things took what might be called bids, which were letters or radio transmissions of request, with what they called, as near as we could translate, pleas of utility. The makers selected the bids that made the best case and sent their surplus works along to be used. The system seemed to work like their systems of agriculture and food distribution, which also continued to work as they had for tens of thousands of years. The idea that someone might try to game the system seemed incomprehensible and even obscene to them. What sort of person, I was asked several times, would risk the stain to their credibility that would certainly result from an exaggerated plea of utility? Em and I decided not to enlighten them. One day we found a cast bronze statue on the yard outside of our base lab. It depicted Em and myself, hairy but anatomically correct, encountering a female Promethean child on the road. The artist turned out to be the female child, who was now a young adult. She told us her plea of utility was simple. However, it turned out one day we humans would call our work done and depart, but her people should not forget the moment we came to shift their destiny. It was a bit embarrassing, but kind of hard to argue with. At the dawn of the 5th year of their project, the coal mine exploded. There was chaos on the radio network, and we understood that wagons were heading toward the site from every direction, but they would take hours to days or longer to arrive. We had a spaceship. We were there 15 minutes after we learned about the accident. The site foreman explained that they had started following the seam underground and in their excitement they had forgotten the early warnings we had given them about explosive gases building up in cavities. There were several workers buried in the rubble. Em ran for the ship. "Tell them to tether themselves," she yelled through the door. "I'm going to expand the supergravity field and make everything weightless." I explained what this meant to the foreman as the plausible deniability positioned itself above the field of debris. "Rope! Tie yourselves off and get ready to throw some rocks." It took a few tries for most of them to figure out how to maneuver. But soon we were all heaving chunks of coal toward the edge of the field, where they would drop into an impressively clean little wall around the site. It turned out the best way to keep yourself in contact with the debris was to use the debris as rocket fuel to push you back into the ground. If you got stuck, you just had to haul yourself back to the edge of the supergravity field by rope and jump back in with better direction. When first 1, then 2, then 5 survivors were uncovered, they were quickly and easily pulled from the wreckage. "This is everyone," the foreman told me. I got Em's attention and she normalized the supergravity field and landed the ship. "Well, that's one way to get a lot of coal out of the ground," the foreman said. Then he looked at his injured workers. "Not so good for them, though. I've never seen anyone survive injuries like that." "They can now," Em said. "Jay, they have antibiotics at Site 194. "She's right," I said. "You people have done so much in so little time, you're not all aware of it all. There have been medical advances. We need to get these people into the ship now. On a primitive world, there is no air traffic control. We raced the QRP radio signal to the hospital site and only barely got there before the crash team assembled to meet us. The foreman and 4 other mine workers accompanied us. It had been a bit crowded in the ship, but nobody complained. "How will they be?" the foreman asked as the lead medical researcher followed her people into the clean operating room. "This is a test for us," she replied. "The humans have given us powerful tools, but we have never tried to use them before in such a dire situation. Go have a drink for us." While the Prometheans had more than one of almost everything else, they only had the one coal mine. The other coal veins they had found were far dirtier and unappealing. We went with the foreman to the local pub where we drank to the health of each of the injured, and to the success of the Promethean project. In the morning we learned that 2 of the 5 injured workers had not made it, but that it was looking good for the other 3. "Can you take us back?" the foreman asked us. "We have a lot of work to do." "I think we left enough coal sitting on the ground to keep you shipping for at least a month," Em said. "Oh, that's a good thing, too. We need to make sure we understand what happened so we can prevent it before we start digging again. Do your reference books have anything in them about this?" The Wikipedia entry on mine safety turned out to be a pretty good introduction for them. 7 years later, Promethean Uplift Project +12. We had been out of supplies for the copiers for years, but the Prometheans themselves had insisted we not try returning to Earth on their behalf. The lab that made their first transistor went on to make radios similar to the ones I'd imported. Soon there were tens of thousands of them, and they had an elaborate transmission schedule. They never bothered to make high-powered transmitters because they became quite good at reading their own ionosphere, and they weren't in a hurry if conditions were poor on any particular day. Their methods quickly diverged from ours. They learned to deposit thin films of pure silicon crystal on glass plates, which they then used to make large, low-resolution integrated circuits. The large features were relatively immune to the small surface defects that wreck a fine-feature human-made IC, and the method lent itself to hand registration and assembly. Em did some calculations and announced that their method could lead to fold drives too. It wasn't as compact as human technique, but was still a lot more compact than nanite methods because they had more control of shape at relatively small scale, and they could deposit a large number of relatively thin layers with a surprisingly good yield. There was a steady stream of pilgrims who arrived in steam-powered buses to view the statue outside of our lab and look for a glimpse of Em or me. We tried to humor them, but we were often elsewhere in the plausible deniability. Without the copiers, it was more important than ever for us to bring people to the source materials when they needed to look up something that might not have been disseminated. One of the Prometheans who helped make their first transistor quit the radio lab and set up her own lab, where she assembled thousands of silicon-on-glass plates to make their first computer. She next built a plotter, and used the first computer to design new miniaturized plate masks for the second, and to automate the build process so that finer registration and feature detail were possible. By this time, they had steam-powered electric generators and crude electric motors for their automation. Em showed them how to add mechanical and optical sensors to the process. They also made more medical progress with the new lab tools, making drug extraction and purification and microscopy, and other testing techniques ever more practical. Their sanitation facilities had not been a total disaster when we arrived. They had aqueducts to supply water to their larger settlements, and knew better than to leave their waste where their food and water came from. But we showed them how to build compact septic systems, so even their smallest settlements could be sanitary and better techniques for dealing with the waste created by cities. As a result, their largest cities were able to safely get a bit larger. We had told them that the secret of really good chemical batteries was lithium, and it had taken a few years for the prospectors to find deposits. Their energy usage was still a small fraction of Europe's during the Industrial Revolution. But we warned them that the techniques they would need to liberate pure elements from natural deposits would be messy and toxic. They did their best to keep the waste from their chemical processing out of the environment, but nothing is perfect. Fortunately, as with their energy production, their efforts were only a tiny percentage of what humans had done in our industrial adolescence. We were surprised to find out that we didn't need to teach them the periodic table. The Curators had gotten that far before everything further turned out to involve mystery meat nanites. I suppose one of the advantages of nanites is that they don't tend to make the kind of mess that coarse chemical processing does. But as we had seen firsthand, nanites were also ultimately controlled by the Curators. Our story of the dissolving civilian nanite weapons was taken quite seriously, even though the Prometheans didn't seem inclined to make weapons. It was just exactly what they had feared, that they would not be in control of their own products. There were far more requests for our attention than Em and I could possibly field on our own, so the Prometheans set up their own filtering system to determine who would get our attention. 12 years after we started them on the project, we got an invitation to a lab set up by a student of the computer builder. When we arrived, she showed us a large flat metal plate, about 3 square meters, entirely covered with what looked like microscope slides mounted edge-on. "I think this is the most complex single artifact our technology has produced so far," she said without telling us exactly what it was for. "This looks suspiciously like an attempt at gravity plating," Em said. "Well, we're not in space yet, so we don't have any use for gravity plating. But we do have a use for levitation." She flipped a switch and the whole assembly rose until it snugged the 4 chains that were holding it down to ground anchors. Gravity and levitation plating are fold, actually microfold, technologies. But most of the Curators' children don't really know how they work because they only know that certain nanites make the effect. Starting from scratch, when you know the endgame, they are actually easier and safer to make than fold drives. We had not expected the Prometheans to reach this point for more decades. "I've spent 5 years building this," the builder said. "I can make it float, but I can't control it. I don't know how to make it fly." "I can definitely help you with that," Em said with the biggest grin I'd seen her flash in years. 10 years later. Promethean Uplift Project plus 22. The aircar came down exactly on schedule. The Prometheans didn't have a lot of things humans might take for granted, but they did have atomic clocks, and while drivers of their 6 aircars sometimes had to land and take manual sextant readings, they had an onboard computer with superbly good timekeeping to convert their readings into accurate longitude when they did. We boarded to see if we could help them offload their cargo. They were methodically working their way into space, and even though they didn't have a drive capable of reaching space yet, they knew that they would have to figure out how to deal with the environmental and navigation challenges when they got there. We were helping them with that by using the plausible deniability to lift their experiments into space. This one was a glass sphere over 1 meter in diameter. "We're not going to be able to get it into the ship," Em said as soon as she saw it. "And it's not fitted for the outside clamp. We are prepared. We have brought a belt." And indeed they had. A sewn leather waist belt for the plausible that would snug the experiment's mounting flange to the top of our fuselage. They showed us the wireless communicator and magnetic releases they would use to start and release it from inside the ship. While the communicator closely resembled the low-powered transceivers they still used for their civilization-wide radio network, it was of a new variety exploiting what the Prometheans called non-propagation frequencies, or as we call them VHF, UHF, and microwaves. They had done some automation but still relied on Morse and similar codes for almost everything, and had nothing resembling a public broadcast infrastructure. "Once you release it, how do we get it back?" "We don't plan to. We'd like you to put it in orbit, if you don't mind." The glass sphere was stuffed with glass plate integrated circuits, gas discharge tubes, and batteries. Their preferred method of making semiconductors turned out to be surprisingly good for working with high voltages, and while they had shown little patience for the advanced toxic chemistry necessary for quality light-emitting diodes or the precision automation necessary to make liquid crystal displays, they were masters of glasswork. Their general illumination was by white carbon dioxide gas discharge tubes, and their instrument and computer displays were based on gas discharge Nixie tubes. They had a few advanced computers operating cathode ray tube displays, but those were exotic rarities used for research. They called up a bunch of numbers on the flyer's Nixie display, and one of the researchers told M, "These are the orbital elements we would like to reach in your units, if possible." Of course it was possible. M took a picture of the display with her cell phone, a device that couldn't make phone calls out in the galactic boonies, but which still could make itself useful. Without any external navigation aids, even with our technology, all I'm going to be able to manage is an approximation of this orbit. That's fine. Part of this project is a civilization-wide project to receive data and make observations to establish a ground relationship to an object in space. How are you going to make ground observations of something this small when it's 400 kilometers up? He pointed out a large gas tube inside the sphere and said, "Xenon." We had never seen them demonstrate a flash tube, but they hadn't needed one until now. The Prometheans took care of mounting the belt around our spaceship and then securing the experimental sphere. They were extremely careful, and we didn't really worry about them. They all regarded the plausible as something like a sacred object. After some final tests, they announced we were ready to fly. 4 technicians would fly with us. "How is it powered?" M asked as we lifted off. "Lithium-air battery with solar recharge. Solar cells that small won't be able to keep up with much use. We expect it to function intermittently. Measuring that performance is one of our test goals, since this technology may be powering conveyance and life support for us one day." M took us up slowly so as not to stress the leather mounting belt. "Won't a lithium-air battery cause some pretty wild pressure fluctuations inside the sphere?" "We expect that. The sphere is hermetically sealed, and we expect it to maintain integrity and contain the battery's oxygen. A practical supergravity fold ship won't ever need to be in space for more than a few days, so this is a test of extremes." Once we cleared the atmosphere, M folded to a good starting point for their desired orbit and accelerated to orbital velocity. "This is the best I can do at making your orbital specification," M said. "It should be within a few percent." "That is fine. We will figure out how close it is from ground observations if all goes well." She sent a message from the communicator, and there was a faint pop as the satellite was released. M maneuvered the ship so that we could see it through the forward viewing hemisphere. "Almost beyond visibility already," I said. And as if on cue, the satellite's xenon strobe went off, temporarily blinding all of us. We made it very bright. After a few final consultations with their communicator, the research team said there was no reason to stay with it any longer, so M took us back to our lab. Once we landed, the research team got on their flyer and went back to the lab that had built the sphere, taking their leather launch belt with them. "We're not sure we'll ever need it again, but if we do, we'll have it," the team leader said as they closed up the levitation flyer and lifted off. 4 days later, there was a knock on our door shortly before sunset. It was the Promethean director of our lab. "I know you've seen it a lot closer, but I thought you might want to join us for the first flyover," he said. "It's a big deal for us. Once the battery wears, we won't be so sure the flasher is working on any particular pass." There were nearly 200 Prometheans gathered on the street, which had been closed to traffic. When we appeared, there was a little cheer, but everyone went back to rubbernecking the sky. There were at least 6 sextants mounted on tripods. Fortunately, we had a perfectly clear sky with no clouds. When the first blink happened, about 30 degrees above the horizon, there was a cheer. The sextant operators got busy. The trick for them was to track and anticipate the sky motion, so as to get at least one accurate sighting. The radio network was propagating a standard time signal for them to use. For the rest of us, it was a light display as the satellite crossed the sky, blinking about once every 10 seconds. And we understood other researchers were on radios, recording data about temperature, battery performance, and other factors. The sphere had several transmitters operating on different frequencies. We were surprised to find that one of the sextant operators in front of our lab was one of the researchers who had flown it into orbit with us. We waited for her to complete her observations and said hello. "We thought you went back to base," we said once she had written down her readings. "Oh, I did. But we are keeping all 6 aircars busy during these first orbits so as to get as many quality observations as possible from our largest settlements." "I was wondering about this," M said. "What's the point of all the amateur observations? You only need a few professional observations to pin down the orbit." "That is true, but not our real objective. You do recall that once we built our first aircar, we began taking aerial photographs of our settlements to record them. We printed an atlas of our results 3 years ago." "I do recall the atlas coming out. Our lab has a copy," I said. "Well, our photography skills are still primitive since we didn't see much use for it until this project, so it wasn't practical for us to photograph our entire domain. So, while we now have accurate maps of all our settlements, our estimates of exactly where those settlements are sometimes off by tens of kilometers. Since the satellite moves very fast and everyone can receive our atomic time broadcasts, Even poor observations can locate the observer to within a few meters. We will be processing the data from these first days for some time, but we expect it to greatly improve the accuracy of our maps. Em and I faded back to our quarters before anyone else might realize our role in the spectacle. You could say the hard part was getting it into orbit, and we had done that for them. But really the important part was that it was Promethean technology functioning in space. A real and perceptible thing in which their entire society was participating. They would be getting around to the getting it into space themselves part soon enough. 4 years later, Promethean Uplift Project plus 26. Once they had aircars, the Prometheans didn't need our help to explore the environmental conditions of space. A levitation aircar could reach an altitude of over 40 kilometers, and while it couldn't go any higher or accelerate to orbital velocity, that was outer space for all practical testing purposes. It was a surprise to us to find out they had mostly working pressure suits. They were custom-fitted and hand-sewn, but then so were human pressure suits in our early space travel days. They had also finally figured out how to make electronically controlled liquid crystal light filters in order to deal with the glare above the atmosphere, and the computer people were now taking an interest in those as low-power display elements. There was frantic knocking on our door around midday one day, and we opened it to find our lab director holding a radio transcription slip. "There has been some kind of mishap," he said. "The pressure suit people have lost contact with their aircar." "Has it crashed?" "It's still at altitude. The automated transponders are still operating, but they have no contact with the pilot." "That's not good," Em said. "Let's go." Em didn't waste any time. Once we were high enough, she folded us right to the vicinity of the experiment, which was over 2,000 kilometers away. Fortunately, the aircar was equipped with a strobe, so we quickly found it. There was no response to our attempts to communicate. It was obvious we would have to EVA to find out what was going on. And since the plausible deniability didn't have an airlock, that would mean both of us donning our own pressure suits, which we hadn't worn in decades. Fortunately, modern human technology is really good, and our biological modifications had kept our body dimensions stable. Unfortunately, we quickly figured out that human-made pressure suits were not designed to be properly sealed if you are furry. It took us long minutes of fiddling to get the clamp shut, and even then both of our suits hissed leakage as we went about the rescue. Since we weren't in orbit, Em stayed behind to pilot the plausible, and I took the tether and descended to the Promethean aircar. The pilot was unconscious, and it was clear that his suit had lost integrity. It must have happened suddenly because the aircar had an emergency return sequence. It couldn't be activated remotely because the pilot had been in the middle of an experiment that shut down the emergency returns while it was in progress when his suit failed. I reset everything and started the ship back. Then Em hauled me back in with the tether winch. We followed the aircar down and met with the researchers. They thanked us profusely, and we offered our condolences. Being Prometheans, they just said they now had work to do, and we left them in short order so they could get to it. Back at our lab, Em made a close inspection of the seals of our suits that had pinched our fur. "The fur might not have been such a good idea," she said after finding the metal polishing kit. "Without the fur, I'd never have been able to retrieve the documents from Earth that were the basis for all of this," I reminded her. She sighed. "That's true. But you know, as much as I've gotten used to not needing clothes, we really don't need to be furry here. We need to make a visit to the witnesses, then." We didn't tell the Prometheans exactly what we were up to, only that we would be gone for a few days and that it wasn't to some dangerous place like Earth. Even though we had no way to forewarn them, the Prometheans still not being on the microfold network, the witnesses received our direct communications from the plausible beyond the range of their fold inhibitor, and they opened their defenses so we could land in their palace courtyard again. We were again received us as honored guests. We were again offered clothing, which, like the pressure suits, now fit awkwardly over our fur. At the usual lavish dinner, when we explained our reason for returning, the president chuckled and nodded. "We expected you might have an alternation of needs," she said, "which is why we built in an epigenetic switch." She motioned, and an assistant approached and handed us 2 bottles of pills. "The red pills turn your fur on, and the blue pills turn it off and restore your natural human hair pattern. You need to take 1 a day for 10 days to get a proper dose of each. And when turning your fur off, it will take about a week after you run the course for all the fur to fall out. Be careful with those, because both of those drugs are highly toxic to unmodified humans. These bottles should allow you to switch several times, and we will gladly make more for you if you find you need them." "Your anticipation skills are remarkable," I said. "We have been doing this for a very long time. Now we will need clothing," Em said. "An entire wardrobe. Please stay with us while you defer. I'm sure you will remember our textile expert. He has been learning as much as he can about human fashion, and I'm sure he will be delighted to have more than one human to make clothes for." Em and I looked at one another. "Is there another human here?" she asked. "Did our people find you?" The president nodded. "Indeed they did. We should have dinner together again tomorrow, and we will catch up on past events." Em and I found our quarters, took our pills, and found the textile shop where the witness we'd met over 20 years before was effusive in his delight at seeing us. "We hear you have another customer," Em said casually. "Oh yes, that guy. His interests are so narrow, though. Jeans and t-shirts and underwear. He has no interest at all in showing flair. The next evening we were already seated when he joined us. Despite the age regression, we recognized him instantly. "The last time we saw you, you promised to kill us," Em shouted. "A younger and stupider person," Q said. "I have to admit that if we had met even 10 years ago, I probably would have tried to kill you. But that was before I caught my girlfriend sleeping with my first lieutenant and killed them both." "You are not improving your case," Em said evenly. "I don't know what they did to me. I do know immortality didn't work out very well for any of my companions. My best friend since childhood went back to Earth and disappeared. And I'm sure that if he's still alive, he's in a steel box somewhere being tortured to find out exactly what doesn't kill him. And when I killed her, I realized there was a hole in my heart I had never felt before, and it hurt in ways I had never imagined were possible." The president said, "As part of the cure, we fixed their emotional defect. Your people keep changing its name, but in your generation it was called sociopathy. It's a genetic defect in the operation of an oxytocin receptor, which affects between 1 and 2% of your population at random. It's an interesting case of otherwise unrelated genes crossing purposes. Our technology can fortunately fix it. This man left a trap intended to destroy your world." "Not intended," Q said. "We were just stupid. We really thought our technology was so much better that nobody could ever really get into the ship. Thank you for saving the day, by the way." There was a bottle of wine on the table, and Em upended it directly to her lips. "I can't handle this right now," she said. "I don't want to offend our hosts, but if you stay, I have to leave." Q looked at the president and nodded. "I should go," he said. "I'm very sorry for all the trouble I've caused. I hope I can make it up to you one day." "So you cured his sociopathy?" Em said in a low growl that indicated she had no faith whatsoever that such a thing was possible. "It was a relatively simple thing compared to curing your tendency to die," she replied. "Habits are also a thing, and it took a while for his consciousness to process what we did to him. He didn't figure it out in time to save his friends, but they were all also wrestling with the same issue. They did indeed leave a trap that could destroy our world, and we intended our treatment as punishment. He is the one that got the message, though. He is a different human now, and further punishment would serve no purpose." Em took another deep gulp from the wine bottle. "I'm going to take this back to our quarters," she said, and lurched away from the table. "You can do whatever you want, Jay. Please make sure I don't encounter him again before we leave." "We can arrange that," the president said as she left. "I'm sorry," I said. "We've actually seen what happens to a world they do that to. She risked everything to stop it from happening again at Kattegat. She has no sense of humor about it." "We do understand. Remember that we operate a fold inhibitor for a reason. Your own people came to us with demands we had to refuse." My eyes flew open. "Our people came to you?" "Yes, they traced your route here somehow through the fold logs of the ship you flew the first time you visited us. That is how Q was able to find you here." "And what did our people do?" "We had to remind them that we had driven off several invasion fleets over the course of our history. And while your technology is good, it's not that good. We have the high ground as long as we are protected by the fold inhibitor." "Why did you offer Q sanctuary?" "He poses no threat to us or to you, and we would not be who we are if we did not believe that experience could lead to redemption. He is applying himself hard to the lessons we offer, and we believe that in time he will be an exemplary witness." "Is introducing him to us one of those lessons?" "It could be," the president said. "Then again, there could be a fortunate economy in that reintroducing him to you could also be a lesson for you. If so, I don't think M got it. It can take time. It took over a decade for Q to understand. And for us, there is no hurry." Another wine bottle was brought, and I poured myself another glass. "I am curious as to how you got our countrymen to back off. I would expect them to build a chemical rocket and come here with nuclear weapons before backing down. We demonstrated that the fold inhibitor shutter allows us to use fold technology within our own domain, while denying it to outsiders. They could have mounted a devastating war against people sharing their limitations. But for practical purposes, our defense is impregnable, and they recognized that. We also put out feelers on Earth, where the Curators sometimes act as our agents. We got the strong impression that their expedition was unauthorized and illegal, and that nobody wanted to be caught with their pants down if it failed." "The Curators act as your agents?" "It's a mutual association. We have different goals but have worked together for eons. I realized as I stood up that my chair was covered with hair. Fuck, I'm shedding, I said absently. That's okay, the president said. We have had vacuum cleaner technology since before the Curators whacked your homeworld with a planetoid to create its moon. 8 years later, Promethean Uplift Project plus 34. One of the artifacts I brought back with me in my shipping container of Earth tech was a Cosmac Super Elf single-board computer kit built in the 1970s. M had suggested that a simple computer might inspire the Prometheans where more complex, harder-to-duplicate devices would just discourage them. And once they were making their bulky and awkward integrated circuits, they quickly figured out how to make a computer that did the same thing as the Super Elf's RCA 1802 microprocessor. Promethean semiconductor technology didn't naturally lend itself to high speed or density. But 30 years later, they were making 1802 clones that ran at 100 megahertz and with a new 16-bit architecture that cleanly ran older 8-bit programs. M had tried to suggest that other architectures could be more useful, but the Prometheans had never had Alan Turing to tell them that all such machines are basically the same, and they were reluctant to make a large body of existing work obsolete by changing the platform on which it ran. We were invited to inspect a prototype of what they thought might be a practical Starship data system. M, who had written more than a little software back in the day, took a keen interest and spent hours discussing the operation of the new 32-bit 1802 clone with its developers. The computer had a gas-discharge backlit graphical LCD display, and while it was monochrome and the pixels were easily visible, there were a lot of pixels because it was almost 2 meters across. It was actually made of tiled modules about 10 centimeters square, so it could be made arbitrarily large. They demonstrated maps being updated in real time as we flew over a virtual landscape, and it was clear they were quite proud of themselves. After 3 days of evaluation and 2 more spent crunching numbers furiously in private, M announced that it would work. I hate to admit it, but this thing can do what they need. What do you wish they had done differently? She put down her pencil and leaned back. Almost everything, she said. It's an awkward mess and not really amenable to string handling and therefore advanced compiler design, which would make everything a lot easier going forward. She sat up. But it will work. I have to give them that. They will do 10 hours of work for every hour we did coming up with software for it. But I suspect what they end up with will be a lot more thoroughly vetted and reliable than ours. That sounds like a feature, not a bug. She snorted. You might be right about that. The Prometheans won't be listening to music or watching videos on their computers. But human computers were a lot more reliable when we weren't doing those things either. The computer was a surprise, but a bigger surprise was why the Prometheans felt they needed it. On the advice of the computer people, we visited another electronics lab. We have been working on the next level of fold technology after levitation and gravity plates. Those do not require focusing and just harvest gravitons across a local probability field. The next step would be something that focuses but is also limited to some form of radiation. The 2 main candidates are your supergravity drive and the microfold, which is used for galactic communication. But you have a microfold terminal. You've been using it for tens of thousands of years to reassure the Curators that you are okay. And we would like to melt it down into slag. But the only way we can safely do that is to replace it with one of our own making. And that requires us to be able to engage the Galactic Message Transfer Protocol. That doesn't require what you would consider a high level of computer power. After all, most of the Curated do it with nanite-based computers, which we understand are liquefied garbage compared to yours. But our older designs still were not up to the task. This new 32-bit version is... You'll still need the software, M said skeptically. We've been working on that by recording traffic and decoding it in artificially slowed time on a 16-bit machine. We obviously can't respond with our own messages, but we can write and test the code which extracts messages and identifies our response slot. Now that we have the 32-bit machine, we think we can be on the network with our own hardware in a couple of months. It actually took them 3 months, but we soon found ourselves traveling to observe the ceremony as the Prometheans melted their hated nanite-based galactic nanny. Traffic on the network had largely been congratulatory as they announced their presence to the general galactic population for the first time. We joined the leader of the Microfold lab to watch the ceremony. I didn't think there was any way you could get the software working so quickly, M said as we watched the nanite Microfold transceiver start to melt. The lab director said, "Behold the power of Forth." The Forth what? I said. Not Forth the sequence, Forth the computer language. It is compact, fast on hardware designed with it in mind. It's the reason our new machine has multiple hardware stacks, and interactive, so it facilitates very rapid design and accurate, incrementally tested coding. The galactic terminal software was mostly complete before we took delivery of the 32-bit prototype and connected it to our experimental microfold interface. I've seen a couple of fourth projects, M said. We call it write-only software because you can't look at a program and figure out what it does. But you usually don't have to. The computer does, and it turns out the computer is very good at that. So some being with access to Earth technology must have introduced you to this concept. There is actually a chapter on threaded interpretive languages in one of the computer books you brought here in your shipping container. It contains a summary of the core fourth primitives and a practical example of an inner interpreter. We figured out long ago that would be our fastest and easiest path beyond machine language. It was designed when your own computers were much more primitive to make maximum use of limited hardware. What have we done? M said with a sigh. You have opened another gateway for us on a path that leads out into the galaxy. Begin article for immediate release via microfold relay scope. All galaxy section galactic mysteries. Origin Norma R 1843 Curator Index 829166 translation. Note, names with no recorded Earth equivalents are given Greek placeholders according to current Earth, CI 1742660 directive. Title, An Old Voice Finally Has Something to Say. Byline Alpha 70,000 years ago, the Curators quietly inserted a new world into their index, in the thick of the Norma galactic arm. It was removed from the quarantine list and, as is usual, began to show up in the microfold transaction relay, acknowledging that there was a working microfold transceiver there and that it had an operator. And for 70,000 years, that's all it ever did. I actually traveled to an archivist world that keeps the best records, to be sure, and did an electronic search. All CI 829166 has ever had to say to the rest of the galaxy is ACK. Yes, we are here, but they have never asked for any further discourse with the rest of us, at least until last month. In a galaxy with more than 1 million inhabited worlds, there are going to be some oddballs, but few have made themselves as enduringly mysterious as CI 829166. 5 fold ships have investigated, all finding from orbit evidence of a primitive society with no obvious infrastructure and no means of providing orbital transfer support. Until recently, that also meant no way to land and investigate. So to this day, we have no idea what the inhabitants of CI 829166 look like or why they have maintained their generational silence so completely. One hint might come from their first message. In the comment field of the transfer protocol, which they had never used before, they placed the message, "We made this ourselves without using nanites." There was also, for the first time, a content request packet, asking for an up-to-date and complete introduction to the most current version of the Galactic Common Language. Needless to say, that reply was transmitted on the very next cycle. It also directed everyone's attention toward another world, Earth CI 1742660, which burst onto the galactic stage within the last century with their own non-nanite-based technology implementing tiny starships and powerful energy weapons. All inquiries toward Earth have been met with insistent denial. They have no record of anyone from Earth or any of their colonies ever visiting CI 829166. They insist they didn't even know what a mystery it was in some circles because, as one official put it, why would we care? Unfortunately, it is the humans of Earth who are best equipped to investigate CI 829166, but they are also strongly implicated as the players who kicked 829166 out of its technological somnolescence. Negotiations are ongoing, but as their role in galactic trade has increased, humans have given up the habit they once had of making very tiny explorational starships like the infamous Grasshopper and Horsepill. The humans have to take a productive starship out of service for at least a week to make an expedition to the Norma arm of the galaxy. And while other races now have starships that can land, those are all huge nanite-based designs that might be a bit threatening if they approach the surface of any world uninvited. Meanwhile, having gotten their dictionary, the natives of 829166 have been gradually extending their command of both the language and the transfer protocol in a way that makes it very believable that they really have built their own terminal from first principles. The thing nobody can figure out is, if they have been so stubbornly incommunicative since their first days out of quarantine, how did they know enough common to make their initial request? End article. As was our tradition, the human form curator had brought a welcome fifth of Johnny Walker Blue. "Your people aren't coming yet," he said as we clinked shot glasses. "But they will come." "We are far from finished here," M said, and I nodded. "My people are in agreement. We do not want to see your work here stop. But you have seeded it well, and a little vacation might be a good idea while this introduction kerfluffle works itself out. The Prometheans just didn't realize what they were doing when they decided to say hello." "So where should we vacate?" M asked. "So the safest place would be with the witnesses, since they know your secret anyway." That asshole Q who tried to destroy their world is also staying with them, she said as she spat on the ground. We had an idea about that, the curator said. You probably won't like it much, but please hear me out. It offers little risk. Keeps you away from Q except for a few hours and gives him a chance to prove he is not what you remember him to be. M wasn't happy about it at all. But try as she might, she couldn't think of a valid reason to turn the proposal down. So a week later we found ourselves on the plausible deniability with both the curator and Q, traveling back from the witness's world to Prometheus. M was doing a slow burn, but she was carrying out the plan. I would have brought him myself, but I don't have an amplifier belt, the curator said apologetically. By the time the situation escalates to a point where such an item might be released, it could easily be too late to help. I appreciate the ride, Q said. Don't thank me, I'm just driving the jalopy, M said in a voice dripping with venom. Look, I can't change what I once was. Please consider at least the possibility that I have changed and consider how I might prove it to you. An heroic death would do nicely, M said. That is a distinct possibility, the curator said. Q is going to provide a cover story for you, and there is some risk to him in doing so. We will not be able to provide cover for him. Fine, we'll see, M said. I don't see how that could possibly work, I said. Me and my bros were just trashing around the galaxy when we got in an argument and they dumped me on this dipshit world I eventually named Prometheus, Q said in an eerie return to his pre-Enlightenment speech mannerisms. Haven't seen them since and don't know where the ship is now. Oh, the illegal ship with the fold drive that was supposed to be destroyed. You guys might be real interested in who I used to work for. So here I was on this primitive dump and they figured I'd never make my way back to the galaxy again. But turns out these Promethean dudes are pretty hip to tech that they are able to make themselves, so I gave them a little help. Pretty slick, I said. But the people who are after all of us might come for you. I know. Maybe M will get her heroic death before this is over. If so, I'm okay with that. This is pretty high profile on human worlds for the moment, the curator said. It would be quite risky for them to pull anything on the recon visit. And with this ship gone, we think it might be a bit difficult for them to justify another clandestine run to try and extract Q. If they haven't tried in a month or two, it will almost certainly indicate a lack of will. It's costing them a fair amount of revenue to sideline a ship for this visit. And there is almost exactly zero profit for anybody to make by repeating it. And one thing Earth is still all about is money. Even our colonies think they're crazy now, Q finished. Yeah, we should wake up and smell the nanites, M said, finally finding something to complain about other than Q. An hour later we had dropped Q off and were on our way back to the witnesses. Okay, M said, now that she could breathe a little easier. What do you think the chances are of this stupid plan succeeding? Well, on the point of giving you cover so you can come back safely in a few months and continue your work here, we are pretty sure it will work. His presence will neatly explain what happened here, and there is no reason for anyone to come back once that explanation is in place until the Prometheans are in a position to trade on their own. That is unlikely to happen for at least 30 or 40 more years, even at their highly accelerated rate of development. So I guess Q will be vacationing with the witnesses for a while afterward. Not really. There are 7 more unaccounted for fold drives, and we are sure there must be other ships like this one. They will almost certainly send an extraction crew after him. Q is well versed in how his former masters think. Q is himself well trained, but his heart is not into violence as it was when he was a highly effective commando. I consider his chances of surviving this less than 10%. Does he know this? M asked. His estimate is less than 5%. Yay for Q, then, M said with a heavy sigh, and we made the rest of the trip back to the witnesses in silence. 6 months later, still Promethean Uplift Project plus 34 begin article for immediate release via microfold relay scope. Earth and Human Colonies section. Humanity, fuck yeah. Origin, Norma R. 1843, Curator Index 829166. Title, A Real-Life Robinson Crusoe Returns Home. Byline, Associated Colonial Press. This quiet world, a third of the way around the galactic wheel from Earth, became a subject of interest this year when, after 70,000 years of stubborn rejection of Curator technology, the natives developed an independent link to the microfold network on their own. Here, with the crew of the Trinity-class fold ship Prospero's books, we found the cause of this world's sudden technological uplift, a world that is no longer nameless. When I realized what I had to do, I started calling this place Prometheus, Q said. He is a relatively young man with a fondness for cultural references a bit beyond his apparent years, and surprisingly fresh, Earth-like attire. The Prometheans are great makers, he says. They have really been on the cusp of doing this for all these thousands of years. It just took a little push. I showed up with a couple of the keys they needed in my head,
And they did the rest even quicker than we humans did.
They just don't like the lack of control you accept when using nanites, since nobody except the Curators really knows how nanites themselves work. But when I showed up here, I knew what was possible because I knew humans had done it. As to how he ended up on the world he named, Q has a story that will set investigators running all over the galaxy. There were 8 fold drives humans made that were capable of folding a planet into its star, before we figured out how to lock that out, he told us. They were supposed to be destroyed, despite their potential value after the legendary M&J witnessed just such an event firsthand. But according to Q, would you really think something as valuable as a fold drive would just be melted down? And because they were being diverted illegally, the people who got them were not the best. Q will not talk about how he was recruited or the missions he ran before becoming marooned.
We had a lot of freedom, he said, being basically mercenaries.
We were trashing around the galaxy, doing what we were told when called and otherwise doing whatever. One day my buddies decided to visit this obscure world which was off the quarantine list, but had no commerce with the rest of the galaxy. Next thing I know, my crew has left without me. In retrospect, I realized my first mate was almost certainly banging my girl, and in those days I would have killed them both if I had found out. What do you mean in those days? One of our reporters asked. 20 years on an alien world will change your perspective, he said. Today I hope they're happy. And now they also have your fold ship? I suppose. I have no idea where it is. And I don't suppose it was ever really my fold ship anyway. The people who hired us probably considered it's theirs. The investigation team is wrapping up its work here, where the Prometheans have already built anti-gravity air cars and may be making their own fold drives within a decade or two. When the report is complete, it will be made available to the galactic community.
We still do not know the fate of Q's fold ship, or the others he suspects were illegally made with the drives that were supposed to be scrapped, and more investigations have already begun on Earth following those accusations.
The Prometheans have been sending ACK to the microfold network for tens of thousands of years, one of our researchers reminded Q. Why didn't you just get them to send a message for you? They had sabotaged the nanite transmitter they hated so much so that no more advanced communication was possible, he answered. My only hope was to get them to the point where they could call for help by some other means they would be willing to actually use. The team has talked extensively with the Prometheans, who have verified every element of Q's story in detail. We will be leaving soon and closing a mystery that has perplexed the galaxy. End article. What the actual fuck? Em said after she scanned the printout. Is there a single truthful thing in this whole pile of horse shit? Not really, the human form curator said. And that is by design. The design of taking credit for all of our work? If you take credit for your work on Prometheus, the people you think are after you will know where to find you. She closed her eyes. So do you believe they are really still after us? Probably so. That would mean Q is taking a large risk.
The people who once employed him know many of those statements are lies too.
But something has to explain to the galaxy how and why the Prometheans surged forward just when they did, almost in the footsteps of humans.
You do not want to be that explanation yourselves right now. I think I'm done with this, Em said.
I don't see how I can keep going forward. This would be an odd time to give up, the curator said. And why is that? Now that the crisis is passing, the Prometheans are very eager to show you their first spaceship. Spaceship? How can they have a spaceship? They don't have a drive. They don't have a fold drive, but they do have supergravity, as well as control and navigation systems you've seen. They have built a small ship to test their ideas on space-based systems and explore their solar system. It won't be capable of interstellar travel, but should be able to reach any world in their solar system within a matter of days. What about life support? I understand they have a fairly advanced plan for that.
But we hadn't really heard anything about work on life support systems, and he wouldn't give details when pressed.
We had to wait for the Earth expedition to depart Prometheus anyway, and were only mildly surprised that Q went with them. We gave it a couple more months to blow over before returning to Prometheus ourselves.
By then, there was a general galactic consensus that the Prometheans should be left alone unless they asked for more company, and human news agencies reported that the galactic Robinson Crusoe Q had decided to settle in one of the larger cities on the rustic human colony world of Pretoria. The Prometheans had created thousands of research facilities to drive their progress, ranging from little shops investigating radio techniques to sprawling complexes devoted to mass manufacturing electronic circuit plates. In the beginning, we had made an effort to visit them all once in a while, but it became impossible. And some of them did not want us to visit. They didn't want us to just give them human technology. They wanted enough hints to figure out how to do it themselves, but in a way that made sense to them so that they could implement on their own.
The shipworks was one of those. We had known they were planning to build it, but we did not know they had actually got to the point of building a ship. As we approached the coordinates we were given in the plausible deniability, we were puzzled to find the site dominated by a 3-story tall spherical greenhouse. We were greeted warmly and M asked where the ship was. This resulted in some of the coughing fits we recognized as Promethean laughter. "Surely you couldn't miss it on your approach," one of the techs said. "It's the tallest structure here. The terrarium is your ship? One habit we have decided to adopt from your people is the naming of our spacecraft. This first one is called the Gift of Guidance. As a race that lives in small groups and values parenting and teaching, we have a neutral excuse for choosing such a name, but of course it is your guidance we specifically celebrate." It was indeed a huge glass sphere with 5 glass landing fins and a boarding tube taking the place of what would have been a 6th. It had 3 decks, clearly visible, all also apparently made of glass. "It's Cinderella's spaceship," I said brightly, and M gave me a nasty look. "We showed you metalworking techniques," M said. "Why in the world would you use glass for the hull? Our hull is 20 centimeters thick and tempered. We calculate that any projectile that could breach it would go through even your toughest metal-hulled ships like tissue paper." We boarded. The lowest level was engineering and navigation. This is where the computers were, in a circle around the perimeter. Since it was near the bottom of the spherical hull, it was small, with a 2-meter-wide working area between the perimeter instrumentation and the spiral staircase in the center that gave access to the upper decks. We have 3 onboard 32-bit computers for redundancy and parallelism. Any of them can do any job, including control of the multiplex drive, the ranging radar, life support, and power distribution. How big is this thing? The hull is 12 meters in diameter. Lithium batteries and stores are below this engineering deck. There is a space about 1.5 meters deep there. If you look straight up, you can see the multiplex drive in the center of the hull sphere. It's about 1 meter in diameter, so about 10 times the mass of your supergravity drive. Why do you call it a multiplex drive? It isn't just a supergravity drive. It has multiple functions. Since it was going to be fairly large no matter what, we realized that adding just a bit more functionality could give it some other very useful functions without making it that much bigger. That has made some other systems simpler or even unnecessary. What else does it do? Well, it can selectively fold all wavelengths of photons. We can use it directly as a heater if we're in the outer system too far from the sun. And while it can't fold electrons since they have mass, it can fold photons into the center of a dense photovoltaic array and generate about 10 kilowatts of electricity for the artificial lighting and computer systems, and of course to charge the batteries for when the drive is offline. We had wanted to use it for area illumination, but we realized we can only control the size of the aperture, not its transparency. So we have to keep it very small for safety when it's folded to the center of a star. We ascended the staircase, which was supported by 6 glass columns about 10 centimeters in diameter, around a 3-meter diameter core defined by the columns and holes in the top 2 decks. The second deck was just below the equator of the sphere, and the staircase brought us to a pathway through the vegetation. The multiplex drive was supported by 3 stalks anchored in the columns opposite the stairway at that level.
The main path on this level circumnavigates the hull and leads to sleeping hammocks.
The elimination facilities are also located on this level, with the vegetation providing some privacy. We don't do a lot of complicated recycling on board. We depend on returning to a habitable world to restore the atmosphere and water systems to equilibrium. As she spoke, another Promethean approached from the thicket. "Oh, they're here," he said. "Sorry, but I was a bit busy with last-minute details." "This is our ship's botanist," our guide said. "You might prefer to think of him as our life support engineer." "We gave you designs for life support systems," M said a bit plaintively. "Yes, and they were very clever. Also very difficult. Exotic materials, toxic and caustic chemicals, high-temperature processes, all stuff we had not been working on. But we have been farming for almost 100,000 years and we know our biome well. The mechanical schemes required pressurized oxygen and resources to scrub carbon dioxide, which were either very complicated or used expensive consumables. And there are other things the biome does which your life support systems don't do. We do use your methods for our EVA suits, but there we accept a lot of limitations. We tried this once on Earth, you know," M said. "It didn't work out too well." "Of course, biosphere too," the botanist nodded. "It lasted, what, about 2 months before they were accused of cheating?" "Something like that. Fortunately, we don't anticipate ever being sealed up for more than a week or 2, and never even that long once we have the fold drive. Our design goal for this system is a crew of 10, 3 engineers and up to 7 passengers, for a tour long enough to visit every planet of our system. But the biome could support 60 for as much as a week in an emergency. with bright sunlight for the biome.
It can support the design crew indefinitely, at least for oxygen generation on the onboard artificial lighting.
These plants do okay in variable lighting conditions? Oh yes, we've been farming for a very long time and not with your industrial methods. We know our native biome very well. We ascended to the 3rd level, which was open to the sky. Here, the navigation walkway follows the inside core guardrail instead of the perimeter, and we have a couple of observation and entertainment areas. This is where we do food preparation with an electrically powered kitchen, and where we would normally gather to eat or have a meeting. This deck is 11 meters in diameter, but the hull gets quite close to the deck near the perimeter. It feels very solid, Em said. Just how much does this thing weigh? The glass totals 200,000 kilograms. The biome soil, biomass, and support features are another 120,000. All in all, the whole ship masses about 400,000 kilograms. Of course, weight doesn't matter when you have a supergravity drive, because every particle falls through the same acceleration gradient when you maneuver. How in the hell did you build it? I asked. For that you have to go to the engineers. We're just the crew.
But they took photographs.
The Prometheans had only primitive black and white film photography, and they used it sparingly. But they had devoted a crewman to documenting the process of creating the Gift of Guidance's hull. They had lofted the glass into space as a solid blob 4 meters in diameter, then used the multiplex drive to melt it using the sunlight cannon method. You built a weapon? Em asked.
No, we built a furnace, which was your first intended use for the same device.
Wearing EVA suits, we used the drive on an open platform space sled to get it high enough to take some time falling. Then used compressed gas pumped in through a steel pipe to blow it into a sphere as your earth glass blowers do. It didn't take a terribly high pressure in the vacuum of space. It's remarkably uniform, Em said. This was our 4th try. We let the others crash into the ocean, the guide said, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. This seems like an awful lot of effort for something that can't leave your home system, Em said as we returned from the engineer's shop. But it's not stuck here, our guide said.
We've been in contact via the microfold, and other races assure us they could take us along as their larger ships transfer.
It's actually normal for a non-landing orbit-only fold ship to generate a fold aperture much larger than its hull. Now that you mention it, if I needed to, I could even do that with the plausible deniability. We normally keep that ability locked down, but I know how to enable it. And that brings us to our reason for finally inviting you here. You see, we have tested everything as much as we can. We have taken the ship into space and landed it multiple times. But it is our only ship. And if we have made any mistakes, we have no second chances once we are out in the solar system. We have never put it in orbit around Prometheus or taken it as far as the orbit of our moon. We would be grateful if you would accompany us in the plausible deniability on our first voyage, just in case we need backup. We don't have an airlock or docking ring, Em said as I nodded. We know. We plan to make this first trip in EVA suits. We are given to understand that you can evacuate the plausible a couple of times and recharge the atmosphere if necessary. We would only need this in some extreme, dire, unexpected circumstance. You do have a fold drive, which we don't, and that could be much more useful than an airlock. Em looked at me, and I nodded.
Of course we would do this. We would be honored.
If you don't mind, I said. And I direct this at Em too. She is the one you want in the plausible if there's an emergency. But I'd like to accompany you in the gift to see what it is like to actually ride in this thing. I think you have surpassed us at having the only ship of its kind in the whole galaxy. That would be excellent, Jay, the guide said.
We would also like our first real voyage to be recorded, and human technology is much better for that than ours.
I guess it's a good thing we lost the fur for now, Em said. I don't follow, the guide asked. We rather liked your fur. Yes, but our EVA suit designers didn't design with it in mind. Behind our guide, one of the Promethean engineers erupted in a fit of coughing laughter. We can see that, she said with a wide grin. The problems our suit people had with our own fur were considerable, so if your suits were designed for you to be naked, well, it's probably best to wear them that way. The aircraft was built when men were preparing to visit the moon, but hadn't made it there yet. For 65 years, it flew captains of industry and entrepreneurs to the meetings and work sites that would make the human world possible. For a few years, it flew a notorious pornographer. And a decade later, for a little while, it flew the leader of a popular fundamentalist church. Eventually, it was eclipsed by newer craft that were lighter, faster, more fuel-efficient, and needed less maintenance. And one day, its owner decided that it wasn't worth the engine overhaul that was soon to be due. It was flown to Arizona to be wrapped in plastic and stored in the desert in case someone might one day need its fabulously expensive frame or parts. That was its last flight, as an airplane. 3 months later. Neither the gift of guidance nor the plausible deniability had a way to recover the air that would be lost to space when the door was opened for an EVA. Since the plausible had no airlock, it had to recharge from gas canisters. But even though its cabin was small, it could carry a lot of those. M had been sleeping on them for 2 weeks.
The gift didn't have high-pressure gas cylinders because the Prometheans had no industry for making them, but it had the advantage of a separate airlock and a biome sphere that held a hell of a lot of air.
Evacuating and recharging the airlock dropped the biome pressure by about 20 millibars. Still, on its first grand tour, we were conservative and used the lock as little as possible. We wore our EVA suits for the first few days, but when it became clear that the ship was handling acceleration and inner system temperature gradients well, we started sleeping naked per the ship's intended design. There isn't much that can go wrong with a giant glass sphere other than something so catastrophic you don't really have any way to deal with it. But we were testing the Promethean drive technology harder than it had ever been tested before.
It had to power the ship and generate several different kinds of fold field, sometimes simultaneously.
The glass plate-based multiplex drive was prone to glow during maneuvers and at ship night when it was charging the batteries. Actual area illumination on the gift was by gas discharge tubes, what humans would usually call neon lamps, except that most of them were actually filled with carbon dioxide to provide whitish light. Humans had once actually tried the same technology at a few places in Europe before the Second World War, but incandescent and later fluorescent lamps proved more compact and easier to power. The Prometheans did use other gases, red neon for exits and emergency equipment and lavender argon to outline working control panels. M remarked over the helmet comms that the gift looked remarkably like a Christmas ornament from a couple of kilometers distance. Space travel had finally given the Prometheans an appreciation for voice radio communication, though their techniques were still primitive by our standards. Our human EVA suit radios used frequencies and modulation techniques that were well beyond Promethean means, so M and I could only talk to one another when suited. But we did have a Promethean voice transceiver in the plausible, so we didn't have to use Morse code anymore. They had finally developed amplitude modulation for their own EVA suits, and realized it just worked better in a spaceflight work environment, although Morse was still more reliable in noisy or marginal situations.
The aircraft was occasionally looted as it waited in the desert, almost immediately giving up its radar and engines, but later surrendering interior fittings, control linkages, and other parts that were no longer made for other still-functioning aircraft of its type.
Then, one day, humans found a use for pressurized tubes with windows that the aircraft's original makers had not anticipated. Engineers pored over old pencil and pen engineering drawings and declared it a potential candidate for their project. The wings and tail were removed, and the fuselage was driven 1,400 miles. In those days in the United States, all travel distances were still reckoned in miles, to a facility where other airplanes had already been made into humanity's first interstellar spaceships. The engineers cut the fuselage just past the aft internal pressure dome and just ahead of the bulkhead forward of the boarding door. They removed the landing gear and installed fixed stands with automatic leveling jacks, since in its new life it would not need to land at high speed and roll to a stop. The old landing gear bays became deployment bays for exterior instrumentation.
The nose was replaced with a titanium-framed geodesic hemisphere of tempered glass plates.
After the drives were installed, the protoship was flown at low altitude under its own power back to the desert, where it was pressure cycled 12 times to 3 times Earth's atmospheric pressure, and all the joints were then X-rayed. When it was demonstrated to the fold drive makers, someone loudly snorted, "Looks like a suppository." When it was given to famous test pilot M and her companion ambassador J to replace the increasingly obsolete Grasshopper, J chose to name it Horsepill, and it would wear that name until it was scrapped again on the occasion of their retirement. After a quick flyby of the barren inner Mercury-like world, we settled into orbit around the Promethean system's third world.
Unlike Mars, it had liquid water and wasn't frozen solid.
What it lacked in the long term was a moon to stabilize its rotation. But it had geological activity, a thick atmosphere and water, making it one of the more interesting candidates I'd ever heard of for terraforming. It was tempting to land, but our mission was more to test the equipment than to explore. So after a couple of days in orbit, we moved on to the gas giants, which, like Sols, had a rich assortment of worlds the Prometheans had only ever seen as fuzzy dots. After M and J retired, the Horsepill was returned to the desert, its fold drive transferred to a larger and more capable craft to aid Earth's diaspora to the colonies, and it languished for more decades.
Then, one day, a transaction was conducted, and a flying transport picked up the inert hull and took it to a different place where much of the equipment was makeshift.
The fold drive hadn't exactly been stolen, as its owners tended to think of themselves as its legitimate owners, but it had been diverted from a promise that it would be destroyed so that it could not be spectacularly misused. They didn't do a lot of work on the old horse pill, although they did paint it black and give it a more impressively martial name. Then they mostly used it for covert black ops, which were absurdly easy since most of the galaxy had no concept of human security measures. And one day the order came through to bring back M and J, who were hiding on a world that had been identified through logs recorded by their original ship's drive. 6 astronomical units out from Prometheus' star, the multiplex drive turned out to be a wickedly effective space heater. With her instruments, M reported that the gift really looked like a Christmas ornament in the infrared. M shadowed us in the plausible as the gift swooped and dove among the moons of a giant world. Since the Prometheans had crap for instruments, I did a lot of the data recording with my cell phone. It wasn't ideal, but these would be far better images than the Prometheans had ever gotten of their own system, despite its limitations. I had a feeling people back on Prometheus might be taking more of an interest in imaging technology once we got back.
The covert refitters of the old horse pill had not invested a lot of effort in engineering checks. They just wanted a craft into which they could plug their fold drive and fly. And the fact that the craft had sat in the desert for several decades since its last mission did not interest them. The ship flew well, but it had never in all its history as a spaceship stayed in space for more than 4 days at one time. As the Promethean System Survey stretched into its 4th week, thermal cycles and continuous atmospheric pressure finally took their toll on a welded seam forward of the boarding hatch. M was EVA-suited and strapped in case there was a sudden emergency on the gift she might have to attend to, but she wasn't wearing her helmet.
When the seam cracked and ripped loose, the split reached the line of rivets holding the forward geodesic observation hemisphere to the craft, and the force of over 50 tons of air pressure unzipped them in less than a third of a second. The hemisphere was blown off, and the blast of air leaving the ship blew everything that wasn't fastened down out through the front, including M's EVA helmet, which she wasn't wearing because nobody expected an emergency on the plausible as they were doing their tests on the gift. She had about 15 seconds to appreciate what was happening before the vacuum took her consciousness. "We can't raise M," the test master told me as we were doing another calibration cycle of their drive. "Do you think she might be suited?" "No reason for that," I said. I was wearing my helmet, since the possibility of the sphere failing was still not completely discounted, and some of the tests we were doing would stress it. I raised a comlink and saw a flash out of the corner of my eye. For practical reasons, our suits have strobes to let us locate each other when comms are active. The flash of light was far away from where I expected the plausible to be. "Can we get a searchlight on the plausible?" I asked. "Easily," the test captain said over the intercom. The multiplex drive flashed, and a bright beam of light arrowed from the drive to the transparent hull toward the plausible. The beam wasn't visible in space, but the fainter cousin of our sunlight cannon lit up the plausible like inter-system daylight, even though it was almost 5 kilometers away. It was clear that something was very wrong. Plausible deniability was surrounded by a cloud of debris, and there was no glint of its faceted canopy hemisphere. "We're on our way there," the test captain said before I could ask. Although we had been going a good fraction of the speed of light on our way to the gas giant, it took excruciating minutes to approach the plausible, because it wouldn't have been good to smack it with a 500,000-kilogram glass hammer by accident. When we got close, it became obvious that the canopy hemisphere was gone. Gift heeled around to orient its airlock toward the open forward end of the ship, and there we could clearly see M, her limp body strapped in and Eve suited but helmetless. "Our condolences are inadequate," the shipmate by my side said when this became apparent. "Get the airlock as close as possible," I yelled. "We have work to do." As I climbed into the airlock, the test captain tapped me. "Tell me your plan," he said. "I have to find her helmet, since it's got the only other radio transceiver in the system compatible with mine. Then I'll expand the fold aperture and bring you home. We won't be able to communicate once you leave, since your radio is incompatible with ours and our compatible one on the plausible will be in vacuum. When you are ready, maneuver to this quadrant." She indicated to the left of the airlock. "Just get us within the orbit of our moon and we will do the rest. You have limited oxygen in that suit and probably no way to recharge, so you do what you must."
M has told me many times without irony that the most dangerous thing you can do on a spaceship is leave it.
The Prometheans got me within 3 meters of the open front of the plausible. But even that took half an hour of careful work because at close quarters the supergravity drive interacts with the thing you're trying to dock with. When I jumped, it was with the understanding that if I missed, I would probably die in space. But in good company, I reasoned. I made the leap, crashing to the deck behind M's body as the gravity plating got me. All the plausible systems seemed to be working normally, I gave a thumbs-up signal to the crew of the Gift, then hit the comlink button. Fortunately, the debris field wasn't too strung out yet, and I easily caught the flash of the helmet strobe. I unstrapped M's body and, not completely trusting the gravity plating to stay up, secured her in the back of the ship with bungee cords before taking the pilot's seat. It took about 20 minutes to chase the helmet down, mainly because of the supergravity drive interaction. I had to basically set the ship on course and let it run into the helmet on momentum. After a couple of tries, it crashed to the floor behind me and I turned around. Now the tricky part was expanding the fold aperture to encompass the Gift of Guidance. This required bypassing several safety systems and specifying the new radius in arbitrary units that were related to several normally hidden calibration values. Fortunately, M had drilled me on this before our departure, and even though it required operating an alphanumeric keyboard in a fumble-fingered pressure suit, I got it done in less than an hour. Then I positioned myself near the airlock as we'd agreed, and I waited for the thumbs-up from the crew of the Gift before folding us to Prometheus. After making a stable orbit somewhat below what would have been geosynchronous for them, I hauled back to the shipworks. The crew of the Gift had no need for haste in their prototype ship, but I was on a limited oxygen budget. After I landed, Prometheans poured out of the buildings of the shipworks carrying flowers and paper standards. We had been living with the Prometheans long enough that I knew their funerary rituals, and apparently the crew of the Gift had gotten the message to them by radio as I was navigating in. A crowd quickly engulfed the ship, and when I opened the door and emerged with M's body in my arms, they opened a corridor for me. I had seen this ritual several times, although I had never been the bearer. Since they don't use cloth, they had covered a table with flowers and leaves. For the first time since the disaster, I allowed myself to really look at her, and nearly collapsed in grief. The Prometheans converged to comfort and assist me. We went back outside to observe preparations. There would be a feast and celebration in her honor. News was being relayed around the world by Morse code. I went back to the crippled ship and fetched her helmet, which I placed on the table next to her. It would need to be stripped of its radio before we buried her with it, but it belonged to her. I took my EVA suit off and put it on its storage hanger aboard the Plausible. A couple of Prometheans asked what I was going to do with what was left of the ship, and all I could do was shrug. A Promethean funeral is what they call a proper mourning ritual, and part of that is to surrender to the alcohol and the flow of grief, and allow yourself to see death from your own window of life, knowing you will eventually follow. Except that M and I hadn't really expected to go down that path quite so soon. The witnesses had... There was a collective gasp and someone grabbed me and hauled me up to the path. M was standing outside the makeshift mortuary, holding her EVA helmet and looking around. "Can someone tell me what the hell is going on?" she shouted in English. "You were dead," one of the Prometheans said in accented but clear English. "Oh, that," she said. "Is Jay here?" I was quickly hauled up to the front of the crowd. "Honey, the witnesses have been spacefaring since our sun wasn't even a cloud of gas. Don't you remember they mentioned something about surviving the absence of oxygen?" I had in fact completely forgotten that, but I would never forget it again. After M's funeral turned into a celebration of her survival and ran its course, the shipworks people brought us home by air car. We left what was left of the Plausible at the shipworks. We could have flown it home at low altitude ourselves, but I could see that M was not in the mood for anything like that. 6 days later, we found our old friend, the human-form curator, waiting for us when we returned home from dinner. He was bearing his usual gift, stupidly expensive earth liquor, this time a fifth of Shivas Royal Salute. The good 38-year stuff, not the 21-year stuff mere mortals can afford if they skip a paycheck. M fetched us shot glasses and we clinked them. "I came as soon as I heard," he said. "And how did you hear?" M asked. "We walk among all of our children, even these, but here our operatives keep a low profile. We are all very sorry about your ship and glad your vacuum defenses worked as the witnesses intended. If you need anything, know that I have been assigned an amplifier belt to assist you until the Promethean project is concluded." "An amplifier belt?" "For us," M said incredulously. "This world has been a long-standing thorn in our side, one which the two of you have very nearly now pulled. It has been a long time since the Curators have owed a debt such as we owe you two." "Seems like it's done," M said morosely. "Nothing left to do but wait anyway. If we could go home without getting hunted down and dissected, I'd be ready to leave." "But then you would miss the best part," the curator said. "And what part is that?" M countered. "The part where your children fly," he said with a sense of gravity. "Of all the things we can ever experience, this is the thing we long for most and which we remember most fondly. Very few of us have the privilege of guiding a world through the critical path, and far fewer can claim to have done so as an individual effort. My people will tell your tale for eons, Yes, M said. She hasn't been herself since the near-death experience, I said. It shouldn't have had any negative effects. The witnesses' methods are a little different than ours, but they have been on a solid footing for eons, we know, M said. If your plan is to try to live for hundreds of thousands of years, it is a bit of a problem if the most common environmental condition in the universe can kill you in a couple of minutes. How are your methods different? I asked, trying to move to something resembling a topic. Curator vacuum defenses concentrate on maintaining consciousness. After an explosive decompression, I can stay conscious for 5 or 6 minutes. This requires specialized energy storage organelles throughout the brain, and we forego some of the witnesses' techniques to optimize for this. The reason is, of course, that I can fold myself to safety if I remain alert. My window of consciousness gives me enough time to scan and locate a place of safety from almost anywhere in the galaxy. But if I fail to save myself that way, my long-term prospects once I lose consciousness aren't very good. I would start to sustain serious damage within an hour and probably die within 3. The witnesses take a different approach, since they know they depend on being rescued by others who will have to reach you in a ship. So your bodies move aggressively to preserve your brain and organs as soon as a pressure drop is detected. It actually helps that you lose consciousness quickly, so preservative measures can be brought to bear. One reason it took Em a while to revive once you returned her here is that the protective chemicals and mucus barriers had to be reabsorbed before her body could resume a normal metabolism. Depending on other conditions, you should be able to self-revive after 5 or 6 hours in vacuum, and to be revived with proper medical help after as much as a couple of days. What about the cold? I asked, not really understanding the process very well myself. Vacuum isn't hot or cold, Em said. You start cooling down by black-body radiation, but it takes hours, and I guess we make antifreeze if it goes too far. That's right, our curator said. So why is she so depressed? I asked him. Maybe it's the giant plate of crow I have to eat now, Em said as she sat up a bit. We just looked at her. I didn't know about the survival package, and I remember what I felt as I watched the dome blow away. I had enough time to be glad I wouldn't have to face up to how wrong I'd been. Dying was preferable to having to endure the embarrassment of being so wrong before so many people who had trusted me so much. She sighed. Then I fucking woke up. I don't understand, the curator said. I think I do, I said. She has been ragging on them for years for settling for tech that is far more primitive than what we really offered them. The biome for life support, the glass hull, the glass plate drive tech that will never be quite as good as our silicon wafers. She thinks they've settled for an easy but soft path. And I was wrong, Em said heavily. Wrong about everything. If I had any tendency to believe in God, I'd see the plausibles blow out as a rebuke for my arrogance. It's somehow even worse that I know it was just my own stupidity paying off. I think you are being a bit harsh on yourself, the curator said gently. If we have done so well, if we have earned the praises of future eons, have you stopped to ask yourselves just what it is about the Prometheans that made your methods fail and ours succeed? We wonder that every day. They own everything they do, I said. For good or ill, they take responsibility. This makes them very serious about the provenance of all the tools and materials and techniques they use. For them, failure is tragedy and worth any cost to avoid. The Prometheans have a sharp sense of humor, but we have lived here for over 30 of our years, and I have never seen a Promethean laugh at another's failure. They would not understand what humans call physical comedy, or for that matter, most of our comedy at all. You give them nanites, Em said, becoming a little more animated, and they ask, how do these things work? And your answer is pound sand. Just take them. The Promethean asks, how do these things fail? And your answer is, don't worry, they don't, just trust us. But the Prometheans don't just give away their trust. You have to earn it by showing performance and reliability. You know they had a much more sophisticated society than anybody realized when we arrived. You pride yourselves on how the nanites make a post-scarcity society possible. But the Prometheans had achieved that on their own, all through methods of agriculture and handicraft and social organization that they fully understood. What you offered them to move beyond that began with an uncertainty of dependence that they hated. But how can an agrarian existence begin to compare to what we showed them was possible? Promethean society was much more advanced than anybody realized when we arrived here. It looked primitive, but they are keen observers, and they do make modifications to their environment to suit their purposes. They are just very careful about it. I just spent a few weeks on a ship with a Promethean biologist, and when they say they understand their biome very well, they aren't kidding. They are selective about where they try to live and what they try to achieve. They have not kicked their ecosystem the way we did on Earth, and so it remains relatively stable and very productive. They have practiced agriculture in a way that preserves biodiversity. And while antibiotics were a miracle for them, they already had many medicines, some very effective, which they harvested from plants and animals. Their response when something does go wrong, such as a drought or famine, is to move en masse, and the entire population pitches in to help the refugees resettle. Then, if they were so comfortable, how did you get them to progress? We showed up in a ship that was obviously the product of human craft, and told them that we had gone from their level to making such things without mystery gifts, so we knew how it could be done. We made sure that each advance brought them something they could both use and fully understand. They trusted us because we promised them that they would be able to make everything we gave them on their own, and at each step we followed through on that. They just saw the nanites as an instrument of control, M said. You had been giving them true knowledge for millennia, which was a big reason their society could work so well. Then one day you show up with magic Lego bricks and no explanation of how they work or how they were made. Well, I suppose that's fair, the curator said, since the nanites were meant as an instrument of control. Nice of you to admit that, M said evenly. We always meant for our children to progress beyond using our nanites, but at a rate we could control. I guess we made them too well because nobody ever went beyond them until you came along. We didn't go beyond them, M said. You didn't let us know they existed, so we went past them. Perhaps we should have done that elsewhere sooner, he said a bit contritely. He poured us another round of stupidly expensive shots. It appears we have our own plate of crow to feast on. I still don't understand yours, though, ma'am. Glass doesn't work hardened, she said. You can inspect the stresses within it with a couple of polarizing filters and ordinary light. They read what we brought them about metallurgy, and they came to the conclusion that even we didn't understand it to standards they would accept. And they were right. We use metal because it's light and strong. But when you have supergravity in the fold, it doesn't need to be lightweight because the whole thing accelerates evenly, no matter how massive it is. I spent so long flying airplanes that I couldn't wrap my head around that even when they were trying to tell me. They built the most beautiful spaceship I have ever seen, and I told them they were fools. And she sobbed. You have nothing to be ashamed of, the curator said very positively. And how would you know? If they have shown you an error of your ways. You and Jay have shown us an error of ours that we have been stuck with for 70,000 Promethean years. I'm sure even the Prometheans, with their formidable circumspection, have made mistakes too. We had to rescue an air car which was out of control when one of their early pressure suit experiments went wrong, I said. M nodded. And how did they deal with it? They had a nice ceremony for the poor fellow who died, and they redesigned the suit and their procedures to try to prevent it from happening again. Just as we curators are learning and thinking about how we will approach our critical path children in the future, as well as the changes humans are making in the galactic economy now that supergravity and small fold drives are becoming more common. Regret your wrongness, certainly, and definitely learn from it. But unless your wrongness has affected trillions of people on millions of worlds, know that someone has been more wrong than you, and for a much longer time. Em laughed for the first time since I'd rescued her. I guess that's something, she sniffled. I would bet that even the Prometheans would say that wrongness itself isn't the sin, and it is the failure to learn from your wrongness that is. Learn from your mistake and move on. And know that you have been instrumental in correcting a much larger wrong on our part, which we must move past too. He emptied the bottle into our shot glasses and then said, Someone is approaching. I'll go for now, but I will not be far as long as this project is ongoing. When the knock on the door came, it turned out to be the director of the shipworks. I hope I'm not intruding, he said, but we've been busy and we have a proposal for you. We invited him in. He spread out a small poster filled with Promethean engineering drawings of a spherical ship. I hope you don't mind that we've taken the liberty of doing some measurements on your ship and its systems, he said. We were hoping to help you get spaceborne again. I don't think I could ever trust it again, M said. You were right about glass and I was so very wrong about metal in the long term. Well, we looked into the possibility of replacing the observation dome, but yes, we were very uncomfortable with making a junction and wondering about the rest of the metal hull. So our engineers came up with this. We think we can make you a new ship in our style, about 6 meters in diameter, and install all of the drives, controls, and instrumentation from the plausible in it to make it fully functional. No biome ecosystem? M asked. You don't have a bioengineer to keep it running, the director said, and you seem to be comfortable with the functioning of your mechanical life support system. This is extraordinarily generous, M said. Not really. Our fold drive won't be ready for a few more years, so at the shipworks we have some breathing room. It would be educational for us to work on a project like this using more of your technology. And you have spent decades with us making our ship possible, so rebuilding yours is a tiny return for what you've done for us. Em and I made eye contact, and for the first time since the disaster, she smiled. "Then by all means, go for it," she said, and I just nodded. After our heart-to-heart with the curator, Em's humor improved considerably, and a week later we returned to the shipworks to begin taking the plausible apart and figuring out how to arrange its systems within a 6-meter diameter sphere. It helped that the plausible itself was something of a repurposed hack. Its space systems installed in the hull of an airplane that had never been meant to fly in space, and whose control systems had originally been much more complicated. We made up a list, and as M continued the work, the human-form curator took me to the human colony world of Providence to go shopping. He cautioned me strongly against trying for Earth, since nothing we needed was very esoteric and the curators were pretty sure that Earth's defenses were now capable of monitoring their movements. Earth's defenders seemed to be aware of the curator presence and so far were being quietly tolerant. But neither side was very sure just what the other could do, and it had turned into more of a game of poker than the curators were used to playing. He took my hand, and without fanfare the landscape changed. As usual, we had arrived in a corner where nobody would see us appear from thin air, off a side street in the busy capital of Providence City. "That just doesn't feel like space travel," I said as we walked out onto the sidewalk. "It took us a few 100 million years to perfect," he said. Our first visit was to a hardware store where we stocked up on rolls of wire in different colors and gauges, splices and fasteners, and pipe fittings and air hardware. We arranged for it to be put on a pallet and rented a ground truck to pick it up. The curator insisted on paying for it since his funds would not be traced back to me or M. I then drove the truck to a climate control service provider to buy gasket material, and then to a flooring specialist to buy rubber mat flooring and adhesive. "How much stuff can we safely get?" I asked as I eyed the pallet of floor mats. "Far more than would fit on this vehicle." With the amplifier belt, I could bring a small asteroid back to Prometheus. Before we left, he said we needed to make a social call. We left the truck in a parking garage and he folded us several 100 miles to an apartment block in one of Providence's smaller cities. I rung the bell on apartment 326 and was a bit shocked when our old nemesis Q answered the door. "I see the curators are up to their old tricks," he said as he offered his hand. "What tricks are those?" I asked as I shook his hand warily. "Ham-fisted diplomacy, of course. I'm glad to see you, but I would be surprised if you said the same of me." "Bygones must eventually become bygones," the curator said. Q invited us into his modest flat. "I somehow doubt M will ever see it that way," Q said. The curator produced a brown bag, which I knew he had not had when we folded to the apartment, which turned out to contain a fifth of Crown Royal. On reflection, the crown seemed a bit downscale for his tastes until I saw that it was 100 years old. "I can't speak for her, but I can say I am a little surprised that you aren't living it up more. When you met me, I had a philosophy of live hard, die young, and leave a pretty corpse. And it took a while after what the witnesses did to me to realize how inappropriate that is now. I didn't realize it in time to save my friends, including the one you killed. Actually, too, my girlfriend and her other lover, who had also been my friend. I had always known that other people experienced feelings of regret and shame and loss, but I had never felt them myself before. I couldn't figure out why it hurt so much. I spent months carrying a loaded gun in case the pain became too unbearable. The only reason I didn't kill myself was that I knew I was the last of our group to receive the witness's curse, and I had to prove that humans could handle it. I couldn't be the coward who proved we can't really be immortal. That would be very moving coming from someone with a different history." He snorted. "Oh yes, that's part of my curse too. I was a sociopath, and I know why nobody can trust me. The funny thing is that I was much better at faking feelings before the witnesses cured me, since I didn't get distracted by real feelings." Q found shot glasses and we clinked them before tossing back around. "How did the two of you get hooked up?" I asked. "The witnesses asked me to protect him from his former employers," the curator said. "He's had to move every few years to keep ahead of them." "You could just move to some forgotten place out in the galaxy," I suggested. "I could, but then what would I do? Here I can do charity work and help other people. Even in the colonies with a nanite economy of plenty, we manage to have poor and mentally ill people who can't care for themselves. I'd go to Earth where it's even worse, and there is far more need if I thought I'd last more than a few minutes before being captured." An hour later, we folded back to the truck. "What's going to happen to him?" I asked. "That largely depends on him," the curator said. Then we joined hands and folded back to the shipworks on Prometheus with our wares. The owners of the truck would easily find it, as it carried a radio tracking device, and our payment had included a deposit to cover its recovery. M was not happy. "These aren't the splices I asked for," she said. "I gave you part numbers. I wanted gel splices." "They aren't made anymore," I explained, as the hardware guy had explained to me. When you push the button, these grow copious metal spikes right through the insulation to electrically bond the wires even if you don't strip them, and then the whole mass hardens like epoxy in a chemical reaction that leaves it waterproof and fireproof. These were developed for space systems and just got so cheap everyone uses them now. "We'll see," she said, taking a handful back to the workbench where I knew she'd give them a hard testing. The plausible didn't have nearly as much wire in it as a Learjet, but it still had a couple of miles and hundreds of critical runs. And nobody even knew what I was talking about when I asked for a soldering iron. While we were arguing about wire splices, the gift of guidance returned with a gift of its own. The Prometheans had already blown the spherical glass hull of our new ship, and with their supergravity field extended to encompass it, they were delicately landing it at the work area a few hundred meters from our shop. This being a much smaller project, with their experience blowing the gift's hull, they had gotten ours right on the first try. The Prometheans were actually building their third supergravity drive as we set to work gutting the plausible deniability and figuring out how to arrange its components in the new spherical hull. The first Promethean supergravity drive powered the open space sled which they used to conduct glass-blowing operations in space. They had plans to eventually replace it with a hybrid ship with a small hull like ours, but they had chosen to use our ship as a learning opportunity before taking apart a tool that had been working for them. They were, of course, also working on their first fold drive, but it was still in early stages and not expected to be ready for several years. Their construction method was less compact and slower than our human methods, but it did not require such a vast industrial infrastructure and provided for incremental testing so that defects could be corrected as the drive took shape, instead of just ruining the whole thing when it was tested all up. Our new ship would have 2 levels, established by a deck that bisected the 6-meter diameter spherical glass hull. The upper deck would be the main living quarters and working area, having an area of almost 30 square meters, or about the same as the plausible. The lower deck would actually be very small, but would be surrounded by instrumentation hanging from the perimeter of the deck above. The airlock also opened into the engineering deck, and there was a small hatch cut into the deck at the perimeter for moving between the 2 spaces. At the center of the upper deck was a padded bench which would contain the fold and supergravity drives, so that they could be centered within the volume of the hull. We arranged all the salvaged components in a rough circle and tried to figure out the optimal arrangement for cabling. The Prometheans had also thought to cut us a hole in the hull for cables to run outside. They hadn't bothered in their own ship, but they knew we had the sunlight cannon and operating that through the hull would not be a good idea. "How did you guys even think of that?" Em asked when she realized that they had anticipated our weaponry. "How do you think we melt the glass to blow it into a sphere? Our supergravity drive can be retuned for other massless particles, and essentially becomes a sunlight cannon, although the way we focus it, it's more of a sunlight furnace. This is also why we haven't moved to put a hull on the development sled yet, since we're not sure how to best arrange things so we can still use the drive both ways." After Em announced that her tests were good and the crystalline metal epoxy splices really were an improvement on the technology she remembered, we set about making wiring harnesses to hook everything up. We located the main drive control console on the upper deck. The deck was glass, but it wouldn't be transparent because of the gravity plating and floor mats. It took 6 months to get everything ready, but then it only took a couple of weeks to actually outfit the ship, since it was mainly a matter of strapping things in place and plugging them in. I had to go back to the colonies with our curator to pick up a vacuum pump, so we could evacuate the airlock without losing its air to space when we opened it. We also salvaged the pressure bottles from the plausible. In the end, there was plenty of room for everything, and even the lower engineering deck didn't feel overcrowded. The Glassmaster assured us that it would be safe to christen our ship in human tradition, as long as we used a relatively thin-walled and unhardened bottle of wine. She showed us hundreds of models that she had made to test different ways of tempering the hull. Our hull was about 12 centimeters thick, and we were advised that it was strongest away from the airlock, which put some complicated patterns in the hardening stresses. "So what are you going to name it?" she asked me. Before I could answer, Em interrupted. "I'm claiming the right to name this one. Jay has named everything else." "That's fair enough," I said. "We tested everything as much as we could on the ground and at low altitude, including a 3-atmosphere pressure test." The Prometheans hadn't bothered to do such a test on the gift of guidance, but they were extremely confident in the strength of their glasswork. Em reminded them that she had once been extremely confident in the strength of the plausible's hull too, and we did the test. Finally, everyone gathered at sunrise, and the Prometheans offered Em a specially made thin-walled bottle of white wine. "I call this ship the Implausible Alibi," she announced, and she smashed the bottle against the hull just above the stubby muzzle of the sunlight cannon. The Glassmaster and the human curator accompanied us on our shakedown test. The Glassmaster was best equipped to identify any problems with the hull once we were in space, and the Curator was best equipped to rescue us if something went horribly wrong. As we passed into the shadow of Prometheus, the stars came out. "Oh my God," M gasped. "I know you tried to tell me, Jay, but this really is amazing." "It is, isn't it?" the Glassmaster agreed. "I've been out on the Gift a couple of times, and after seeing the universe from one of these spheres, who would ever be satisfied with windows again?" After a couple of hours recalibrating the drives, we folded out to the gas giant where M's accident had occurred, then visited the rest of the worlds of the Promethean system within an hour. Then we folded to the human colony of Kathmandu to test the long-range calibration. That proved to still be perfect, and the implausible alibi powered by human fold drive 0104 was ready to ply the cosmos. "I'm curious about the name," the Curator said as he poured us celebratory shots of an obscure brandy that had been aged for almost 200 years. "I see the connection with the name of your old ship, but what is it supposed to signify?" "Well, it's a stolen ship," M said matter-of-factly. "The fold drive was diverted, and the original hull was salvaged from the airplane graveyard on false premises. Then the witnesses stole it from those people for us. And we just stole all the components out of that ship to build this one. Right now it's the only ship of its kind in the galaxy. And will probably stay that way for a few years, so if we actually take it anywhere, we are going to get asked a lot of questions. And at the moment I don't have a clue how we're going to answer them. So we'll need an alibi," I said, connecting the dots. "Which nobody in their right mind will believe," M finished. 4 years later, Promethean Uplift Project plus 40. The Prometheans had gotten quite good at the unique art of blowing large, thin-shelled glass bubbles in outer space, then landing them via supergravity. The one that was assigned to become the hull of their first fold ship was 60 meters in diameter. It was nearly a meter thick and massed over 1,000,000 kilograms. Its construction had been a visual spectacle as the slowly growing, glowing, molten blob orbited Prometheus. Now the landing supports had been fastened, each of which sported a boarding tube with twin airlocks. 2 of these were 3 meters in diameter, and 1 was 6 meters for cargo. The hull sat in a new clearing beyond the old shipworks, dwarfing the relatively miniature Gift of Guidance and, when it was there, our even more diminutive, implausible alibi. The fold drive was not yet ready, but a huge amount of work needed to be done to turn the sphere into a ship before it could receive a drive anyway. It would have 7 deck levels, 4 of them open to a huge internal atrium. The entire outside of the ship and the atrium would be devoted to a living life support biome, as in the Gift of Guidance, but much larger. It was much larger than any human-built fold ship, but much smaller than most nanite-based alien designs. The Prometheans refused to even discuss the issue of naming it until the fold drive was installed and tested, making it an actual ship. The fold drive itself was coming along. It would be a sphere about 3 meters in diameter, massing nearly 50,000 kilograms on its own. But while much larger and harder to handle than a human fold drive, this did make it an artifact that could be manipulated on the surface of a world by reasonably scaled equipment. In the ship, it would reside atop a pylon in the central atrium, where it would be solidly supported when the ship was landed and subject to external gravity. One reason for the cargo-sized access lock was to facilitate installing the drive. The Promethean assembly method was slow but methodical, and allowed for every element to be tested and then for its interoperability with the rest of the assembly to be tested before continuing. This meant its chances of success were nearly 100%. Drives made by human methods had to be tested all up, and if anything went wrong, basically became expensive silicon bricks. The consortium which the Hyacinth had spearheaded were making supergravity drives by human methods, but their yields were in the 70% range, and it was widely agreed that if they tried to make fold drives, the yields would be far too low to be worthwhile. Meanwhile, Earth's factories were cranking out fold drives even as they had to move everything around to deal with rising sea levels and other climate change issues. And following after their work on the Gift, the Promethean fold drive would also be what they called a multiplex drive. It would also be the supergravity drive, power source, and searchlight when called upon. Humans and used separate devices for all those functions, and nanite structures couldn't even make a supergravity microfold. "These guys are going to change the galaxy even more than your people did," the human form Curator told us over shots of Johnny Walker Blue. "Their design is something any world can attempt, with a good chance of success with a modest investment in infrastructure, and they won't need to deal with Earth or Prometheus to do it. Much of the galaxy is simply too distant from either humanity or the consortium, or this place to practically trade. They're still going to have to build a bigger ship," M said. "And a lot of them aren't going to have the Promethean talent at big glass blowing. No, but unlike the nanite version, their fold drive is still something that can be assembled and transported within the framework of normal planetary surface construction techniques. And their supergravity-only drive is just as practical as yours to make a larger nanite fold ship able to land, and not all that hard to build for a world of our children that gives it any priority at all. Don't tell the elves of Earth, Em said with a giggle. They might send assassins after you, too. You know, this reminds me that there is something I wanted to show you. How would you like to take a little trip in the alibi? You're wearing an amplifier belt, why don't we just hold your hands? I asked. Because you need to take the ship out once in a while anyway. And this is a place it's safe to take it. Besides, I like the view from these ships too. It's much more fun than just folding from the surface here to the surface there. So, 2 days later, we boarded the implausible alibi and Em took it through a systems check. Where to? She asked brightly. It's CI 649277. I can get you the coordinates. Not necessary, we have the whole index in the computer. Oh, right, human computers. It's been a while. So I'm sure the ones they have now make these look stupid. They've had close to 50 years to improve the art. Not really. We might make a little side trip on the way back. But we folded over to the star system of Curators Index World 649277 in a single jump, over 70,000 light-years away, and to orbit around it in another single jump. Their air traffic control is informal, our curator said. He directed us to a large city and then to a flat area of land he said was an airship landing field. Just take any flat spot that's not in use, he said. Well, that's not conspicuous at all, Em said as we looked back at the alibi towering over a field of ordinary air cars. You'll see that it won't be a problem, he said as we walked into town. There was some kind of large, elaborate complex in the middle of it with some of the tallest spires we had ever seen on an alien world. Well, if you accepted the hyacinth skyscraper at least. The curator led us to what turned out to be a bar and restaurant across the street. The barkeep greeted us in a very squeaky, high-pitched, clacky language, which our translator amulets handled. The bartender had short, bright orange fur and a beak instead of a mouth, and the mark of the curator's was prominent across its flat chest. My alien friend, the barkeep said, and you have brought more like yourself. Let me break out the good stuff for you. By all means, the curator answered without using the translator himself. I wanted to show my friends your wonderful Hall of History. It is fine, isn't it? But surely there are more impressive things out there in the galaxy. The liquor he served us was fermented but not distilled, and had a smoky, very rich taste. This is very good, I said. What is it fermented from? A mix of local plants, the barkeep said. The recipe is a closely held secret of each brewery. We have similar traditions on Earth, Em said. You are from Earth? The place that makes the fold drives? We allowed as to how, yes, we might be kind of slumming around the galaxy. We can hardly imagine doing something like that, it said as we finished our drinks. If you don't mind, I'd be fascinated to hear what you think of our great hall. I won't be offended if you tell me it's the toy of a small child by your standards. We'll be back, the curator said. So what was that all about? We asked him as we joined the local tourists entering the hall. To our surprise, we didn't get a lot of attention for being, well, aliens. This is a world that has a smaller problem than Prometheus. But a lot more worlds have this problem. These children are our underachievers. As he said this, we entered a room dedicated to the curator's gift of fire. It was fucking awe-inspiring. Take everything humans ever made for gods we had made up in our fever dreams, and translate it to a race that damn well knew who their gods were. You call this underachievement? Em said. They have never built a fold drive. They have built exactly one service shuttle and one power station capable of launching it. And we get the strong impression they did that out of a sense of duty rather than desire. They have excellent taste and products of their own to offer. They could be vibrant members of the galactic trade, but they show no interest. Every year or two another species visits them and they do a little trade and a few tourists come and go. But for the most part they simply have no interest in expanding their horizons. We entered a hall dedicated to their first circumnavigation of their world. It was filled with beautiful visuals illustrating the effect this had on their understanding of both their world and the universe around them. It was unnecessary to understand their written language to be floored by the artistry and symbology that was employed. These people have some incredibly gifted artists, I said. Oh, they do. We just wish more of our children could appreciate their efforts. Why are you showing us this? Because it is beautiful, and you are in the process of solving a problem for us that we had no idea how to solve on our own. While this isn't quite as serious, it's still another problem we would like to solve. Back at the bar, the barkeep welcomed us enthusiastically. So what did you think? It's gorgeous, amazing. And we used a few other similar adjectives to make sure the translator got the point across. We're quite proud of it, it said. So why don't you make more of an effort to show it to the rest of the galaxy? It made a gesture the translator said was short laughter. Your friend here asks about that sometimes. There are some among us who want that. But a fold ship is an enormous project, and it's hard to see just how much we could gain by devoting so many resources to building one. It comes up once in a while. I think the last time was a few scree before I was born. But the vote always fails by a wide margin. We appreciate your visits and your business, but there isn't a lot of will here to stick our beaks out into the rest of the galaxy. We walked back to the alibi in silence. This is a much more difficult problem than Prometheus was, M said as we neared the ship. The Prometheans had correctly guessed that your nanites were an instrument of control, and were eager to expand once we showed them how to bypass that control. These people don't seem to care about that. It's more that they have simply done the math and not seen a benefit to going any further than they have. That's our evaluation too, the curator said. We believe their evaluation is incorrect, but we haven't figured out how to convince them. Well, we're probably the wrong people to ask about this problem, I said. Humans did it all on our own. We just showed the Prometheans what we had done, and they followed suit. But the people of this world already know what is possible and don't seem to care. Humans once did it all on your own, he said. Then he extended his hands. We also need to talk about Earth. 5 seconds later. It was raining pretty hard. Sorry about the weather, the curator said. There are other places I could have brought you on other colonies, but this is the most illustrative. This is Research City, human colony of Pretoria. We are about 10 clicks from the lab where the sunlight cannon was developed. Across the street was an obvious retail establishment with signs advertising electronics in 5 human languages. As we crossed the street, the curator said, This place gets everything state-of-the-art from Earth because of the research contracts. Pay attention to the specifications. The basic wares had not changed much in 40 years. There were phones and tablets, all flat slabs with bright displays and various accessories. There were offers of data plans and various claims of coverage and rates. I wasn't sure what the currency was worth, so it was hard to tell what the prices meant. Finally, M looked up from the fine print on an ad for a workstation computer. This is some kind of joke, right? These specifications are right from the start of our exile 40 years ago. Battery performance was improved quite a bit in the early years while you were away, the curator said. And there were manufacturing improvements from the fold drive research, but some of those were offset by resource availability problems. The basic processor and memory tech is almost exactly the same as it was when you were last on Earth. And prices compared to other commodities are also similar. By the way, I asked you to bring your own phones. Why don't you check Signal? These still work? M asked incredulously as the curator nodded. No significant improvements there either. You could dial an emergency number that doesn't require a connection plan right now. We walked up the street to a bar the curator knew, and we ordered stiff drinks. What have our people been doing for the last 4 decades? M asked. Humans have taught us much about how our mathematical models interlock. Our models promised that war would limit your population, but you proved us wrong. There are many reasons for that, all of them extraordinary. Your fondness for clothing made it possible for you to expand to far more diverse regions of the Earth. Then most of our children managed to colonize of their own worlds. Your tribalism and determination and quick imagination made it possible to weld yourselves together into large organizations to build new munitions, organize previously unknown defenses, and create new modes of manufacture and transportation. And then there is capitalism. We just looked at him. Our models also promised that your modern economic system would collapse, inevitably decaying back into feudalism. But ironically, your penchant for blowing stuff up once in a while in war saved it. Your theorists correctly understood what our models said, which is that capitalism only works when there is constant exponential growth. Some of your own thinkers understood the insanity of depending on this. But what we didn't understand was that the occasional catastrophic reset could keep the exponential collapse at bay. Your kind mourn the losses of your wars and natural disasters, but you have actually needed those things. The collapse of Earth's climate is the only thing that kept capitalism going as long as it did. If it was working so well, why did it stop? I asked. You invented the fold drive. You colonized the stars. You sent your surplus population away. And most of them went willingly because the colonies were founded on our standards of stability and plenty via the nanite economy. Still, there was a lot of pride associated with being allowed to stay on Earth. Today, the population is around 800 million, and Earth is the only place in the galaxy where your advanced fold drives and other electronics are made. The Hyacinth Consortium manages to make supergravity drives, but they have constant quality issues because nobody does fanatical devotion to an abstract procedure like humans. We think the Prometheans will put the consortium out of business because while their product is inferior, It is so much easier to manufacture. That doesn't explain why humans stopped improving, M said. There was no longer any need. With the historic pressures removed by the Fold diaspora, all the capital consolidated around a few families who now control everything. Your capitalist system finally decayed into feudalism, as our models insisted it should. The ruling dynasties have no reason to engage in conflict, because they have carved out an equitable arrangement between themselves. They have nothing practical to gain by risking anything to try to take anything from each other. Earth is now feudal, but on a scale nobody has ever seen in billions of years. Earth is both the most technologically advanced world and the closest thing to a slave world that exists in our galactic garden. Humans produce Fold drives and other electronics in return for raw materials and other considerations from many of our children. The low-level economy is completely controlled by the oligarchs and surveillance is pervasive. Dissident elements are easily detected and sent to the colonies. Such equitable arrangements didn't stop wars from developing in past human feudal societies, I pointed out. The four main geopolitical powers that exist now don't seem to have a taste for it. But we think you're right. In the long term, we don't think this is stable either, but we don't have any idea how to fix it. In the past, I think that usually started with a revolution, M said. The revolutionaries are all here. Transporting them is a much more humane solution than the historic alternatives, so there is little meaningful opposition to it. An advanced system of propaganda keeps most of the people who remain on Earth proud to be citizens of their feudal nation-states and to be part of what they consider an extraordinary global project, which, to be honest, it is. It just bothers us that something we don't think has long-term stability is becoming so important to so many of our other children. If there is a revolution, they will fold Earth into Sol, M said dejectedly. All of the geopolitical players have fold span limiters to deter that, the curator said. She chugged the rest of her drink and signaled for another. That's human genius for you, she said with a burp. We have 4 fold span limiters on one world, because being human, we need them. And she laughed in a way that made it clear she didn't really find it funny. Why did you decide to tell us this? I asked. Nobody has any idea what to do about it. You two are probably the most qualified individuals in the galaxy to brainstorm solutions. In 2 or 3 years, the Prometheans will demonstrate their fold ship and it will be time to let them go. You have been so successful there, we hope you will give us some guidance on other problems. Like the guys who don't build fold ships at all. The curator shrugged. We're pretty good at ironing things out, but it's a big galaxy, and so we do have a few issues. And thanks to the witnesses, we're probably going to live a long time, so we'll need something to do. I couldn't tell whether M was being sarcastic or sincere. The need for something to do is what caused our ancestors to start curating all those billions of years ago. Don't underestimate it as a force for change. Go to any other galaxy, we have once in a while, and they are all nearly sterile. Here in the Milky Way we have a vibrant garden because our ancestors decided they preferred garden worlds to sterile boulders. If you've got so much experience, why do you think we can be any help at all? Because you're human, he said. And if anyone can do something we don't think is possible, it's you. 3 years later. It was not the first time the Prometheans would operate their new fold drive. We had spent months doing test folds to calibrate it, taking it greater and greater distances in tandem with the implausible alibi. We established that while the Promethean multiplex fold drive would not hold a calibration as well as the implausible's human-built drive, it did much better than nanite drives and could accurately cross the galaxy in as few as 5 folds instead of 20 or more by the usual method of using indexed curated worlds as waypoints. In all those tests, we never came within a light year of another planet or star, though. But the tests proved that the Prometheans had a starship, and so the naming debate began. In the end, they decided by global acclamation to call their first starship Surprise. It was poetically appropriate on many levels. This was the ship's first practical journey with a full complement of passengers. There had been some discussion on the microfold about where they should go, and the relatively ancient world of CI. 172200 had made the best offer, promising a well-cleared and accessible landing area, VIP treatment, and a grand celebration on our arrival. Of course, they also wanted to see the multiplex drive in action, since the Prometheans had not kept any secrets about it, and like a number of other worlds, they were seriously considering an effort to duplicate it. Most of the passengers had gone to the hull to watch the stars change as we folded, but M and I and a few other more technically inclined folks stuck to the inner atrium balconies to watch the drive. Although it was larger than the human drive, it was built similarly, out of thousands of thin layers. But while the human fold drive was made of silicon wafers, the Promethean drive was made of glass plates, and so it emitted brilliant flashes of light as it operated. Since the plates were all oriented the same way, those flashes illuminated a circle around the interior of the ship's atrium. Not that it was expected to be dangerous, but everyone made a point to stand away from that circle of light the first few times the drive operated. The multiplex drive had already lifted us from the surface in supergravity mode, and now it flashed brilliantly as we folded away from Prometheus. Our hosts were about 40,000 light-years away, so this would be a 3-jump journey, for the first time without implausible alibi to hold its figurative hand. For this journey, for the first time, we were just passengers. The Prometheans were doing the star traveling all on their own. While they were adjusting coordinates for the next fold, we made our way down to the operations room 3 levels below the pond at the bottom of the atrium. "Permission to enter?" M asked formally. "For you two always." "Welcome. We seem to be about 4 light-years off, not too bad. We'll be on our way within another hour." The lights were low so that the gas discharge instrument displays could be easily read, and the instrument's mostly soft orange light dominated the color of the ambient illumination. "Good show," I said. "How is life support holding up with so many people on board?" "Well, that's our specialty, so we have no surprises there. We're at maximum capacity, so carbon dioxide is going up gradually, but we could hold out for weeks before it gets dangerous, and we'll be on-world again within half a day at most." Since the Surprise promised quick boarding and relatively short journey times, it did not have private accommodations like the giant nanite-based ships. Instead, it had benches, hammocks, walkways, and observation points where people could gather and mingle. It could carry about as many passengers as the largest human aircraft-style fold ships, but far more comfortably, and it could also take on some fairly large cargo items. Several hours later, we watched through the hull as the Surprise descended through the atmosphere of a living world toward a circular clearing which had been prepared for us outside a major city. Once we were on the ground, it was only a few minutes before the boarding tubes were opened and passengers started making their way off the ship. "All these folks are going to clog the nearby pubs," a familiar voice said behind us. "I happen to know a good one on the other side of the world. They have a fantastic fermented drink here that bears an uncanny resemblance to your Bloody Mary." As we turned around, the curator held out his hands and we took them and folded across to his bar. "It's their celebration anyway," he said as our drinks were made. "Our principle is to interfere as little as possible once our children escape the critical path. You two have done well. None of this would have been possible without you. CI 172200 was far more ancient than any world we had ever visited. The city had mostly been made with nanites, but in waves of differing architecture, none of which quite completely replaced what had gone before. The result was a riot of colors and designs and shapes which held a new surprise every time you glanced in a new direction. "This is a very old world," the curator continued. "They were spacefaring before Earth had its Cambrian explosion." "How is that possible?" M asked. "Earth has had multiple mass extinctions in that time, and no modern species remotely resembles what existed 500 million years ago. Evolution either stops or behaves very differently when a species begins controlling its own genome for some purpose, like life extension," the curator said as our drinks arrived. "The spirits were indeed spicy and savory, so I guess our job is done," M said. "Indeed. I have also given up the amplifier belt. The Prometheans have their own place in the galaxy now. And since that ends this project, I was wondering if you have given any thought as to what to do next." "You had been giving us some suggestions," I said. "Yes. I was wondering if you might want to join us for any of them." "Who's us?" M asked. "Those you call the Curators. We never have a shortage of stuff to do, what with it being a big galaxy." "That could be interesting," I said. "Yes, I suppose it could," M agreed. "Great." He stood between us and clapped us both on the back, which was a shockingly physical thing for him to do. In all the decades we'd known him, he had always shied from physical contact and never initiated it. "This place also has a passable hotel, and it's going to be local nighttime soon. I'll see you in the morning." "Well, that was odd," M said after he left. "We went to the desk, and after a brief discussion in Galactic Common, found that we had rooms reserved for us until the day the Surprise was scheduled to leave in a week. So we went to our rooms and had the last completely normal night of sleep we ever would." It did not really hit me just how old CI 172200 was until the morning, when I happened to notice the little Galactic Common plaque dating the building we were staying in. It was over 500,000 years old, and had been continuously operated as a way station for travelers and visitors for all that time. The natives did not have the deep longevity cure which the witnesses had given M and me, but they did have the same generic boost that all races got if they asked for it, and that meant most of the passerby and help we met were several hundred years old. On our first full day there, our curator friend gave us a tour of the city. Unlike many of the world's cities, it was above the maximum flood line as the sea level shifted, so it had never been drowned or abandoned, but it also got very cold and more thinly populated during eras when it was high above sea level. There were monuments to all these eras all over, sometimes standing in the open and sometimes embedded in working buildings. The oldest building in the city was over 5 million years old, and this was not a particularly old city for this world. How the hell do they keep such old structures looking so good? Em asked as we ate lunch at a picturesque outdoor cafe. Nanites, he said. There are rejuvenation protocols for floors and walls. The worn nanites are scrubbed and new ones installed to recreate the original surface profile. They had this tech from their beginning over 500 million years ago, so as long as it isn't under salt water or melted by lava, they can keep it looking new. Nanites weren't just a trap we set to keep our children down, you know. They actually work very well for some things. I guess we are a little too close to the space travel thing to appreciate that, I said. The vast majority of our children will never travel between the stars, or at least that is what we have always believed. Star travel is important so that our children can exchange skills and ideas, but until recently we never believed that it was a thing all of our children down to the last individual might have a reason to experience. We retired for our second night on CI 172200 after walking a few miles through the city and never leaving it. And in the middle of the night I got up, and feeling a bit dizzy and weird, I went outside where I found Em lounging on the public balcony off our floor of the hotel. Earth, she said, pointing upward. Something clicked in my head and I felt the rightness of this. Hyacinth, she said, and swung her arm down to point through the floor. Of course, space existed in a full sphere even though there was a planet beneath us. That was inconsequential. Our ship, I said, and without thinking swung around to point my own finger at a seemingly random spot of sky above. I didn't think of thinking of fold ships. The surprise. I got a sense of a menu being fleshed out of all the ships that might have that name, and an automatic selection being made. The Promethean Surprise was in orbit, and we could sense its motion. Okay, I said. What you mean is, what the actual fuck? Yeah, that too. It doesn't work for Prometheus, though. That's because the name Prometheus was never registered through the microfold network. If you think of it as CI 829166, you will get a bearing, our curator said as he stepped out of the shadows. As soon as he gave us the index M and I both swung our arms around in the same direction, which of course was the same point at which I'd located the implausible alibi, which we'd left parked on Prometheus. What the fuck have you done to us? She asked. I have lived a very long time, he said with a wry smile. And when you live as long as I have, there are certain memories you cherish. One of mine is our first encounter on the quarantine world. When I folded away and you dove for the place I had just been standing, I knew you were both a species and a pair of individuals that we should recruit. You have no idea how many of our children would have just shrugged and said fuck it before obediently running home. But there were strong forces on my side opposing human recruitment because of your lack of curation, and all the reasons we hadn't curated you, and general worry about what humans might do with the unrestrained powers we offer. Obviously you overcame that, Em said dryly. You proved your worth at Prometheus, he said. You didn't just curate successfully, you finished a curation that we couldn't. Even those who find you suspect can't ignore that. You set it up, I said. You sent us to the witnesses and we became exiles because of their longevity treatment. So we had nothing else to do but go to Prometheus. I might have had something to do with that, he admitted. It didn't take much of a push to get the witnesses to practice their art on you. That's why I sent you to them instead of to those who do similar work for us. To my surprise, I saw tears running down Em's cheeks. I have missed Earth so much, she said. I can't believe you did that to us. Can I make it up to you? Would you like to visit Earth now? How would that be possible now when it wasn't last week? You have fold implants now. You don't know how to use them yet, but while you are novices, I can control them for you, and they will do most of the work of protecting you without even any intervention. Even with the amplifier, I can't really protect two other people the way personal implants can. Take us, Em said. A moment later, we stepped out from behind one of the service structures onto the roadbed of the Golden Gate Bridge. There were hundreds of people around. It was a clear day and we could see Alcatraz, Angel Island, and even Oakland. There was no vehicular traffic and the entire deck was occupied by walkers, joggers, and bicyclists. A large sign just above our arrival point reminded everyone that powered vehicles were forbidden. It smelled like Earth. After 40 years, both the scent of the atmosphere and one Earth gravity settled in our bones like familiar old friends. So how is this safe now when it wasn't before? Em asked. There are defensive measures your implants can take that mine can't do for you. Defensive measures against what? Anything, really. So what happens if someone shoots one of us? Good example. Your implant will fold you to safety without conscious direction. Mine can't do that for you. Where the fuck is this implant anyway? Em asked. Where's the black spot on our medical scans? Oh, there isn't one, the curator said with a smile. Your implants exist in a folded hypersphere of matter-compatible space almost completely separate from our own universe. They only exist in our universe at the points where they interact with your nervous system. That doesn't sound too reliable, We've been doing it for almost 8 billion years. In the early going, there was an effort to develop something more, native to the higher dimensions, but those projects weren't as reliable as normal matter in a stabilized fold bubble. So to this day, we build the implants here in the Milky Way, and the first thing they do when powered up is fold themselves off into bubbles. You build them here out of normal matter. What are they like in that form? About 30 meters in diameter. Not of nanites, obviously, but built with the same techniques we used to make the original nanites. They are over 100 times denser and faster than human assembly solutions. Each of your implants is far more powerful than any computer or even full network ever deployed in natural space. My sense of position seems to be getting sharper by the minute, M said. It will do that. Eventually it will know your neurome well enough to immerse you in photorealistic alternate reality if it has a reason. At this early stage you are probably seeing wireframe diagrams and number dumps. Check, I said. So what about the amplifier belts? Same technology, different scale. Those are almost a kilometer in diameter as natural matter before they leave the universe. Needless to say, we can't make a lot of those, and they are incredibly dangerous in the wrong hands. Your implants create a standardized control interface so the amplifiers don't have to know your neurome. Would you two care for a drink? I think we're going to need one, M said. We faded back behind the stanchion where we had appeared, and a moment later we emerged from the restroom corridor at the top of the mark. The hostess seated us and we scanned the martini menu. Like the gravity, it was like homecoming to experience the simple, ordinary geometry and workmanship of a human building made by the techniques we remembered. Sheetrock and carpet and hardwood and honest, simple paint. There were dozens of fold ships in orbit and at rest on the ground. We could sense all of them and identify the alien ones that were properly registered. I don't understand how we can become curators, M said. We aren't your species. The curator looked down at the floor for a moment. The original race of curators who made us all has been long extinct, he said. They died along with their homeworld when it became uninhabitable because of their star's evolution. There were many of them out in the galaxy doing our work, but those individuals had all taken the longevity cure and had accepted sterility as a necessary condition. Back then, even now really except for you humans, it had not occurred to anybody to try anything like a mass interstellar emigration to establish a new home. Our ancestors thought it would be a better use of those worlds they had curated to see what evolution might create. Then who are you? Most of us alive today were recruited, as I just recruited you, although usually with less drama. It is also common for us to be serially immortal. After a certain period, usually a few thousand years, your implant will know your neurome well enough to fully emulate it. At that point, it can separate from this bioform and interface with a suitably young individual of another species, and gradually impress your personality on its neurome. We usually choose infant children who would have died for some unrelated reason for this purpose. And of course we can adjust the imprints which are carried over to make sure there is fulfillment rather than disgust with the new bioform, even if it is quite different. I have only been human for about 60,000 Earth years, but I am about 30 million years old. I have changed species dozens of times as my assignment has shifted, and I am actually young for a curator. Who gives out these assignments? I asked. Obviously we have a structure of government, although it is hard to explain without going into some fairly deep math. Most of us are recruited with an expectation that we will give some measure of service, but by our choice there is no enforcement mechanism for this. In your case, we don't even have an expectation of service. We want to see what you make of and do with your new powers. We have pointed you in the general direction of a couple of problems we'd be interested in seeing you tackle, but if you decide to retire and spend eternity living in virtual reality instead, you'll find you have quite a bit of company and nobody will stop you. You wouldn't call in the mortgage on your supercomputer implants. Nobody would ever accept one if we did that sort of thing. That's a risk for us, which is one reason I had to arrange for you to prove yourselves in order to get your recruitment approved. M finally took a sip and then a deep swig of her world-famous top-of-the-mark martini. You say our implants will fold us away from danger, she said. Is there a way to maybe make them do something more theatrical? Once you're in control, you'll find they are fully programmable and far more powerful than any computer you've ever imagined. The tools for that are very high level, and will tune themselves to your neurome as you use them. How long does it usually take to get to that point of control? To not be novices? It usually takes a couple of years, but you are progressing very fast. As your novitial mentor, I get reports. That's how I knew you were out here testing your new fold senses. Your aptitude may have a lot to do with the human imagination. Even while sitting here, you are constantly thinking of situations, hypotheticals, and evaluating potential answers. This is the thing I saw on the quarantine world, where nearly any other species watching me disappear would have simply thrown up their hands and said, whatever. You wanted to know what I had done. You wanted to be able to do it yourselves, and you wanted it badly. This hunger is making it easy for your implants to figure out the relationships within your neurome. You will probably be out of novice mode in a few months, but I wouldn't advise entering dangerous situations until you've gotten a bit more experience beyond that point. Em finished her martini and signaled for another. If we are going to fix the political situation here, we need to make a splash, she said. Jay, do you think our friends at the Witness Textilery can manage spandex? I'm sure they will figure it out, I said, seeing where she was going with this. The curator smiled. I am almost afraid of what I have started here, and that is wonderful. The curators arranged to fake citizenship for us, not in the United States of America, but in the Russo-American Concordance, which included both North and South America, all of the previous USSR, and what had once been the European Union. It was an insanely oppressive and xenophobic state that pretended to have elections, but left it an open secret that people who voted the wrong way might just disappear. To the colonies, of course, haha, but nobody really knew. With the curator's help hacking the system, we managed to obtain ownership of a modest house on the outskirts of Terlingua, where the density of stuff worthy of being stolen was too low to attract the interest of the kleptocracy running that part of the world. As we practiced daily learning to control our implants, we also planted some very illegal nanites beneath a closet, and let them carve out an underground retreat far larger than the house, and 40 meters beneath the surface. It wouldn't be invisible to ground-penetrating radar, but you'd have to suspect it was there first to make such a search worth doing. 8 months later, our mentor curator invited us to return to the top of the mark in San Francisco. By this time, we could make the clandestine journey without his help, and as we took our seats, he handed Em and me 2 small gray sticks about 10 centimeters long and a few millimeters in diameter. What are these? Em asked. They are the keys that allow me to remotely control your implants. They make me your mentor and give me power over you as novices. And what are we supposed to do with them? I asked. You break them, he said with a smile. I snapped mine, and it didn't just break in half, it dissolved into dust. Em followed suit. What has been destroyed today can never be reassembled, the curator said. You are no longer novices. You are now curators. Behold our galactic garden and take your place among us as its stewards. So what happens now? I asked. Well, I think you were contemplating a visit to the witnesses. It will take a few hops and I can't do it for you anymore. You'll have to follow me. But first, why not enjoy our cocktails? Later, the witnesses greeted us like long-lost friends, and we quickly found ourselves in the textile lab, which had grown considerably since our last visit. Your people may make nice fold drives, but cloth is your species' true genius, the lab director told us. Considering what is going on Earth, we consider it imperative to learn and preserve as much as we can of your technology. We were looking for something like this, I said, and I popped up a review of comic book superhero costumes on my phone. We know the theory of this material, but we have never made it, he said. An excellent learning opportunity. What about the foot and hand wear? Boots and gloves, Em said. Flat boots in my case. I'm not going into battle in heels. And in leather if you can manage it. We don't make a frequent habit of making it for ourselves, but we do have sources of suitable animal skin and we have tanning methods. And if possible, it should all be electroconductive. That would help us avoid a lot of compensating factors when folding. We have coatings that can probably manage that. After going over a few more details, we found ourselves with orders to wait a few days. Once we were done with the textilery, our curator suggested that there was somebody we might want to see. Or not, Em said with a frown. Don't think I don't know what this is about. Q was absorbed in meditation when we kind of barged in on him. Greetings, he said without looking up. Em, I'm surprised you are willing to be in the same room with me. Things change, she said. Q got up. So they do, he said. I have been granted the favor of entrance to the witnesses' order. Like the curators, they occasionally recruit aliens to their purpose. Considering what you once tried to do to them, I find that mildly surprising. But then I remember it's the witnesses we are talking about. Q smiled and nodded. Yes, indeed. Does your status as a witness prevent you from participating in the history you are witnessing? Em asked. Not entirely. I would have to consult with my master. Ours is a long course of study, and I will be a student for a long time. Em sucked in her breath. We had agreed on this, but I still wasn't sure she would be able to go through with it. Are you aware that we are also students? I'm aware that you are not students anymore. You have my congratulations, and for what it might be worth, my blessing. I think you will make fine curators. Then you know we have a slightly used starship we have no use for anymore. If it is still powered by 0104, maybe you should just destroy it. As beautiful as the implausible alibi is, it is still a dangerous artifact. And I'm the one being in the galaxy who proved that most decisively. We were actually thinking of asking you to pilot it for us, Em said. Our fold implants do not allow us to carry much in the way of cargo, and there may be times when we will still need a ship. Q sank to his knees and a few tears ran down his cheeks. I cannot imagine how you think I am worthy of such an honor. Oh, I don't think you're worthy, M said. But I do think you're capable, and I do believe you've reformed, which isn't much but is something. Q sobbed openly. I will have to ask my master, but... No, we've asked her already. You're cleared to come witness what we're going to do. They are positively splooging themselves over it. Behind us, the curator chuckled. He looked up. And what are you going to do? We are going to clean up the cesspool our homeworld has become. I would think you would want in on that action anyway. Tears streaming down his face, he nodded. Back at the textilery, we looked ourselves over in the mirror. They had done their usual amazing job, and we really did look like cutouts from a superhero comic. Our bodysuits were metallic silver and shimmered as we moved. There was just one problem. Kind of bland, M said. We need some kind of signature. We decided every color was significant to something we didn't want to confuse ourselves with, and symbols were a similar problem. Yeah, but we just show up and kick ass like this, nobody will remember why we're doing it. Well, why are we doing it? To topple the decadent kleptocracy that has taken over the earth. Well, that's a negative. What's the positive? What are we replacing it with? M stared hard at the mirror, and then her eyes got wide. Not what we're really replacing it with, she almost shouted. What the fuckers are most afraid of. And that is... crowns. Let them think we're coming to take over their shit. It's the one thing they will truly believe in and fear. We'll call ourselves the King and Queen of Earth and say we are coming to claim our thrones. We can always abdicate toward a more reasonable power once we have brought the assholes down. Not too eager to go into battle with several kilograms of gold sitting on my head, I said dubiously. How about titanium? The witness textiler suggested. And with the decorations as reflective motifs instead of gemstones, M suggested, and the textiler nodded. This isn't our wheelhouse, but I know who can do it for you, the witness said. And an hour later we were in another lab with a metallurgist who measured our skulls and used what we would consider rather primitive tools to form a mock-up of what our headgear would look like. A week later we walked out of the foundry to find our curator mentor waiting for us. He opened his eyes wide and said, Well, if it isn't the royal couple, with a chuckle. Using new routines M had written into our fold implants, we floated up from the floor using the supergravity effect and spread our arms. We will rule, we said, and we all had a good laugh. This concludes Book 1 of The Curators. We hope you enjoyed it.